Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is, right there. Osondi Owendi. Pardon me. Osondi Owendi. So there it is. Good day to you all. Good day to you all. Good day. Good to see you again. You caught me off guard again. Well, you always catch me off guard. But so good day to you all. Another day, another session, of course. Another day, another session. How have you all been? I hope you've all been good, but not too good though. Nobody likes a goody two shoes. So good day to you all. Another day, another session. The usual protocol. Please click on the. Please click on the. Sorry, the message is coming through. That's why I'm pausing. Please click on the like button just as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your open invitation. So click on that. And of course, if you want to buy your host cups of coffee, the invitation is there. So click on like, click on subscribe. Those are compulsory. And then the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's at your discretion, but it's heavily encouraged. And of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's entirely at your will, only if you feel like. So all those. So the headlines that we will be contending with, why Labour Party, Peter Obi's petition lacks merit. APC lists grounds for tribunal to dismiss application. So it's quite curious actually, because a lot of people do find the application, the petition by the Labour Party space, they find it somewhat weak and lacking in substance. And a lot of people actually query if the tribunal should even entertain it at all. So it looks as though the Tinubu space is trying to force that hand now. So force that hand now. So While Labour Party, Peter Obi's petition lacked merit, APC lists grounds for tribunal to dismiss application. So curious then to find out what those grounds are. So the headline that has been making the circles are Tinubu supporters boil as Uber facts circulate Nigerian president elects cocaine business deal to global audience. So apparently, Uber facts, I never even knew that they existed as an entity, but apparently they do, and they do have some reach. So they are now saying essentially, in 1993, Bola Ahmed Tinubu surrendered $460,000 to the United States president after Chicago court found the income came from heroin trafficking. So that's allegedly, apparently, headlined by the Uber fact space. So quite the veracity of that we don't know, but it looks as though it's agitating somewhat. Tinubu supporters boil as Uber facts circulate Nigerian president-elect's cocaine business to global audience. So quite what is in play there, we find out shortly. Swift reply, alleged drug case. Why Tinubu forfeited $460 in the United States? APC tells court. Accuse and reply. So that seems to be what the sequence is there. The next one, leaked audio. Is it fake or is it doctored? Lai Mohammed asks Obi. So two different narratives coming out of that Yes Daddy tape. So two different narratives. On the one hand, they're telling us it's a deep fake. On the other hand, they're calling us it's a cut and join. And on another third hand, actually, they're telling us is artificial intelligence generated. So somewhat confusion on that space. Clarification required. Leaked audio, is it fake or is it doctored? Lai Mohammed asks Obi. So quite what the question is and what the replies are, we find out shortly. Deviating from politics for a moment, Nigerian unemployment rate to hit 41% in 2023. This is KPMG. So KPMG now are auditing the Nigerian space and making this gloomy projection. We'll take this then as the baseline to assess then Tinubu's performance, because this is the expectation of our number crunchers. Nigerian unemployment rate to hit 41% in 2023, KPMG. So we find out exactly what is going on there. This we'll find out as well. Legal fireworks set to begin at presidential election petition court. So this is Bayo Ononuga, the attack dog, we have to say now, of the Tinubu campaigns. I wonder why they still have a campaign team. The election has come and gone, but it looks as though that's not the end of matters. Legal fireworks set to begin at presidential election petition court. So quite what those fireworks are and whose direction they are pointed at, I will find out shortly. So we'll find out shortly. Nigerian unemployment rates to, okay, we've had that already. And then this one is somewhat of a deviation from politics. It's the narrative of a civil servant that was divorced by her husband, but why? So we'll find out that shortly as well. So plenty to go through, always is the case, plenty always to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. As I said, click on the like button just as you're coming in. If you're not subscribed already, please correct that. If you want to come join us on the screen, the invitation to come and do that, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee is ready to hand. So do all of those. As you're doing those, let me take a micro musical break before we launch into the readout. We go first to the K guys.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ lẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Fáì Latif kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ lẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. I always say to you, of course, it's the most important prayer that you could ever hear. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So there it is, Ikuko Neru Agbeshe. So there it is, Ikuko Neru Agbeshe. As guys, I bring you this. Why Labour Party Peter Obi's petition lacked merit, APC lists grounds for tribunal to dismiss application. So what grounds are those? Let's find out. The ruling All Progressive Congress APC has told the Presidential Election Petition Court in Abuja that the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP was not validly sponsored by the party. So we already know where we're going. The APC also asked the Election Petition Tribunal. And by the way, there's somebody that actually posted something on Instagram regarding this. So let me just let me look that up. Just give me a microsecond. Let me look that up. It's pertinent to the conversation. Let me just bear with me 1 microsecond. Somebody actually posted the date that Peter Obi registered as a Labour Party member, which then tells us that, no, I cannot find it. But let me get back to the readout. The All Progressive Congress APC has told the Presidential Petition the Presidential Election Petition Court in Abuja that the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, what am I doing? The ruling All Progressive Congress APC has told the Presidential Election Petition Court in Abuja that the presidential candidate of the Labour Party was not validly sponsored by the party. The APC also asked the Election Petition Tribunal to dismiss the petition filed by the Labour Party and Obi against the emergence of its presidential candidate Bola Tinubu as president-elect in the February 25, 2023 election on the ground that Obi, the first petitioner, lacked requisite local standing to institute the petition because he was not a member of the Labour Party at least 30 days to the party's presidential primary to be validly sponsored by the party. So there's a lot wrapped around that, of course. The APC added that the tribunal lacked the requisite jurisdiction to entertain pre-election complaints embedded in Obi's petition. The APC, which is the fourth respondent in Obi's petition against the process and the outcome of the presidential election, prayed the tribunal reject the petition in its notice of preliminary objection marked XYZ and filed at the PEPC's Secretariat Monday night by Thomas Ojo, a member of the legal team led by Latif Fagbemi, SAN in Abuja. The APC prayed the tribunal to dismiss Obi's petition with substantial cost on the grounds that it lacked merit and was frivolous. So I'm not quite sure if those grounds are solid enough that Obi is not a member of the Labour Party, but we'll find out shortly. I wonder if there's more substance to it than that. Recall that Obi, the first, okay, so it goes on to the details of Obi's petition. The APC further argued that Obi was not a member of the Labour Party as at the time of his alleged sponsorship, maintaining that by the mandatory provisions of Section 77, subsections 1, 2, and 3 of the Electoral Act 2022, a political party shall maintain a register and shall make such register available to INEC not later than 30 days before the date fixed for the party's primaries, congresses, and conventions. According to the APC, all the PDP presidential candidates were screened on April the 29th, 2022, an exercise which Obi participated in and was pledged to contest whilst being a member of the party. Okay, so the dates are pertinent. The dates are pertinent because April the 30th, April the 29th was the date that the PDP carried out its screening exercise, and Obi, of course, was screened to run. So the date then between when Obi, I will now have to find that date that Obi was declared a candidate at the Labour Party. The date then that Obi went into the Labour Party to be declared a candidate is less than the 30 days that the law facilitates for. According to the APC, all the PDP's presidential candidates were screened on April the 29th, an exercise which Obi participated in and was pledged to contest whilst being a member of the party, adding that Obi/LP's petition against Tinubu was incompetent since his name could not have been in the Labour Party's register made available to INEC as at the time he joined the party. The APC further argued that by paragraph 17 of the petition, the petitioners on their own stated that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar came second in the presidential election with votes of XYZ as against the petitioner who came third. Let me just leave that there. But the thrust of their argument essentially is wrapped around, it's quite a long-winded essay. The thrust of their argument is wrapped around Peter Obi being a member of the Labour Party within 30 days of the allowance of the Constitution for Labour Party to have documented its candidates. Maybe we should just read it in full. Maybe we should just read. Okay, let's pick it up from here. Obi and Labour Party also argued. Obi and Labour Party also urged the tribunal to determine that at the time of the presidential election held on February the 25th, 2023, the second and third respondents, Shetima and Tinubu, were not qualified to contest. This is just a rehash of what is already known. Let's pick it up from here. At paragraph 102 of the petition, the petitioner urged the tribunal to determine that the first respondents scored the majority of lawful votes without joining Atiku Abubakar in the petition. For the tribunal to grant prayer of the petitioners, the tribunal must set aside the scores and election of. So this is something that a lot of people had highlighted. That is that narrative again of wanting to skip from third? Is that narrative again of wanting to skip from third to first? So is that narrative again of wanting to skip from third to first? So let's carry on. Right. For the tribunal to grant prayer, prayer 3 of the petitioner, the tribunal must set aside the scores and election of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar must be heard before his votes can be discounted by the tribunal. The ruling party told the court that Obi's petition and the identified paragraphs were in breach of the mandatory provisions of paragraphs X, Y, Z of the schedule to the Electoral Act 2022, saying paragraph 6277 of the petition are non-specific, vague, and or nebulous, and thereby incompetent, contrary to paragraphs X, Y, Z. So this is something that Ogbeni had actually said on this platform, that there's a lot of ambiguity in the claims. So there were specifics to two particular areas that they felt they scored X and they were given Y, but then the rest of the challenge was just a vague and the rest of them sort of failed. So that then, of course, is nebulous and vague, according to the pushback by the Tinubu space. The party argued that the allegations of non-compliance must be made distinctly and proved on polling units basis, but none were specified or provided in any of the paragraphs of the petition, adding that paragraph 59-60 of the petition disclosed no identity or particulars of scores and polling units supplied in the 18,088 units mentioned therein. So this is exactly what Ogbeni had been highlighting to us, that you cannot have variations once the petition has been submitted. So you cannot add nor subtract to. So it's a final document presented, and the presentation of that document, then the judgment to be made on its merits. So a lot of it vague, and of course the PDP. It might not even make it to a hearing. This is really what we're looking at. And if it does make it to a hearing, then that hearing is more political than anything else. It is just the judicial system not wanting to carry the weight of the obedient abuse that they were stopped from even having their day in court. But very weak and feeble is, of course, the outcome of that. So very weak and feeble, the outcome of that. So let's go on to the next one. Let's go on to the next one. And by the way, there are still spaces in the room for whoever wants to join. Don't wait it to the last minute and then start to scramble. Tinubu supporters boil as Uber facts circulate Nigerian president-elect's cocaine business to global audience. So we're back to it again, drug dealer narrative. So hopefully, yes, not too lengthy a read. Supporters of Nigeria's president-elect are lashing out on Twitter after Uber Facts, a reliable fact-promoting platform, published Tinubu's legal woes with the United States Authority, which had him forfeit $460,000 ill-gotten gains from cocaine deals to the American government in 1993. So let's just, there's already an embedded, so if you look at the headline, this is what Uber Facts published. You can see it on your screen. In 1993, Bola Ahmed Tinubu surrendered $460,000 to the United States government after a Chicago court found the income came from heroin trafficking. So heroin trafficking there, but now listen to the interpretation here. Supporters of Nigeria's president-elect are lashing out on Twitter after Uber Facts, a reliable fact-promoting platform, published Bola Tinubu's legal woes with the United States Authority, which had him forfeit $460,000 ill-gotten gains from cocaine deals to the American government in 1993. So which one is it? Is it from cocaine deals or is it from heroin deals? Which one is it? We just have to be clear on that. In 1993, Bola Tinubu surrendered $460,000 to the United States government after a Chicago court found the income came from heroin trafficking. Uber Facts shared with its 13.5 million global audience at midnight on Monday. The platform attached an article from People's Gazette that detailed Mr. Tinubu's criminal run-in with the foreign authorities. So if they're attaching, so they're telling us that this is a fact-based platform, but that fact-based platform is referencing People's Gazette, who by the admission of its own publisher, they often make up stories. So there it is right there. The matter, which jumped up to the #1 Twitter trend, has rattled Mr. Tinubu's team as high-ranking members of his campaign team, presumably deciding how best to respond and counter the post, have kept mum, whilst the lower-level supporters are unleashing vitriol on Uber Facts Twitter account in an effort to ridicule and discredit the platform. The usual surrogates, Bayo Ononuga, Festus Kiyamo, Femi Fani-Kayode, Dele Alake, who are quick to jump against the slightest criticism against their principle, have all so far kept studied silence, likely strategizing to counter Uber Facts, as they did when Chimamanda Adichie, celebrated Nigerian author, asked the United States President Joe Biden not to congratulate Tinubu. At Uber Facts is actually at Uber Lies, tweeted Kem Patriot and APC loyalist. If you have ever relied on at Uber Facts for facts, it is time to unfollow them. They are a pay-per-play post organization who post lies for the highest bidder. So the pushback. Another loyalist of President-elect alleged Uber Facts was a propaganda platform, even though the full court documents have been published by People's Gazette. We know the mandators and propagandists that are convulsed on mendacious innuendo. They are free to bring same as evidence to court. So that's the pushback against that space then. So that's the pushback against that space. So let's go on then to the official pushback from the Tinubu space. So let's bring this up. So let's let's bring this up. So let's bring this up. Alleged drug case: why Tinubu forfeited $460,000 in the U.S. APC. So this is a space that should have been addressed, and I'm not quite sure that this is a space that really has the traction that they are pushing it to have. The All Progressive Congress APC has opened up on circumstances that led to its candidate and President-elect Bola Tinubu to forfeit the sum of $460,000 to the government of the United States of America in 1993. The ruling party in processes it filed to. Okay, so this is the defense. So this is not in reaction to. Pardon me. So this is not in reaction to the Uber Eats article. This is in defense of the petition filed by the Peter Obi space. The All Progressive Congress APC has opened up on circumstances that led its candidate and President-elect Bola Tinubu to forfeit the sum of $460,000 to the government of the United States of America, USA, in 1993. The ruling party, in processes it filed to defend the outcome of the presidential election that was held on February the 25th, maintained that Tinubu, who was its candidate, merely surrendered funds in 10 bank accounts that were opened in either his names or that of Compass Finance and Investment Company. Okay, it's not too long-winded. It told the Presidential Election Petition Court, sitting at the Court of Appeal in Abuja, that funds in the said account, which were domiciled in First Heritage Bank and Citibank NA, were subject to a civil forfeiture proceeding in case number XYZ. According to the APC, the purported decision of the United States District Court, Northern District, Illinois, Eastern Division, in the said case was not a fine, but a decree of forfeiture of the amount of money to the United States pursuant to the settlement of claim by the parties to the case. The said decision is not against the second respondent, Tinubu, but against the funds in various accounts opened in the name of Bola Tinubu with First Heritage Bank and Citibank. The compromise terms that led to the forfeiture were preceded by express admission on record that the second respondent did not admit the commission of any drug or drug-related or illicit conduct of dishonest or fraud that fits into any of the grounds of disqualification to contest for the office of President of Nigeria at the February 25th general election, the APC insisted. So let's interrogate that paragraph just a little bit. So the compromise terms that led to the forfeiture were preceded by express admission on record. So it's a written affidavit of some sort that the second respondent did not admit to the commission of any drug-related or illicit conduct of dishonesty or fraud that fits into any of the grounds that fits into any of the grounds of disqualification to contest for the office of the President of Nigeria at the February 25th general election. So there it is right there. So no case to answer sort of a plea is that it listed the 10 account numbers that contained funds that Tinubu forfeited after the settlement of claim by parties involved in the case. And then it goes on to give us a series of account numbers. Besides, the APC, through its team of lawyers, led by Prince Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, told the court that the federal government had, as far back as 2003, through the American consulate in Nigeria, inquired about Tinubu's criminal record. It said the outcome of the inquiry, which the federal government made through the Inspector General of Police, yielded a clean bill of health that unequivocally and unreservedly cleared the second respondent of any criminal record, interest, or association in the United States of America. The formal clearance report, dated February the 4th, 2003, under the hand of the legal attaché to the United States Embassy, Nigeria, in response to the inquiry by the Inspector General of Police, is hereby pleaded and shall be relied upon for its full effect, particularly the portion in second paragraph which states. So this had been interrogated, is what they are saying, and this is what they got. So this is off the back of inquiries made as far back as 2003. So this is what that. So they made inquiries, the then Inspector General of Police, regarding this matter, and this is what the American Embassy wrote to the Inspector General of Police then. In relation to your letter, dated the February the 3rd, 2003, reference number XYZ, regarding Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a records check of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, National Criminal Information Center was conducted. The result of the checks were negative for any criminal arrest records, warrants or warrants for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, date of birth the 29th of March, 1952. For information of your department, NCIC is a centralized information center that maintains the record of every arrest and conviction within the United States and its territories. APC said it would apply for a subpoena to be issued against the IGP to enable him adduce and tender in evidence the letter dated February the 3rd, 2003, reference number XYZ, which triggered the clearance letter of the legal attaché of the United States in Nigeria, as well as the response to the same dated the 4th of February 2003. It further argued that the said forfeiture Tinubu made to the United States government, having lasted a period of 29 years, was no longer a valid ground to challenge his eligibility to contest the presidential election. So it looks as though that one has fallen foul as well. So it goes on into a long essay, which I shall not bore you with. So let me go on to the next one. Let me go on to the next one and go to this one. So we're back with Yes Daddy now. We're back with Yes Daddy again. So let's go to Yes Daddy. Let's go to Yes Daddy. So here it is. Leaked audio. Is it fake or is it doctored? Lai Mohammed asks Obi. President Mohamed Buhari's regime's information minister, Lai Mohammed, has challenged the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, to clarify his position on a leaked audio of the conversation he had with the founder of Living Faith Worldwide, Bishop Oyedepo. Addressing the media on Monday in London, the minister said Mr. Obi should clarify what he meant when he claimed the leaked conversation was a fake doctored audio call. I need to draw the attention of Nigerians to the recent leaked audio of conversations between the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and the cleric, the minister stated. The leaked audio rattled Nigerians because we heard Obi pleading with the cleric to interfere on his behalf to convince Christians that this is a religious war and they should support him. He added, if it is fake, it means it never took place. But if it is doctored, it means there was that conversation, but it was manipulated. Obi needs to come out and make the clarification whether the conversation did not take place or it took place and it was doctored. If it was doctored, which part of it was doctored? Is it the beginning, the middle, or the end? Or is it the Yes Daddy part of it? Or where he said it was a religious war? Mr. Mohammed said the leaked audio corroborated the position that Obi's electioneering. And by the way, there are countless videos of Obi going around inviting church take back your country, church take back your country. So the church take back your country is consistent then with the Yes Daddy. Mr. Mohammed said the leaked audio corroborated the position that Mr. Obi's electioneering was based on religion and ethnicity, claiming it was the first time in the history of Nigeria's elections that a politician would come out openly to campaign on the grounds of religion and ethnicity. For the outcome of the presidential election, you will see that Obi got his votes mostly from areas where he comes from and his religious leanings. This is not good for the politics of Nigeria, and it is very dangerous, the minister said. As a result of this kind of campaign, Nigeria is more divided than ever, and people are being heard commenting either based on their religious positions or ethnic origin. All right, Mr. Obi had threatened to sue People's Gazette for publishing the audio last week, saying it was fake and doctored. His response came despite several of his aides and allies, including Valentine Obianye, Pat Utomi, and Kenneth Okonkwo, confirming that the audio was genuine, but Mr. Obi was responding to the ruling APC's decision to field a Muslim presidential ticket in a religiously diverse nation like Nigeria. The Gazette immediately responded to Mr. Obi's legal threats, standing by its story and vowing to protect the source of the audio. So there it is right there. So is it doctored? Is just the thing. Is it doctored or is it not? Let me give you just one last readout and then we'll come into the room to see if there's anybody there to take on a conversation. hopefully there will be. There's still room in the on the platform, by the way, if you want to come join. So we do one more readout and then we see how it goes. Right, legal fireworks set to begin at the Presidential Election Petition Court in Abuja, with the APC asking Obi to prove that he was validly sponsored. Okay, I think this tallies with what we've already read. So that tallies with what we've already read. There's still a couple more stories, but let's come into the room and kick it off. So let's come into the room and kick it off. And then we've got the Mighty Ajahn Koko with us. We've got Bishop joining us, and we've got Hassan Abdullahi. So good to see you, gentlemen. Good to have you here. So let's kick it off with you, Hassan, because you seem to be a new name to the space. So are you ready to go, Hassan?
I don't know if you can hear me very well. How is everyone doing?
We can hear you perfectly. Nice, strong audio. So good to meet you. Is this your first time here?
Yes, I believe this is my first time of actually getting a chance to get here, but I've been following the show for a while now.
All right, brilliant.
So it's
Go on.
Oh yes. I don't know if we are sticking to one point, or you just want me to comment generally on the state of things.
No, I'm going to build up. I'll talk you through the topics, and then you give us your commentary. So let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with this space. Or did you have anything particularly in mind that you wanted to speak to?
No, not necessarily. But if there is anything that it's something that is arcing me in my mind, and it has, it's been going on. Like, I just believe we should have been done with all this. You see the Chimamanda letter. You see the prodding of the FBI, and looking into the past of our president-elect and things like that. I feel we should have already gone past that, by now. But it's obvious that all these things we just have to. The president-elect, the APC, they've been doing their thing, but I don't think they realize how the depth of I don't want to use words, the depth of the anger of the people that are pushing very, very fake narratives, and those narratives can hurt the country.
Yeah, who do you think those people are? These people pushing these narratives, who do you think they are, and what do you think they represent?
Losers in election, sore losers. That is just it, you see, it's not as if Atiku do not have supporters. Atiku have supporters who are in the north, who have seen Atiku contest for decades, literally decades, and if anybody should feel the pain of defeat, because it has happened over and over and over again. I mean, Atiku and his supporters have the right to feel, that level of pain of, being defeated in Nigerian elections. But you are hearing, silence from this set of people that even came second. I stay in Borno, I reside in the north, and the north has moved on. That's the reality. You see, when I get into these spaces, especially spaces of people in the diaspora, and then spaces, okay, that is the only two spaces that this seems to continue. This is as if people in these spaces are lost in an echo chamber. It's just a continuous slew of the same thing about the legitimacy of the elections. Other Nigerians have moved on. I think the only ones that remain is the Southeasterners, and then people in the diaspora who are going with it, going after them toe to toe. So that is the thing that irks me. the majority of the country has moved on. But I believe we have to do something about anticipating things like this. Maybe our electoral laws need to be strengthened more, and these gaps must be filled, by law, such that in our subsequent elections there will be serious consequences and powers, that will be abrogated to say commissioners of justice, the attorney general, to deal with people at the right time. And the rules of engagement will have to be spelled clearly. And what I see.
Sorry, Hassan, you said you are in the north.
Yes.
And you're just one voice, by the way, so you cannot speak for the totality of the space. But from your understanding, do you think that do you think that the north feels that there could be improvements, but the results of the election is a fair reflection of the will of the people? Do they feel that the election was a fair reflection of the will of the people?
Yes, I feel so. I think so. And that is why it is so. If it were not so, look, you can say Atiku won the North, even though the margin is very small. But he won. But he also knows that, and his followers also know that Tinubu did very well in the North. So there is no ground, to contest. Atiku withdrew some of his cases in court. I don't think Atiku is going to even, challenge Tinubu to that. It's just on technicalities and things like that. His case is more with INEC than with the legitimacy of Tinubu's presidency. It's all said and done because people know. You can see it. It's obvious. See the results. See who people are voting for. These things are obvious. You don't have to go back and start creating conspiracies. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what happened in the southeast, but as far as I know of what happened in the.
Sorry, Hassan. Are there concerns about the level of agitation that is still going on? We're nearly 2 months now after the election, and we're about 6 weeks away from the swearing in. Is there concerns that in the north about the level of agitation that is still going on?
To tell you the truth, there is no concern. The concern is about the reputation of the country, not that it's going to lead or deteriorate into some form of violence or things like that. The general consensus in the north is that the north is safe. There is nobody that will come and do anything here. And even in other parts of Nigeria, nothing will happen that will lead to violence. The only, say a place that you say is a red spot is maybe Lagos and then the southeast, if they want to do anything fishy. But I don't think the concern is even about violence or anything like that. The concern for most of the north, especially the people who understand the repercussions of things like this, it's on the reputation of the country in itself, and our processes and the integrity of our institutions. That too has to be guarded, and that is why I'm talking of the next election cycle and creating laws that will defend this country really. That is why when treason.
Give me an example of the sort of laws that you think will strengthen the space. An example.
Okay, what I feel is that we are very, very we're a reactive country. We do not anticipate things and then nip them in the bud early. So and the way we implement our laws sometimes too, it's not what you would want. It's not very, very effective. So a law that will make sense, for example, is you see the treason that was slammed on the Labour Party candidate. I don't know if he has been charged to court by anybody accusing him of treason, but it's been said, at least on radio shows and things like that, the treason is a very heavy crime. What needs to be done is to have a law, that gives the government power, to reach people and arrest them instantly when they make things like that. It doesn't matter what you whether you are a candidate or you are whatever. You see, or at the minimum, the consequences should be on the party and also on the candidate. People cannot be allowed to be making this kind of wild talks, and then they say they'll go to court, and then they'll do this, or their fundamental human rights. If the country is going to suffer for it, then there should be laws that should, nip these things in the bud. I may not have the exact laws that I think will on my head right now. Please do.
All right. Ajaleboko wants to ask you a question, Hassan.
Yeah, Hassan.
Yes, please.
Nice to meet you. So by your recommendation, so would you suggest that what's the name of that vice president will be?
Yusuf Dati
Baba Ahmed.
So do you think he should have been arrested for all those kind of ridiculous statements that he made on China?
Of course, he should have been. That's the only way, to tame this kind of behavior. Normally as human beings, we do things when we know we can get away with it. But when a precedent has already been established, and that the last person that did it, had serious consequences to pay for, then you think twice before you go on air and say this kind of nonsense. I really think he should have been arrested, even if he's arrested and then charged to court on that basis.
No. But Hassan, do you not think it would be too politically explosive to arrest him? They're already claiming victimhood. So if the state now weighs in to arrest their principal, then you would never hear the last of it. Is it not too politically explosive to arrest him?
And in addition to that, that the Constitution guarantees
freedom of speech.
Yeah, give us as citizens that freedom of speech. So if these people are expressing their freedom of speech without carrying out any violence, and I don't think your recommendation is. It looks like your recommendation is too harsh. Yes.
Well, you see, democracies too must be protected, right? Do you agree with that, Ajani Koko?
Oh, yes, I agree with you. But at the same time, we have to take into consideration that freedom of expression as guaranteed by the Constitution of the country.
Can I take a minute? Sorry.
Yeah, hold on, Bishop. Hold on, Bishop. Let have because Hassan is new to the space. So
I just wanted to respond to what Ajale Koko said. Okay,
no, hold on. The question was to Hassan. Let Hassan carry on. Sorry, Bishop. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. There is always a balance. This freedom of speech that we're talking about, it has its own limits, because when you guarantee it too much. Okay, let me just give you an example with the United States and Donald Trump's presidency. What did you think led to the Capitol insurrection of January 6th? It's trying to find a balance. Yeah, it's freedom of speech and trying to find a balance on when to take action. Before things can just deteriorate and you can find a chaos all over. And at that point, especially, you see, I'm not even worried about America like I'm worried about our own democracy. You see, because any slight mistake, we have people in the barrack. There is a precedent here. These soldiers, any mistake and they come back into this power, they are going to change everything. They may not stay there long. Ours is a nonsense democracy. It must be protected. And that is why in my own local cycles, I've been critical of Buhari, the way he has handled this.
All right, Bishop, come in. You wanted to have that interjection. Then I think Hassan dropped about. Let me.
I wanted to ask him a question. Yeah.
Okay. Just going to add. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I was just going to add to what Ajaleko said, that there's a very thin line when we talk about freedom of what do you call it now? Fundamental human right, freedom of expression. There is sedition. There is incitement. And these are things that could be, they are things by word, not necessarily when you take up arms. You can incite people to violence. It is a criminal offense. There is sedition, which is also a criminal offense. There is libel, which is on the civil side. But there is no unlimited freedom of speech anywhere. There are things that you can say that could necessarily degenerate to unrest, and violence. And so when one is crossing the line to sedition and incitement, then they should be cautioned. And they did the same for FFK when he was invited by. He only said some things that some people were doing, and he was invited, and people hailed them. I'm not in support of arresting him, but I'm in support of cautioning him. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he has been cautioned somewhat, because shortly after I made those commentaries, the DSS released an advisory cautioning the space. So it was off the back of his comments. So it was a catch-all statement by the DSS, but we all knew that it was targeted at Dati and his commentaries.
So, Woman, can I ask Azan my question?
Yeah, ask Hassan a question.
Azan, thank you very much. I appreciate at least a view from that part of the country. And if you have friends that can also contribute, can please invite them. I like to hear very intelligent people.
Yeah, if they as articulate as you, that
in short, I'm over impressed. At least it goes to confirm what some of us are saying, that look, Nigeria is full of intelligent people all over. So thank you. I want to ask, as I made a statement, but Ajale forced him to narrow it down on that. As I was saying that there should be a law that can prevent this kind of post-election circumstances, because now it's getting to the extreme. It's not particularly narrowing it to dirty. He said there should be a law. So Tajaliko that said, "Oh, which law do you suggest?" He said he can't think of any right now, but there should be a way the law can anticipate this kind of situation. But the question I want to ask is this: Azan, don't you think Dati deliberately made that statement so that they could arrest him, so that it could cause a crisis? Because if he was arrested, it's based in the southeast.
Are you answering your own question?
I'm just asking. Don't you think he made that statement because he really wanted to be arrested?
All right, answer the question, Hassan, and then I'll
okay. Yes. Whether or not you deal with a raging fire, when a fire is, I don't think it's wise when a fire, is just smoldering, with a little bit of smoke, and it's just contained maybe in one tiny space in a room, and then that this fire, if it is left, is going to grow and grow and grow. I don't think it's wise to leave the fire until it catches up everywhere. Then you bring a fire that you can just blow out with your mouth. Then you leave it until it grows and then it engulfs everywhere. Then you bring tankers and tankers of water. By that time, it must have already done too much damage. You see, whether or not Dirty, is trying to calculate anything is not even the case. What should be in the minds of our, people, the police, the DSS, and all those people in the law, is that they should think of, safeguarding the country first, safeguarding the reputation of the country first, and all that is left to be seen. Because some people, especially politicians, they overestimate their influence. It's not as if because of and that if Dirty is arrested, so what? Who is Dirty? Who is he compared to Nigeria? Who is he? Do you think people, even if Dirty is arrested, who will come out and protest on his behalf? It is the people in the IPOB and in the southeast, maybe. And even Nnamdi Kanu, when he was arrested, what happened? If you can arrest Nnamdi Kanu, I don't think that is beyond the law in Nigeria. You see, these are mistakes that the people in our law enforcement agencies are making. Maybe because of one of two of their reasons, or incompetence, or whatever. But still has consequences. Maybe they are trying to manage the atmosphere, the post-election atmosphere. Maybe that is what they are trying to do. They are trying to manage it.
No, that's almost likely the case, because like you're saying, it will be too politically explosive for them to arrest him. Yeah.
Yes. Maybe they're trying. That's what they're trying to do, because I cannot think of any other thing. However, the sky will not fall if Dirty is arrested. That is the case, and whether we do it now or we leave it open, at some point, I'm saying this. This is how I feel. At some point, these actions have to be taken. Really, because you cannot just allow something that was gotten, out of tears and toiling and blood, to just lose it like that because of the reckless statements of some few selfish individuals.
Oh, all right, Hassan, let me take you to the Yes Daddy space. So you've heard the tape. How did you digest it first? Let's start from there. How did you digest it when you heard the Yes Daddy tape? But before you respond, hold on. Before you respond, just give me 1 second. There's always a build up to the Yes Daddy space. So let's build it up. Yes.
LOP. Yes, Daddy. OB. Yes, Daddy. OB one name. Thank you, Daddy.
Yeah, sorry about that. So how did you digest the Yes Daddy tape, Hassan?
To be honest with you, for me, it was just comic relief. I'm sorry if there's anybody that may be offended in any way, but I just it has this sexual and then feel to it.
You don't even know what
and
to
then
say.
it was so explicit, and and then the whole thing. I laughed, actually. It's not as if I was hearing anything that was surprising me. I know that was the mindset. I know, obviously, that is how the discussions will go, because I know the person does not have the person saying Yes Daddy does not have any real substance. At some point, a lot of us were deceived when they were quoting bogus numbers and were doing these things. But when we went and did our own homework, we realized that it was just a desperate attempt to get power. There is no substance behind the individuals.
Hassan, what about the part that you said this is a religious war? Because that seems to be the part that everybody...
Yeah.
That seems to be what's damned him completely. So what about that part?
Yes.
How did you digest that? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's just it. I laughed throughout because you see what he did was, we've been talking about this for a long time, and especially in the North, what we do is we don't really care what politicians say. We don't really care what people say, because people will just sweet talk. They can talk, especially our politicians. They will tell you all what you want to hear. What we actually do is that we monitor the actions that they take. In Obi's case, when he came to Borno State, for example, he snubbed everybody that is in the state capital in Maiduguri, and did not even address anybody here. He went straight to Chibok in southern Borno, and then went there to canvass for votes. You see, and this is an action that was reflected in the phone conversation with the pastor. You see, that's the mindset. It's religious war. He only needs the Christian votes. And what do you think the Muslims will feel, will know? So we already know, okay, so this is this guy's strategy. This is what he's trying to do. This is the pre-election period. So in truth, I'm not any surprise. I already know that this is the mindset. I was just happy that it came out. And so other people who were on the fence maybe will have the data to make their mind up about these people, that they did not mean anything good for the country, really.
All right, there's a headline showing on your screen, which one of the subscribers sent in wanting you to respond to. It says, Arewa elders demand Obi's arrest, insist Tinubu must be sworn in. Let me give you a couple of paragraphs. A coalition of northern elders have risen.
You don't have to.
All right. Okay, go on.
Yeah, this is politics, just politics. It's politics, yeah. And the protection of one's interest. Already, Arewa, they put all their eggs in Tinubu's basket. So, obviously, that is the interest that must be protected. And you see, Obi will no longer have any stake nationally in Nigeria again. He's done. He's done. Any brand that has any leaning with Obi, and even that Labour Party, they are done with. As far as politics in other parts of in northern Nigeria is concerned, because you see these small spaces that he was able to come and even talk with the Christians, it's because there is a sense of his neutrality. And now that will no longer be the case. The one thing I know with our politicians is, if they know who you are really targeting and they have enough time, they are going to counter it. They are going to counter you. Because, and especially if you are not underestimated again, because why Obi, actually garnered the votes he garnered is because he was underestimated. And places where, they were Christians, but then they traditionally already vote with the established parties. So people thought that the structure alone would work, but then people were voting for their faith. So the votes that Obi got, they were not even Obi votes, they were Christian votes. They were votes for the church, because people were threatened, told, you are going to die, you go to hellfire, you do this, you not proceed.
Have we lost your son, or have you lost me? Can anyone hear me? Hello?
You can hear you, but
Yes, we can hear you.
You hear you.
Okay.
Are you back, Hassan?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I don't know if you can still hear me.
Yeah, we can now. Carry on.
Okay, where did you guys lose me?
Yeah, I don't know. Just pick it up from where your thought was.
Okay, so you see, the votes that Obi got were votes for the church. They were not votes for Obi and his manifesto or whatever he was, all those figures that he was quoting onto China, all those. I don't think they were votes for the church. And when we can find a way to separate the mosque and the church from, influencing our elections in the next cycle, then the real way of the initial way of doing things would continue. That's just what I feel, and I think is the reality.
All right, brilliant. Does anybody have a question for Hassan before we move the conversation on? No? All right. Stay with us, Hassan. Actually, let me take your commentary on this. Let me take your commentary on this space. Can you still hear me? Hey, the place has gone so quiet.
Yeah,
I can
I
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Oh, yeah. Let me show you this headline because this struck me as curious somewhat. Let me show you this. Right. It's saying Zamfara NSDC impounds truck carrying precious stones. So it says the Zamfara State Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense has impounded 3 trucks carrying precious stones. The commandant, Mohammed Muazu, disclosed this at a news briefing in Gusau on Monday, saying the truck was loaded with precious stones were intercepted in Gusau on their way to Sokoto as the driver had no legal document for security clearance, the commander said. We have no problem with the drivers or the vehicle. Rather, the owners were to provide necessary evidence that will permit them to engage in the business. So it's just the mineral resources in the north, which has an abundance of mineral resources, but a lot of people query why this is not reflected as part of the national cake. So what do you make of that argument, that space, Hassan?
You know, our country, this Nigeria, it's fairly, there is a lot of ineptitude and inefficiencies, and our laws do not work the way they should. And frankly, what I feel about the issue of Zamfara and our resources, especially minerals, is the same way I feel about our petroleum and our crude oil. It's the same thing that is happening to it. You see, the federal government has an exclusive list that it's only the federal government that owns every mineral resource and that can mine it. What has happened in reality is that you see these Chinese people with their Belt and Road Initiative, with whatever, most of these things that you see that is being done is actually sponsored by the Chinese with middlemen who are indigenous. But then the technology, the equipment for the mining, this is purely illegal mining, and the federal government, does not want to invest sufficiently to mine those minerals. The federal government keeps postponing when it will put its full weight behind mining those minerals. But those minerals have already been discovered by the Chinese, by other interest groups, and you know how hawkish, how greedy of minerals manufacturing developed countries are. Now they have found ways to instigate the local population, in some cases even give them arms. So it's not as if the way it is perceived in southern Nigeria that the north is doing this intentionally so that it takes its own resources alone and then doesn't want, in fact, it's worse, because in the north, because of these resources and the tough wars that they are having between different groups, it has led to, the proliferation of small arms everywhere, and people are even being killed in their states, in their local governments, in their villages. And these people are actually doing this mining using Nigerians as middlemen. But then these Nigerians are very, very brutal people with guns. They have killed security forces too. It's just a mess, it's just a mess, a real mess. Up until the federal government, actually invest or does create a structure that will work. You see the way the petroleum industrial bill was where you see even how they had to fight before they got that. Just the PIB, see how they have to fight before some sanity was gotten in the sector. That is what our mineral resources need, and nothing. Maybe a kind of an indigenization law that will give Nigerians, the right to invest, maybe say 70%, and then you can liberalize 30% for foreign investors. No, but a structure needs to be made, not just to be said that the federal government should owns everything. And if the federal government is not willing or does not have the resources, to mine those minerals as at this time, then you see how this space can open, and the opportunities will be open for people who want to mine, because these minerals are precious. People want to mine them even if it is illegal. So that's just what I think about it.
All right, brilliant. Okay, brilliant. Stay with us. You can interject as the conversation carries on. But let me take the conversation on from you, Hassan, and take it in the direction of Bishop. So, Bishop, you're up next. Bishop, are you ready?
Yes, I'm with you, sir.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Good to have you. Are you still driving? You're always driving. Are you driving?
Honest, I am. Yes, I am. But okay, yeah.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So now, let me take you. Let me actually take you to the Tinubu drug case, which so the headline today was that Uber facts have circulated now the Tinubu allegation to a global audience. But then when we were reading through the details, they simply called it from the People's Gazette, well, not expose, but the People's Gazette article, and they are now farming that out to a global audience. But the Tinubu space now, they are defending that allegation. So what are you making of that? Let's start it from there.
Yeah, I think I'll say good evening once again, everyone.
Good evening.
I think I'll say the issue of the drug something has really overflowed and is beginning to lose its very essence of some element of surprise, or that something can come out of it. I think Uber Fats saw an opportunity to rekindle, to revive it a little bit, waning influence and popularity. I'm sure they've gotten up to maybe 20 million views as at the last count. By now, because as of yesterday, it has crossed about 12 million views. So I think they got what they want. Are there substance? Are there anything new they're bringing into the case? I don't think there's anything new. It's the same thing that have been recycled and recycled and recycled. I've had opportunity to speak to some persons who said no. Was there a criminal conviction? They said no. And I remember discussing with somebody sometime. I said, look, even let's assume without considering that there was a criminal conviction, what does our law say? What does our law say about it? That you shouldn't have been convicted of a crime in the last 10 years. So even with assuming that there was a conviction, does that bar him in any way from from contesting, or maybe ineligible to contest for the election? No. So it's just based on moral. So, but I think it's good for them, for the opponent, to be able to whip out sentiment and continue to paint the president-elect in a bad image. So for me, I don't think there's anything to it other than just
as far back as 2003, this matter was looked at, and the American government were invited to investigate that. And not only was there no conviction, the report back from the American intelligence spaces, there was even no charge. So never mind there being a conviction. So it was never even charged with anything.
That's what I'm saying. That there's nothing about it. I saw Robert Clark, a few days ago. He said that it's a non-starter. That's not an issue. So as far as I'm concerned, I think Uber Fats got what they wanted. They wanted some people are very excited about it. I heard some people talk, and I saw what some people put on social media. They're really very, very excited about it. But I don't think there's anything to it.
All right. Because I think actually they've put that into the petition just off the back of headlines. What the APC space, what they are asking for is that the application should be dismissed, because a lot of lawyers actually feel that there is no substance to anything at all. They're all just speculative and innuendo based, and they are asking that the tribunal dismiss the application out of hand. So there's grounds for them to dismiss it, but do you think the tribunal will have the courage to do that?
I not here on the panel when you dissected the petitions. You did quite a good job. Thanks to Obeni. He was very he did a very good job in dissecting those charges one after the other. I happen to have read those charges, and as a layman that I am, I tell you, I saw nothing in it, and I did post then on my Twitter page that the Twitter handle that the first thing I would do as a lawyer, I will file as a preliminary objection is that based on available evidence, Peter Obi has no locus to contest, that is to challenge the outcome of this election. How is that? Because in the eye of the law, he's not a contestant. He did not participate in that election. He's just like the what they call this the paparazzi of the whole thing, because certain specific things were ignored in the build-up. The day he applied for the PDP, for the nomination of the PDP, the day he went for the screening, these are in public space. The day they screened him and he showed the certificate, a few days later, he went to Labour Party, and before you know before you say Jack, it was already there. And he did something very funny today. When that fact came up, he quickly went and deleted on his Twitter handle where he actually displayed that he had been screened, and because the dates are there, unfortunately, people have screenshots of it. So me, I always know that it's a dead on arrival, especially on some of these cases. So my own opinion is that the number one thing is that let's debate: are you eligible to contest this election? And now with a lot of these forged documents that is coming out from the what they are calling out of the Labour Party with the Aburi-led executive, you can't be too sure. Maybe part of the things they submitted to make Obi qualify were part of the documents that Aburi cooked up. So if they could lay their hands on that and actually prove that they have cooked some documents, then we can actually predict the end from the beginning. So for me, those if you pick them when you were doing your analysis, I remember you were very specific on when it was very specific on saying that look, all the noise we had about we are going to prove it, we were thinking that they will bring figures and such exact equation, but now just looking for all manner of technicalities to clutch on so that disqualify the contestant because blah blah blah. The man did not. He was nominated twice. He was a drug this. He's not. I mean, any reasonable person that can discern properly will know that they have little or no case.
But do you think the court will have because the political atmosphere is it's been the most charged that it has ever been. But do you think the court will have the courage to dismiss it out of hand?
I believe so. This is what will happen. I believe they will take the case the point one at a time. For example, let's assume, without considering, that the case of the first defense of APC fails, that they cannot convince them that look, Peter Obi is not qualified to contest. Then they move to the next one. Let's assume they take the courts, the criminal, the drug something. If they could knock out the drug, what's the next one? Take the immediately they knock it out, everybody knows it's out. Take the
the drugs is not the substance of the petition. The numbers, the Beaver's interrogation is the substance of the. Yeah.
When they begin to knock them one after the other, when they knock the drug one off and close it out, go to Shetima's case and they knock it off because they don't need to. All of them don't need to be in favor of Peter Obi. He just needs one. Just one. If one is in his favor, then that means we can move to the next stage. But if Tinubu wins the first one, then they move to the second one. If he wins that one, they move to the next charge. If he wins that one, they move to the next charge. So what I'm saying, essence, is that if they are able to knock off the drug case and then there's no substance to it. Then they move to the Shetima, then they move to the 25%. Those ones are easy. These are things that could be disposed with, you know, they are just legal interpretation. There's no need. They just require legal interpretation. So immediately they are able to do those ones, and they now there's no one that goes against Tinubu. All of them goes in his favor. Then they will now move to the one of the law. And in the recess of the word, if you look at what Peter Obi is asking for in the law, if we do some arithmetic like when he was trying to do that data, let's even assume that we cancel all those elections, because he cannot say they should add them to him. It still has not affected, it still will not affect substantially enough the votes of Tinubu and the of APC, let me say, and the candidate.
There was an article in the there was a piece in the counter petition or counter suit that submitted by the APC, and they were saying that Peter Obi's plea for the court to declare him the winner is not taking cognizance of Atiku's role in the elections. So they will have to not only discount Tinubu's vote, they will have to discount Atiku's vote as well for them to declare him a winner. So what the Tinubu APC party were saying was that Atiku should have been a party to that suit, and that's one of the grounds they are asking for the dismissal as well.
Yeah. I mean, I read that part too, and I heard when you mentioned it earlier. I think the APC legal team. I want to give it to them, but I think they did a good job. I think they covered the ground. I'm still going to read it when I pull up this night again. I think they did a good job. So it will be easy for you to take a camel through a needle's eye for Peter Obi's petition to be able to stand. His chances are just too watery. His chances is I believe that the panel, the election panel will do the needful, and they will not shy away from throwing them, throwing the charges away to the dustbin.
All right, let me take you to another spot. Leaked audio, is it fake or is it doctored? Lai Mohammed asks Obi. So we're back to the Yes Daddy space again. And really, a lot of confusion as to exactly what the rebuttal is from the obedient camp. So 3 of their senior surrogates are saying that that is perfectly legitimate, the content of that thing, because they were countering the Tinubu Muslim ticket. So that was a narrative that they used to counter the Yes Daddy audio. And then another narrative tells us that the video was doctored. But then a third narrative tells us that it's not actually, it doesn't even exist at all. It was artificial intelligence generated. So there's a lot of confusion in that space. So what Lai Mohammed is invited is it fake, which is a categorical dismissal of it? And then, of course, we go into that space. Or is it doctored? And if it is doctored, that means it's real. So which bits were chopped off? So these are Yes Daddy space again. They are scrambling to come up with a coherent defense, but this seems to be more than the petition what damns will be. Which country is it going to govern if he considers it a religious war, Bishop?
Every reasonable person, I've asked that same question. I mean, are you saying it is fake or it is doctored? I've had, people say, if it is fake, that means there was that the conversation never took place. Unfortunately, Obi was neither here nor there when he addressed it. You cannot say it is fake and it is doctored, in one breath. But unfortunately, I mean, I don't mean to be disrespectful. You'll be tasking Obi too much if you expect too much from him in that area. And the bishop himself did not actually deny it. He just managed to, wriggle around it. So the question is this. And the fact of the matter is that nobody, not the bishop, not PDP, Labour Party, not Peter Obi, had actually addressed the issue of that thing. They're just sweeping it under the carpet. Because the question Lai Mohammed is asking is very valid. And every reasonable person has asked that question at one point or the other. Are you saying it is fake, that it never happened? There was no conversation at all? Or you are saying it is doctored? If it is doctored, what part of it? So for me, I think those are very reasonable questions to ask. If you actually want to interrogate the whole, the entire, what do I call it now? The entire package, you know. So the conversation take place. If it did, okay, which part of it was added, which part of it was not added? But I will tell you that, my view, that conversation took place.
No, I think everybody knows that there's no person of any thinking that thinks the conversation did not take place. And the way they are scrambling to, and by the way, they're saying there's still more tapes to come out, but certainly the writing is on the wall for Obi, and the writing more so on the wall Bishop Arewa elders demand Obi's arrest, insist Tinubu must be sworn in. So I'm not quite sure the basis for that arrest. It may well be. Let me just quickly skim through so we know what we're talking about. A coalition of Northern elders has risen from what they tagged Convention of Arewa Elders at Arewa House in Kaduna. They said to demand the arrest of Peter Obi. They said his utterances over the just concluded elections are capable of triggering a repeat of 1966 coup that led to the killing of regional leaders. The elders also insisted that the president-elect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu must be sworn in, having been declared winner of the elections. The Arewa elders, in their communique shortly after the meeting, read by this chairman, Ganji Heritage, Alhaji Suleiman Usman Jere, stated Obi has continued to display anti-democratic tendencies capable of causing civil disobedience and threat. According to them, particularly worrisome are the pronouncements of Mr. Peter Obi and Mr. Dati Ahmed, the presidential and vice presidential candidates of the Labour Party, as well as other Labour Party leaders, including sources said to be linked to IPOB, ESN, which are known terrorist organizations. It is on record that Mr. Obi engaged a very divisive ethno-religious campaign during the 2023 elections and has continued to brazenly display anti-democratic tendencies, opting for civil disobedience and threats in place of constitutional means through the courts. We are calling on all our security agencies to be alive to their responsibilities. It amounts to treason for anyone to be calling for truncating our democracy by whatever guise, be it interim government, let alone the call for military coup. Perpetrators must be arrested and be brought to the book with immediate effect. They added, elections have been held and the winner has emerged. The people of the North massively voted for Asiwaju Tinubu in the nation's interest. We are mindful of our voting and will stand firmly to protect our democracy. We remain committed to the May 29th swearing-in date in line with Nigeria's constitution. General Mohammed Sani Saleh, retired, wondered why Obi has not been arrested. According to him, if it were to be military officers that have tried what Obi has done, they would have been arrested, detained, and charged for the coup. And if found guilty, they would have been sentenced to death. No, I don't think we want that. Why should the case of civilians trying to truncate our democracy be different? The Nigerian constitution must prevail. Asiwaju Bola Tinubu must be sworn in on May the 29th, 2023. We do not know anything called interim government. It has no basis, and nobody has the statutory right to appoint an interim government for this country. We have a constitution, and we must do things by the constitution. So that is the Arewa group coming into the space. So I'm only really bringing this forward to now wonder who exactly is backing the Obi narrative. Because the Arewa space, they've spoken, and I think the Southwest, they're happy to have their son be president. So who exactly is Obi fighting for, Bishop?
I think the Arewa group that spoke will have just, maintain their position and say, look, we don't want anything to truncate. Talking about arrest and prosecution is nonsensical. I think that's just blowing hot here. And there's nothing they can say that Peter Obi has done, either verbally or in action, that can quote that he has committed any crime. Yes, we know that there are things we should have done that would have dealt the detention or reduced the heating up the tension but he did not do it, and that's where the mixture of wisdom and knowledge is very important. There are times that you can use knowledge, but if you don't use you don't apply wisdom in the application of your knowledge, there will be a deficit. So if he is smart, there's some things he should have done to at least control his according to I'm coaching the governor Soludo now, his headless mob, because I don't see the morale, the sense in Obi seeing his mob, his followers going after any have a dissenting voice, and he just kept quiet. That means he's edging them on somewhat. He's encouraging them. I mean, the kind of vituperations they put and the incentive, the plenty they put against the person of Professor Wole Soyinka, and anybody that says anything, same thing that happened to Soludo. So I don't think calling for his arrest and prosecution, I don't think that's going to. I think that's a little bit going to the extreme. There's no need for that. It's completely unnecessary.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Bishop. Was there anything else that struck you in the news cycle that you wanted to highlight?
Well, I would just, I want to just align a little bit with the thinking of Hassan. By the way, Hassan, are you Hausa or Kanuri? Is this there? Okay.
Hello?
Hello, are you Kanuri or Hausa?
I am partly Nupe, Kanuri, Fulani. Nothing to do with Hausa.
Yes. You need Yoruba blood to complete the set, but it's a Nigerian.
Yes.
He has some Yoruba in him. If it's Kanuri, he has some Yoruba in him. So, okay, that's good. I'll say that. So, his submission was very, because I don't think we need to have gone through all this agonizing, the truth of the matter, like they used to say in my part of the world, when you throw up knife 100 times, it will keep landing. This election has been won and lost. There's no need to heat up the policy. And I am particularly very pained because I keep asking people, let's interrogate how we got to where we are now. President Muhammadu Buhari would have done a lot more if not for the unnecessary distractions. And those distractions started, like we said a few days ago, in 2015, because they did not give him a chance. And when he came on board, the hatred for his religion, the hatred for his ethnic group, the Northerners generally, and the hatred for his person got to a Christian, it really got bad. And those things took a huge chunk. Yeah, his sickness too took some part, but those things took a huge, it has its toll on his tenure, the two tenure. We lost considerable time to, what perception. Most time, instead of doing the right thing, you are looking, those people, some people will be offended. You want to make one appointment, you are concerned about people that will be offended, you petition, you want to serve people. And if we continue in that direction, the same thing is going to happen to Tinubu.
All right,
we're going to lose time, precious time, in trying to be politically correct rather than tackling things that are necessary for the growth of Nigeria.
All right, thank you. So thank you. Let me move the conversation on, because I want every voice to come in as quickly as possible. Let me move it to Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, are you ready? Prince Daddy. All right. All right. If you're not ready, Prince, then let me take the conversation then to Kulata, see if it's ready. Kulata, are you there?
Hey, what's up?
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Kulata. It never rains but it pours within the Nigerian space. It's just it's a drama a minute, and the drama goes on. The Arewa group, they've come out to say that, look, this guy really should be arrested, and whatever you do, the swearing in takes place, and then of course Tinubu to be sworn in on the 29th. So we're hearing from the north, and we've also heard from Hassan as well. We're hearing from the north that the election has come and gone as far as they're concerned, and they're settling in to wait for the incoming administration to point the direction of travel. So we heard it from Asan, we heard it from the Arewa group. We are hearing it from the Southwest as well. We had a coalition of 121 Southwestern groups coming in off the back of the Soyinka thing. So now, where is this going? Who exactly is Peter Obi fighting for? And what is the meaning of all of this noise?
Well, first of all, I don't think there's a basis for Peter Obi's arrest. What crime has he committed? He's not committed any crime, and he's doing everything within the laws and the Constitution. He's fighting for a stolen mandate. So, can you tell a man not to fight for a stolen mandate? The problem is, I don't know where a stolen mandate is, whether it's in his dreams or there's anything close to reality. But a man has a right to dream. A man, as long as he's not committing any crime and is not, the only tough area is to see whether his actions presents national security challenges. I can't see that yet because it's not stoked his supporters to go to the streets. But even though we see his supporters going crazy every day, abusing from Professor Itzisage to Professor Soyinka, all the professors that I grew up knowing that are dear to my heart, they're abusing them. So I don't see a basis basically for his arrest. It's just making noise. He's allowed to go to court. He should go to court. He should prosecute his case in court. But he should not be arrested. There's no basis for it.
And to Hassan's argument that all of this negative, we've also had the Uber something that we'll go to in a moment, but to Hassan's argument that all of these negative commentaries that we're hearing is demarketing the country and making us all look bad.
Yes, that's true, but democracy is noisy. Democracy is noisy. Rather than let them set the narrative, the people that love the country too need to inject their own narrative too. Don't sit down and let people define the country for you. You two get up and define the country for yourself, because there's some people always will view the country half empty all the time. Some will see it half full. So whoever sets the tone is the person with the biggest megaphone. The obedience, the ones making noise, there are few and far between. I think a lot of them have resigned. I mean, when you think about the obedience, the people currently making noise is now reduced to a lot of ethnic affiliations. Even when you think, really, essentially, when you boil it down, is ethnic affiliations and diasporan people that have too much time in their hands and too much money, and they just want to foment trouble. Because in Nigeria, the people that voted for him in the middle belt, they moved on. The people that must have voted for him in the Southwest, they moved on. So it's just IPOBians that shifted to Obi, and a bunch of Abroadian people that are still making the noise. Unfortunately, the Abroadian people can make noise in influential areas, and they can foment what you saw in that Uber fact. They can foment those kind of silly trouble, pesky, just pesky little armpit boils, if I may describe it that way. So what the country cannot afford to do is just sit back and relax and let these guys go buck wild. You have to inject your own narrative too. And I feel the APC, and to some extent, even Buhari's government, they're fighting back.
All right. Before I take you to that Uber facts thing, they still staying with the Arewa group. They are saying that Tinubu must be sworn in on the 29th, and this is off the back of a meeting that they've had as a group by themselves. So they've issued that communique that Tinubu must be sworn in, because as far as they're concerned, the election is over.
Yeah, Tinubu will be sworn in. Make no mistake. He won the election. He will be sworn in. The Obi's petition is, I mean, everybody can go read the petition or his prayers, as they call it in Nigeria. They're a bunch of bogus nonsense. I mean, the anything close to serious one is Shetima's role. And again, we've seen the appeal court rule in favor or something like that twice in a row now. So we know how that's going to play. The rest are just bogus, nothing. That even if you pass a judgment, the judgment doesn't automatically even go to B. It goes to the guy that came second. So I don't know what, I mean, I think Obi is stuck with the kind of rabid supporters he has. He cannot withdraw. They have to let the court or the tribunal throw shit in their faces. And one aspect that may come up with Obi's standing as a candidate in itself is questionable, because the guy, the time he resigned from PDP and the time Labour Party sent the official members list to INEC, Obi was not in that initial list to INEC. And the rules are pretty clear that you have to be part of that initial, I mean, the list that INEC has before you're considered. I don't know why they allowed him to run for presidency in the first place, because that can bring him down. So even his own candidacy is in doubt, not to talk about getting into his case one by one. He doesn't even have proper standing. And if they pull the rug under his feet, I wonder how his supporters will react to that and say he's actually was disqualified from the election. That would be something to oppose.
Do you think the courts will have the courage to do that?
Why not?
That would be it will be a political, not a legal decision. It will be a political decision based on legalese.
It's not political based on legalese. The rules are clear. If you go and check, Obi actually went to delete the tweets. The day he resigned from PDP, I think he tweeted that date. It was a May date or something, if memory serves me right. That in itself, compared to the data the list was supposed to have been sent to INEC, is proof that this guy was not supposed to be a candidate. Because you remember, Labour Party had a primary. It was another guy that was supposed to be their presidential candidate until Obi went there. I don't know how he overruled that. I don't know what happened, whether he paid his way or who he settled or how they settled the matter. I do not know. But we know they had a different presidential candidate before Obi.
It was Patutomi. It was Patutomi.
Was it Patutomi? Okay.
It was.
Because someone else was making that claim outside of Patutomi. So somehow he became the candidate and he ran for elections. I don't know if anybody called him to order or if there was a court case to try and bar him from running. But it was not supposed to run because it was not qualified. So whatever happens, if they take that to court and the tribunal rules in favor of that, it is what it is. It simply wasn't qualified. There's no basis to make noise. So that could be another thing. And you also saw INEC's response to his petition that, dude, you were just putting us on bogus, vague, largely like he put out like just throw mud to the wall and see if something stick. Nothing specific in his prayers, nothing specific. And to the degree of specificity, it's not enough to change the result of the election. All he's trying to do is just disqualify Tinubu. But if you disqualify Tinubu, there's still someone in front of you, which is Atiku. So his case is just, nonsense, basically.
All right, you said his case is nonsense, but there's a lot of propaganda wrapped around it, and it's high octane. So we're just coming off the back of Chimamanda's open letter to the American president, but still staying within that American space with a reach of nearly 14 million. With a reach of nearly 14 million people, Uber Facts have now published that the president-elect of Nigeria is a notorious drug dealer. So what are you then making then of the Uber Eats or Uber Facts What are you making of their publication and the hoopla that followed?
Is Uber facts related to the Uber company itself? Does anybody know?
I think it's an offshoot of Uber Eats. That's just my lazy assumption.
Or they're just appropriating that Uber name. Like, anyway, I mean, that doesn't bode well for the president-elect because, hey, they're muddying up your reputation. There's some, your account was indicted, not you yourself. There's no indictment against him, but there's an indictment against his bank account, which is a civil forfeiture. So, yeah, muddying up his name is not cool for the reputation of Nigeria. Like, we've not had it bad enough because nobody cares about the specifics of the case. All they want to hear is there's a drug-related charge, even though the charge is not to a human being, it's to a bank account. There's a drug-related charge to a bank account associated with your president-elect. That doesn't bode well. No, not at all. Because, we're talking about Noriega kind of things now, even though it's not as bad as Noriega. But that's the implication. So, it is what it is out there. Tinubu just needs to come out and perform. They can debunk as much as possible, but that narrative is now the narrative has gone past the level that they can control. But they should try and peel it back in as much as humanly possible. But I think it's too late now. But they should just keep peeling it, try to peel it back. Maybe they too can go and pay Uber Facts or Uber Fact competitor.
Sorry, Kolata. Oga Cyrus, switch on your microphone. Not necessarily your. Yes, there it is. Carry on. Yeah, carry on.
Okay. Yeah, I think they should do guerrilla. Maybe they should go and pay all these garbage magazines like maybe Daily Mail or BuzzFeed or one of these places to inject their own narrative too, so it can spread like wildfire. But it's not good because things like this, they go out of control and it's in the public space. It's gone out. It's just unfortunate, but the way they can claw it back is they too needs to go and inject their own spin because it's a messaging war. And it's always going to be a messaging war.
Sorry, Kolata. There are two schools of thought as to how to approach this a campaign of calumny is what people describe it.
Calumny, yeah.
Yeah. So there's two schools of thought. There's a school of thought to say to counter it point by point as soon as it's coming out, but there's another school of thought to say to ignore it completely. Because of course, if you respond to it, then it will
keep going. Yeah.
Yeah. So what approach would you say best fits?
I will not ignore it. The reason I will not ignore it because there's enough semblance of truth to it, even though the way they state it is wrong. Like, bottom line is there was no criminal indictment. It was a civil forfeiture. But that is like, when they say, I get the urge to resist, not to shalaye, to explain, but you have to frame it because it needs a good alibi. Because at the end of the day, it was his bank account that got indicted. It was a civil forfeiture, even though he himself has zero indictment in the US. And even that case, I sent you a link that the case has been dismissed with prejudice. It means it's dismissed forever, can never be reopened again. It's done and dusted. But you still need to put some sort of sympathetic story that completely absolves you because it's still your bank account. It's like saying they seized my bank account now. It's not me that they got locked up, but it's my bank account. They just forfeit my Bank of America's account or something. I still have to explain for it somehow. So you don't I don't think they should just let it go like that. they can try and drown it out with their own propaganda and then leave it. Because if they try and drown it out, then there's a counter story out there. It's just not one-sided story. There's a counter story. And then it's out there, both sides are out there, and people will get tired of it. Because all this is not, they brought this thing up, they've been bringing this thing up. Obasanjo brought it up. Even the embassy told them this guy doesn't have any criminal case. Other people have brought it up. Chowore has brought it up. That late lawyer, Ganifawa Emi, has brought it up. And then the kids are now bringing it up. So you have to counter. And when you counter, maybe one thing you may do, you counter, and then if someone like David Unde, the way it's kind of like, is gone way out of line with this thing, if you can lay your hands on that kind of person, then you sue him for libel. And then they actually persecute him for libel. And then when you go after, if you make an example of one person, at least within Nigeria, that will quiet down, because Nigerians are like Eroya. Someone can translate that in English. I think it's better said in Yoruba. That they need to be taught a lesson for them to be able to act accordingly. But internationally, all bets are off. You have a lot of all the diaspora, and that nothing will happen to them. They'll keep still pushing what they're going to push. I think APC or Tinubu needs their own online army that should be fighting fire for fire. That's the only way I think you can deal with it. Because if you let them define you, you're just going to be the next Buhari. It'll be hard for you to separate yourself or to create your own narrative. They should craft their own narrative and seize it. That's what I'll recommend.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Kulata. Somebody is saying scapegoat is the best example.
Scapegoat? Yeah. Yes. Make a scapegoat out of one of them and deal with them. Like I've said, Machiavellian approach is what Nigerians will understand. Make a scapegoat out of all these kids, and then they will know.
All right, let me take you to the space. Leaked audio, is it fake or is it doctored? Lai Mohammed asks Kobe. So Lai Mohammed now is in the United States running that counter-insurgency that you're suggesting that they should match them propaganda for propaganda. So now the Yes Daddy tape, of course, it caught the obedient space off guard and was quite a damning revelation. So it's so explosive, they did not know how to handle it. So it was denial and then admission and then denial again. And then all this convoluted artificial intelligence narrative came in, and a term that I have never heard of before in my life. I'm now an expert in it, deep fake. I never heard that term before, deep fake. So what Lai Mohammed is inviting is, what exactly is your narrative? Is it fake? Then we have to deal with it in that corner, or is it doctored? And if it is doctored, then that is first an admission that the conversation took place, but which bits of it were doctored? So now this Yes Daddy tape, is it now the final nail in the coffin of all of the anything that Obi might have? So Lai Mohammed's question, how would you answer it?
I like Lai Mohammed's targeted question because Obi's camp, they're trying to obfuscate the case. Like one of them had admitted, Kenneth or whatever, another one admitted and said, oh, while it was real, they conjuncted the tape. And so they put like 3 or 4 different narratives just kind of like to obfuscate, just like muddy the waters. And then Obi threatened that did he threaten? I think he threatened that he will sue someone or something.
Yeah,
so
People's Gazette.
He said he will sue People's Gazette. So all that one is just to muddy the waters, and then they'll keep quiet and it will go away. So I like that Lai Mohammed is saying, hey, hold up. What exactly is your story? Come and answer to this. Which one of them? Which is the correct version? Is it deepfake? Is it partially correct? Is it correct? I like the fact that they're calling them out, because they will just they will just let it slide. They shouldn't let it slide. They should keep hammering on it and hammering on it. And if they have another audio they should deploy, strategically release that other audio, because two can play that game. You can't sit down and keep uh, uh, pouring all sorts of invectives and false narratives on me. And if I have something to attack you, I'm not going to sit on it. I'm going to unleash it too. So two can play that game at some point in time. Because to be honest with you, that audio, the aspect of religious war for the uneducated part of the core North that prioritize religion more than anything in their lives, and that's I won't say the uneducated, I'll say for the areas in the North that prioritize religion more than anything in their life, that they take religion super seriously, Obi is done in any sort of Muslim community. He will never ever be able to win an election in Nigeria. And I repeat, no matter of Spain, no matter of washing will make him be eligible, because he's carrying two baggages. First of all, they distrust him because he's from the Southeast. That's not his fault. But you now put yourself in a situation where this kind of rhetoric is coming out of your mouth, in addition to the natural distrust due to civil war.
Is the Yes Daddy tape not an affirmation? Would it not be we are deemed in the North as an affirmation of the distrust that they have of him? That yes, we thought it was.
It is worse than an affirmation, right? There's mutual distrust between the North and the Southeast. That's normal Nigerianism. And now Obi is the only person campaigning like transparently on religious basis. I mean, you've been seeing all sorts of videos come out lately that is going from church to church to tell a church to take back your country. So do you think it's by coincidence those videos are getting released in addition to Yes Daddy and we have a religious war? No, it's not. It's not by coincidence. It's to ensure that he is married into this image as a religious bigot and a religious campaigner in a way where he will never recover from it. Even if it picks a vice president in the future that is an imam, he will never recover from it. And there's a reason they're pushing it hard. And while he's doing this, guess what? If he loses in the tribunal, like I think he's going to lose in the tribunal, they'll continue his character assassination. So character assassination is not just going to be one way. They're not just going to be saying Jubril or the peace, and the shake, let the shake. It's now going to be served a la carte both ways. So if he likes himself, he should continue with it in this part. They'll destroy him. If he withdraws from this part, it's already damaged goods. So bottom line is damned if he does, it's damned if he doesn't. The verdict is out for his political career, in my opinion.
I think his political career is done, if you ask me. I think his political career is over. But because he's now narrowing himself into this now ethno-religion narrative. And by the way, I don't think Peter Obi personally is a religious or an ethnic bigot. I don't think he is. But I think the space that he feeds from, his watering hole, they are very much like that. So is in the
I disagree. I disagree with that. With that.
You don't think the obedient movement, they are ethno-religious?
No, the movement, separate the man from the movement. The movement did not force him to campaign the way he campaigned. The movement did not force him to go from church to church to say, take back your country. The movement did not force him that when he's going to areas outside of the Southeast, when he gets to those areas, he looks for the consent, he looks for localities or communities that are mostly from the Southeast or mostly Christians. He picks and chooses who is going to campaign for. It is visible for every person to see that you're running a divisive campaign. Why will you go to
No,
Kano?
hold on. It's words, isn't it? Words are very potent. So you said divisive, and then that gives it a coloration. But a counter argument might well be that he ran a pragmatic campaign. Because what was his strength is a lightweight coming out of nowhere. So he had to leverage all that was available to him without dark intentions, but the practicality of it lends it necessarily for him to leverage his ethnic stock and his religion. And it played out for him. It wasn't anything personal.
So even what you self is self-defeating. Leverage is ethnic stock. Is ethnic stock alone that is going to campaign for? Your rhetoric is you are don't look at me as an Igbo man, look at me as a Nigerian. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, so I may get it wrong. I'm not campaigning for Christian, I'm doing this. But you now leave, you go all over the country, you're going to go pick and choose your audience. You're not trying to convince others or even give a feeble, even if it's a feeble attempt at neutral campaigning. You're not. You're going to go seek your base. If we should call it your base, you're going to go seek out only your base and your base only. And it does not help that you have narrative of, for example, states like Sokoto states now, when you're going to select Labour Party members, it just so happens there was no Hausa Fulani that was good enough to represent your campaign in that state. You have to pick someone from your ethnic stock. And there are other examples like that. I can't remember the other state. There was another state that something similar happened. So if you add all those different, let's just say, weird coincidence, along with his campaign style, along with his church, take up your base, you might say his resources are limited, but at the same time, limited resources doesn't absolve him from a divisive campaign.
Let me ask you this question, Kulata. If you took the religious and ethnic votes away from Peter Obi's final count, just a random figure, where do you think his vote will be? If you took the religious and the ethnic vote out of his total number?
What is left is the sentimental vote, it's son of the Southeast vote. So if it's that, I mean, you still largely get the ethnic base and get the Ajebota base and Afenifere base and Edwin Clark base, because those are the rightful sentimental votes, being there's not been a Southeast presidential candidate in 1999 and it's time for the Southeast. So you will get those, you'll still get those ones, and that's still a decent amount.
No, I would suggest, Kulata, that if you took the religious and ethnic votes away from Peter Obi, the sentiment, those leverages that he leveraged,
he may get 1 million.
He will get about 2 million.
Yeah, he may get something roughly around that, because it's just the rest is just sentimental votes, because it's not, his candidacy was not about his achievements. No, not at all. It wasn't that good of an administrator. And I mean, I just saw another of his frauds that I forwarded to you. There was a road that he awarded to a company, and when you go find out who that company from South Africa is, Next just happens to be one of the owners of that company. So it's exactly the way he packaged that Eurobeer deal. That's the way he packaged the road. Fortunately or unfortunately, Soludo has to be fixing that road right now. That was something that just came out yesterday. I mean, today, actually, it was today. So it wasn't a great administrator or anything. So I don't think anybody was campaigning based on his record. It was just a sentimental candidate and then a divisive one too, in addition.
All right. All right. Thank you. Let me take you to this space, Kulata. I've not actually read this out, but this is meat and drink. This is your traditional space. So Nigerian unemployment rate to hit 41% in 2023. So this is KPMG signaling the doom and gloom that is to follow the Tinubu administration. So it stands at 37.7% at the moment, but they're telling us now that the unemployment rate in Nigeria will 41% in 2023, which is the year we're in now. So are we going to use this then as a baseline then to measure the Tinubu administration that this is the expectation, but what can you achieve?
Yes, I think it's fair enough to say that this is the starting point. You called it 41%, Abby.
Yes.
41. Ah, man, that's high. That's high. Wow. That's high. Yeah, that will be his baseline. Like that will be his baseline. I think it will be fair to measure him on how low he can get the unemployment numbers. And I believe on a but the thing is, unemployment numbers doesn't count farmers. I think it's just, it doesn't count it doesn't count farm workers. I don't know. I think Buhari was trying to fight that, but in the US they don't count farm workers. I don't know if that's an international standard, but I want to believe that it won't count farm workers. So if Tinubu can move that unemployment to something like 20% in 8 years, that will be an achievement, because that'll be cutting it in half. If you can move it up to 20%, I believe that's decent performance. I'm not like thinking unemployment will drop to 5% or something like that. No, not in Nigeria, not now. That will take a long time. We need to build industries. We need to sustain those industries. So this is a good benchmark. Actually, this should be the ultimate benchmark for Tinubu, in addition to other areas, because this is like direct livelihoods, people's livelihoods. If you can get people into jobs, that's a meaningful metric compared to, like, I mean, the GDP and all that stuff. It's fine. You can, as an economist, you can use that. But the one that kind of like affects people is, do I have a job? Do I have a job that pays me okay? I think that's one of the most meaningful metric that we should use to measure Tinubu. So if he spends 8 years, I do hope he can drop it to less than, around that 20%. If it does less than 20%, it's done well. It's done very, very well. But that number needs to be, it needs to like half that number. I wish he can have that number. And for him to even do that, the economic output of the country needs to increase very well, the productivity, so we can hire more people, because our birth rate is still going up. That our increasing population is driving inflation, in addition to the normal market stuff that drives inflation. But even the fact that we're birthing more people, putting more needy people,
that's a big problem you just mentioned, because I read the data once that our population is set to double within the next 10-15 years. And we have an alarming, you wouldn't want to say alarming to talk about the birth of a human being, but we have an alarming birth rate in Nigeria. We're like rabbits,
We're breeding like rabbits. And if we could like get them gainful employment, yeah, that will expand our economy big time. Like, assuming we had the level of productivity that even obtains in Malaysia, or Vietnam, our economy, our GDP will be super high. Like, you won't even say, oh, we're birthing people, because you know that, okay, we're becoming an economic powerhouse. But when you look at our numbers and then you divide it by our population, you're like, no, we're very, very poor. So I don't think anybody can do anything about the birth rate. Let's not waste our time to even talk about that. But what we hope.
Do you tie the two together? The high unemployment rate and the exploding population?
Yes, now, of course, they're tied. They're tied together. I mean, if most of the new people that we're birthing, they end up not being productive, they end up not contributing, they end up to be sinks rather than sources. Unemployment will keep going up, and we need economic growth. So if those people are not contributing to the economy, I mean, we will hardly have any economic growth. But Nigeria is so bad of a country that if some fundamental things are fixed in our economy that is making our economy like this, the chief amongst them are the two sources of arbitrage, the currency and the subsidy. If you take those two away, and then we start generating power, then I mean, naturally we will have a rejig in the economy. Some things will balance out, but that will just be things that are overdue that will balance out. But then we will still have our natural. That is when you now see our natural tendencies, our natural problems. So even when we think about those three, two of them can be achieved rapidly if Tinubu gets in. They can do something about the currency. In terms of not having this fake artificial to dual exchange rate that is not sustainable, and doing something about the subsidy. Those two can be quickly tackled. The power, though, that will take some time. At least if they try and target the main cities first, do rural electrification later down the line. If they tackle the big cities first, that will give us a lot of respite and allow us to be more productive. But I still think, even if we solve all those things, we're still on a path that cannot be sustained, except magically we educate and reorient a bulk of our population and make them productive. And with the way AI, I mean, let me not bring AI into the picture. Let me not scare people. We don't even need to, let's forget that side. But we need to do something about our population. We need to educate them. We need to reorient them. We need to make them productive. And we need to kind of like make people learn that you don't have to father 15, 20, even 6 kids. 2, 3 is enough. Really, there's no competition in this thing. Let's even say 4, average of 4. That's okay. In my opinion, that's my opinion. But I know people's religion and personal lifestyle dictates otherwise. But I think people should have kids that they can afford.
Kolata, let me just raise a point there. Do you think that the population is the problem? For example, when you are doing a re-engineering in a company and there's no profitability, the first thing people think is, oh, we have too many staff, let's just cut down the people.
That's the American approach. Yeah.
Yeah, but is that not what we are trying to say now? Oh, it's because we have too much population. We are not even as populous as India, as Indonesia, for example. So don't you think that population is supposed to even be an asset?
If you can that's the thing. Yes, if we can make them assets, yes, they will be assets. But the challenge of making them assets is, or some of our biggest issues, educating them first things first, and reorienting their mentality. Education should be able to bring some orientation. But I mean, Nigeria, that's not the case. Otherwise, why will a lot of educated obedience be still believing the trash they believe in? But that's a different story. But so it can become an asset, but how do we get them to become an asset is the biggest challenge we've not been able to solve. And that's why we need maybe the likes of Kwakwanso in government to help with the North. And also the South is not absolved too. We have a lot of out of school kids in the South that also needs, a lot of them in Oyo State in particular, that they need to get to school, that they need to teach the modern ways of doing things. Put them into work. So it's not an asset until you can prove that you can orient them, because otherwise they're just liabilities right now. So Patrick, that's what's like, we need to build enough middle class. Like if we can expand our middle class big time, then maybe some things may trickle down. They may be able to lift some of their families up and all. But the first things first is to build our middle class. If we build our middle class, we'll have also more rich people, because those middle class are going to be serving rich people. and then they'll be buying more goods from all these people. And we now need like massive reforms in education, because Morocco can target to educate all their population and they're succeeding. I don't know why we cannot do ours. I don't know what the cultural impediments are that is preventing. I mean, we need to get rid of all those things and make them productive. Then, if they're productive, then we'll become an economic giant. But if not, we'll just be limping.
All right, brilliant. Is there anything else that caught your attention in the news cycle before I move the conversation on to Patrick?
What I sent you, I sent you a few stuff on Instagram. I can't even remember them now. Something along the lines of, I think you talked about the new corruption. What else? Did you read World Igbo Congress reporting to Joe Biden?
Yes, it's unbelievable. So World Igbo Congress has reported the Nigerian election to Joe Biden. What's the expectation of this Joe Biden anyway? What are they expecting him to do?
I don't know. Joe Biden is supposed to tell INEC to Joe Biden is supposed to come to Nigeria and take the certificate, the returning certificate, take it from Tinubu and go and give Peter Obi. I think that's what the expectation is.
This is coming off the back of the Chimamanda narrative, isn't it?
I don't know. I mean, maybe Chimamanda gave them the boldness to start writing Joe Biden to come and help us. Like, we're not sovereign.
All right, brilliant. Sorry, one more space that I took Hassan too. So now, Zamfara NSCDC impounds truck carrying precious stones. So this is an interception of a myriad of precious stones in the north. So they intercepted it, and really the reasons for the interception was that the right documentation was not in place. But really, it goes to that space again. There are borders of resources, especially in the north. Are we making enough of it? You know, they've got emerald there, and they got gold in vast, more gold than Ghana. Are we making enough of the resources in the north?
We're not, because there's no like proper mechanism to allow the government or to allow organized organized business to take advantage of the mineral resources you have up north. Since I was a kid, I've been hearing about people going up north, mining all sorts of precious stones. Like, one of my best friends back in the day, his senior brother used to be in that business. And that's been going on since the 80s. Since the 80s. So without some sort of restructuring in terms of resource control, we will end up having all these illegal activities going on. So a few rich people will be making a few rich people, while the country will not make any benefits from it. And if you notice the pattern worldwide, when you have resources like that and the harnessing of those resources are not organized, you normally have violence. You normally have violence fermenting in that space. So I don't think it's by coincidence that Zamfara is very unstable. And I feel the instability is due to some people milking those resources. It's the same thing you find in Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, the most minerally rich country in the world. Till today, they're still fighting endless civil wars from different factions of the country. But the minerals are still being taken out of Congo on a daily basis. So there's a reason why there's that instability. And for a Tinubu government, I will expect it to do something about resource control. I mean, at least the ones in my hometown is a bit more organized. At least we now have an oil refinery. I mean, I say oil, gold refinery. I think there's some gold refining stuff going on there. The Osun State plus some other investors have incorporated the company. I think that's a bit more organized. But throughout the north, we're missing a lot of revenue from the mineral resources. But we should not, but to be honest, we shouldn't really rely on mineral resources. Any country that relies on what's coming out on Earth will be lazy. But that's neither here nor there. If we can make money from it, we should make money from it. But we should not make that the basis of our future.
All right, we certainly have the population and the intelligence to pivot the economy. But Kulata, let me take the conversation. Stay with us. Let me take the conversation on from you to Patrick, who patiently waits. So, Patrick, you're up next. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Patrick. So, Patrick, to it then, and to the, I'm starting to tire somewhat of this. The guy has not even had the chance to celebrate his victory. The conversations that we usually have in this cycle of electioneering, post-election, we're not having those conversations because the conversations that we traditionally have is wrapped around the biography of the winner, its influences. Then you have all of these people coming on television that, oh, we used to play football together as a kid. All of those conversations, and then the shape of it. We are not having any of those conversations only because the place has been completely subsumed by this madness that is going on. So that madness hopefully comes to an end fairly soon. While Labour Party Peter Obi's petition lacks merit, APC lists grounds for tribunal to dismiss the application. So we've always considered that the petition is wishy-washy. The list grounds now why he should be dismissed, all very credible ones. But do you think the tribunal will have the courage, the fortitude, the testicular, the balls, to do what's been requested?
Yes, one man. I don't have any doubt in the fact that the tribunal should be able to stand their ground. All this noise about of the obedience around the country is not likely to move the tribunal. They're probably going to stand their ground, and based on the facts presented. And these things are beginning to unfold. The facts are beginning to unfold now. We know what's in Obi's petition. Now we've seen the defense and the counter petitions that the APC team is making, and I have no doubt that the people, the tribunal, the lords at the tribunal will be able to look at it dispassionately and objectively treat this issue. And if there's any reason that they do otherwise, we still have the Supreme Court, and I believe my lords in the Supreme Court will do justice. So I don't have any grounds. I expect this noise. I got a sense of it in 2019. These same people that are obedient now were the articulates then, and they even had some northerners among them. These guys there was a time one of them abused the hell out of me. We eventually became friends and stuff like that. So it's expected. And mind you, even after the swearing, after the judgment and everything, it will continue. It will continue because it was like that throughout Buhari's regime. And to me, this class of people, they are just not learning. Instead of sitting back and thinking, okay, where have we gotten it wrong, and then why not let's just see how we can improve. They're not doing that. They're just going to continue for the next 8 years, and it sounds that they are preparing their path for another failure in the next 4 years. That's just the truth. If they continue that people continue to dislike their system and by extension their candidate. So if they want to be able to win an election in this country, you must love people, you must respect people, you must respect the rule of law, and you must be disciplined. That's just the truth. They are not, sincerely, they are not.
All right, brilliant. And so they are not disciplined. Tinubu's supporters boil as Uber facts circulate Nigerian president-elect's cocaine business to global audience. So the internationalization, I got it out, of this now narrative. First, open letters to the American president. Now, some publication that has a vast reach, painting the image that the Nigerian president-elect is a drug runner. Hassan was cautioning earlier that all of these things, it impacts on all of us, of course, that already we're suffering an image problem internationally. Add this on top of that, and it doesn't really serve any purpose. So now this Uber Facts thing, they are calling it, so it's very difficult not to call them Uber Eats.
Uber Eats.
Yeah, you know, it's very difficult. What are you making of it? It's a narrative that's been going for quite a while now. But what are you making of it?
Yeah, there are so many lessons to be drawn from that. First and foremost, that in everything we do in life, we should be very careful. If you have lived outside the country before, just like some of us on this platform, we probably know what that guy did. I'm not saying that exactly, but I'm beginning to, as somebody is a banker and somebody in accounting and finance, and I saw that thing, I probably knew what he did. He probably was involved in money transfer, help people. I know some people who do that, help people send money abroad, help people take money from abroad to buy property, and probably make some spread on it. I'm not saying that's what he did, but it just shows that we should be careful, because you don't know when things you do sometime in your life will stand against you and stand between you and a very great opportunity. You understand? I think that is what Tinubu is facing now. He should solve his problem. That's his own problem. That's not mine. If he's not a drug person, but if he has friends who were drug people, you should also know that one day it will rub off on you. You understand? And you can't stop the opposition from not using it. That's just the truth. It's a weapon for them. If I'm the one running against him and I see something that's going to help me to finish this guy and become, especially for someone.
Sorry, Patrick. The issue is this thing has been cycled and recycled and interrogated and perused and put under the microscope countless since 2003. This matter has been investigated endlessly. So what new thing is going to evolve or emerge out of it? They even invited the American consulate to investigate it and no case to answer. So what is it? Is it just name calling, essentially what it is?
Yeah, it might legally, it might not have any implication, but it might be useful to those who are using it. You understand? It might be useful if for example, you think, oh, it's been resolved, it's been this, but if putting it out there is going to earn me some political capital or it's going to enable me do some damage, so you can't really tell them not to do it. It's not a crime if they put it out there, because if it's a crime, if Tinubu wants to show that it's a crime, let him go and sue them for putting it out there. Then he's helping them to expand it. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just that in life, we should be careful in everything that we do. We don't know when it's going to work against us. That's one side to it. Then two, the Obi team, I think Obi is a desperate man. That's the way I see it. His demand is, I listened to that, unfortunately or rather fortunately, the first time I was hearing that church take your country back, seeing that church take your country back video was on your platform. That was it day before yesterday or yesterday? I looked at it, I said, really, this man said this? You will see the desperation. The man just wants it, and the man is using means. It's not as if he has something to offer. He's seen an opportunity and is jumping in and using things that he could use as instruments, even the name of God and Jesus, and rubbishing the body of Christ. And he's just using that to achieve his aim. And some people, I will not call them men of God, because Jesus Christ did not call them men of God. They don't call anybody man of God in Christianity. It's Judaism that they call people men of God. You understand? We don't have men of God in Christian faith in the New Testament. So these people who claim to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ and have been able to mobilize people under their influence, because they claim to have the knowledge of God. These people are not smart. You can see them. See how Obi is able to use them. It shows that the pastors are also not as smart. It's just that people listen to them because they put Jesus behind everything they say. So when they say any rubbish, as long as they attach Jesus' name to it, it doesn't have to make sense. You understand? People accept it. Obviously, Obi is smarter than that man. Now look at Obi. Obi is just using sentiment, appealing to his sentiment, and the man is saying yes, 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 like that. And the guy is calling him yes, daddy. The man is also saying yes. It's not as if Obi is that humble now. Obi is just using him, and that's the only one we've heard. Who knows how many men like that? Look at that man in Plateau State, that black stubborn guy that is so-called a pastor in Jos, and so many other people like that Obi has used for that. So to me, Obi is very stubborn. He's just using people. He has nothing to offer. Unfortunately, Tinubu has some. It looks like the way it is now. It looks like he has some baggage. I don't know. Morally, yeah, obviously, but there's no position that doesn't have moral baggage.
Can you see any circumstances under which Tinubu would not be sworn in? Can you see?
No.
Can you see that?
No.
Okay, actually, the timeline would suggest that he will be sworn in. But can you see any circumstances? A better question. How that mandate will be taken away from him?
No. Because pre-election matter, pre-election matter or qualification matter. Those are supposed to be pre-election matters. Are supposed to have been settled before now. If Ogbeni is on the platform, he will be able to correct me on that. So if you are bringing it up now, it's rather not too late. It's rather too late for them to bring that up now. So I want to believe that that's not going to be possible. And if you see their case,
Mr. Patrick,
yeah.
No, you can still bring up pre-election matters.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can still bring up, especially with issue that has to do with drugs and all that.
Qualification for running, yeah.
Qualification for running and all that. So
okay.
You can still bring those after election.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, if they bring it up and they're able to prove it strongly, fine. Because the issue is that the legal side to this drug issue, we don't know. It has not been tested in the court. When they brought it up the other time, it was the State of Assembly that set up an inquiry and eventually they threw it out. It has never really been, from what I heard, it has never really been tested in court. But the lawyers in Tinubu's camp, they sound very confident and they believe that no, this guy was not even charged, not talk of being indicted. And if they are going to look at the moral side, then the court is not the place to look at that. You take that to the church and the mosque, and you would have used it as a tool in the election. But the church is not, the court is not going to judge me whether I have moral stand, as long as there's no law that defines that aspect of morality. You understand? So if legally is not indicted and is not affecting it, the guy is definitely going to continue to, it's going to be sworn in. That's the way I see it. But it's a lot of damage, just like Hassan said, to our national reputation. But we will get out of that. That's not a problem. But that guy, with this style and this approach, he should forget it. And to me, the problem I even have is that he's even doing further damage to candidates that are coming from that part of the country. That's just the problem I have.
All right. And to the yes, that is tape.
Mr. Patrick, one man, please, can I interject a little bit?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. So, Mr. Patrick, you're saying that if Peter Obi raises up a concern during election, post-election, and he talks about a drug case in the United States, that if he's hurting people from the Southeast, why is it that anytime...
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. Let me quickly correct so that the issue is this. This is what I'm saying. If you see the post-election matters and the approach that is used with the religious people, that's what I'm emphasizing. You see, with the drug case, let me tell you, with the drug case, you can use it. That's what I said. You can use it, even if they say it is, even if they take it to the court in the US and the court in the US say dismissed, you can continue to use it as long as that thing is going to help him to damage his opponent. If I'm the one, I will use it. Nobody can stop him from using it. I said that earlier. Maybe you were not listening. He can continue to use it. But what I feel that he's doing in terms of damage is the way there's a video that one man presented where he was addressing some bishop and some leaders like that. Those are things that are very sensitive. And the North, we all know that you need all the country, every part of the country to win an election in this country. You need south, north, east, everywhere. So if that method is using and the approach is using is perceived as dangerous, if this man continue to use his approach, it's going to affect people from that side because they are going to be labeled as a group that is using religion or Christian group and stuff like that. That's what I'm trying to speak against. Not the drug. If it's drug, that's the Tinubu problem now. Obi tell Amen go they stay with neighbors where they use drug. That's not Obi's problem. Obi can use it now.
My thing is this, Patrick. You spoke well, but my thing is this, right? You cannot just say that Peter Obi sounds desperate. When you want to talk about desperation, Muslim ticket is a desperation. Nobody made this election.
Okay,
hold on,
let me allow you
let me just
make your.
wrap up. Nobody made this election about religion other than the APC. The moment they put in the Muslim ticket, it became a war. Most places that you saw Peter B did not go those places because he went there. He told them he was coming. He was invited, and at no point did Peter B campaign. What he always does is that if they call him to address the church congregation and all that, or maybe a group of bishops, he tells them this problem that we have in the nation and the need why nobody should be sitting on the fence anymore. In the past, we have seen most of these people sit on the fence because if Nigeria is not doing good, the pastors get richer. So why would they want a Nigeria that is doing good? So he is telling them, he's speaking to their conscience, that they should stop sitting on the fence. Because at the end of the day, they will still eat. So that is the issue.
All right, before you respond, Patrick, watch this. It's only 40 seconds.
No longer compete based on character, competence, compassion, and capacity. They resort to ethnic, religious, and be shouting, oh, Peter campaign on religion, oh, Peter campaign on... But they are the ones doing it. I've never in any way told anybody in any church, in any gathering, vote for me based on this. I've said it, do not vote for Peter Obi based because of this part that is from the southeast. People voted for.
All right, sorry, that was the wrong tape. I wanted to play the church take back your country one, but I think I've deleted it. But sorry, carry on.
The one man, you can see from what he said there. That is the issue. I don't know why
hold on, Joel. That wasn't the tape. I can find it and play it, but I think we've all heard it anyway. It was actually when it was saying church take back your country. That's why I wanted to play, because if you take that church take back your country comment and then you marry it up with the this is a religious war, then there's a consistency in that narrative. Church take back your country, and then latterly this is a religious war.
No, one man. There was never a time he made it about a religious war. At every gathering, Obi went. He told them to take back their country. The pastors and the imams are not left out. They are part of the system.
He went to a mosque and said, "Mosque, take back your country." Did he do that?
No, but probably he didn't have opportunity of going to a mosque.
Did he go to a church and say, "Church, take back your country"? Severally?
No. I've never seen Peter Obi in hold on. Let me say something. One man. Okay. I've never seen Peter Obi go to all those churches, like maybe like when he went to maybe like Winners or all these big churches, and they announced his name, and Peter Obi came there to make an announcement. He never did. What I'm saying is that when I think I have an idea of where the video you're talking about. He was only saying something simple. It was a gathering of bishops, and he was telling them that you have to stand up and take back your country. He told the youth Take back your
No,
country.
no,
He
no.
told the
Those were.
teacher, take back your country.
Hold on. Those were his exact words. Church, take back your country. Those were his exact words.
One man. He also said, youth, take back your country. Does it mean that he's trying to chase out the old people? No. He told everybody it is going to be a collective issue. So the issue there
take back your country from whom?
Why must
from the cabals, from those that are holding us back.
Why must a politician
from those that are
be
holding us
religious?
back? And Kulata, you cannot sit here and say that you don't know those that are holding us back.
He was playing religious card now. That was what it means.
No, that wasn't a religious card. No, that wasn't a religious card.
It was a religious card. It was
it wasn't.
No.
Well,
hold on.
You can have your say.
If Atiku had done that, gone to the mosque and said, Muslim or my brother in Islam, it is time for you to rise up and take back your country, what will you say? Will you defend it?
It would have been slaughtered. It would have been slaughtered.
Will you defend him the way you are defending? You will be strongly in the lead, saying that, oh, look at the religious card he's playing. Look, don't let us defend your politician when they have done something wrong. Let us accept it that, oh, this is wrong, and we can move on. It doesn't mean that you are not supporting him or you will stop supporting him, but just acknowledge the fact that, oh, this guy is wrong on this, and then you can move on.
Hold on, Joel. You respond, but before you respond, that 40 seconds.
Thanks. It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy, and we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up, take back your country. God bless you.
Is that deep fake? Is that a deep fake?
Can I respond?
Yeah, go on.
Can I respond?
Okay. Make it a brief response so we can get back to Patrick.
So we can continue. Okay, so what I'm saying is this, right? If you look at that gathering, I thought I've seen something like that. That was a gathering. He was invited by the bishops, and whether you like it or not, there has been this kind of seeming silence, from that bloc, the religious bloc, when it comes to politics and elections. Everybody, because they know that they are always going to be they're always going to be at advantage. So he's telling them that they should rise up, rally up your crowd, go out there, take back your country from the cabals, from the criminals that has kept us where we are. Woman, I do not think that is
hold on. You see, there's a logical sequencing to all of it, and there's a flow to it as well. So he wasn't saying the words were quite specific. We all heard it. Church, rise up and take back your country. So he said that. Hold on. He said that in the course of the campaign. So there's a logical sequencing. From that mind space and utterance to now this is a religious war, which was then in the audio tape of the Oyedepo space. So can you not see how people say that? Church, take back your country. This is a religious war. Can you not see that?
No, I do not see that. The only people spinning it are people like you, and those that want to just make a mountain out of a mountain. The people that invited him on that occasion were people from were a church, was a church, and in that gathering he was letting them know that they have to stop sitting on the fence and take back and rally up their people so that they can go out there and vote. and make sure that that vote counted. So when he used the church, because the church invited him, he was talking in the presence of the church. He wasn't on a campaign and he made that statement. He was invited by the church.
All right. Let me ask you this question and then we'll move on. If it's saying church take back your country, from whom? From whom?
From the criminals. We all know the cabal. We all know those that had kept us. I mean, one man.
Let me ask.
Hold on. Let me just start. Let
Let him land, then ask him that question. Then when you respond to Ajanle Koko, then we have to move on. Yeah.
Okay. So one man, just right now, I think you were talking to somebody. I think it was Fulapa, and you were okay. You made a point about a truckload of precious stones.
No, it's not responding to any question. I'll let you respond to the question. It will come to your turn. You can raise the precious load question then. Respond to my question. I am not. Let me just take my. You are taking my own time. Respond to Adale's question.
I'm responding to the question now. One man.
He has not even asked the question. Adale has not even asked the question.
Hold on, Patrick. I asked him a question. He responded to that. Adale Koko will ask him a question.
That was the sequence.
All right, carry on.
That was the sequence, right? So one man, you were saying something about a precious stone a truck that was impounded by whether the customs and all that. These are the issues we are talking about, one man. We have a leadership issue. Ulata made mention about Congo and what is going on in Congo. One man, it might interest you to know that the iPhone that we use, the major component that we use in iPhone, is gotten from Congo, right? So we all know all these things. So wherever there is an issue of war, an unending war, and you have somebody benefiting, something about leadership, there's a problem of leadership in that area. So we have a problem of leadership. We know those that are holding us back. So we cannot pretend that we do not know them. So that's what Peter B is referring to. So Adeleko, I can take your question from you.
Yeah.
Okay. My question is, would you believe or would you agree with us that Obi Abi did not should have used the right, should have used a better word instead of the way he used it. Church. Maybe the word church, rise up. Maybe it will have used another word better than church. And because a politician, let me tell you, when they are making a statement, they know what they are saying and they know the message they are pushing out. So for him to say, church, rise up, that guy is really pushing for a point. You understand what I'm saying? So would you agree with me? Would you agree with me that it should have used another word better than the church?
No. And I will tell you why. The reason is that Peter B did not play a politics of being politically correct. He told you the way it is. And that is what made his campaign different. He's not there to apologize to you for what he said. He is telling you what the problems are. So whether you like it, whether you want to twist it, in fact, it is only us, the Christians, that put ourselves down. That is the reason why wherever you go in this world, even in the United States, they play football with us. Look at Easter. I took my kids out for Easter. They went there and I thought it was an occasion where people will come out and play. We started chasing rabbits on Easter Day. They are making a mess of the Christianhood. Look at what you were saying.
Hold on. Are you agreeing with Peter B that it is a religious war? Is that what you're agreeing?
No, it's not a religious war. What I'm just saying is that
Joel, let me help you 1 minute. You see, if Obi has said it that Nigerians rise up and take your country back, would that not be better than saying church?
He has
rise
said
up
that. He
and
said that countless times.
huh?
Adelekoko. He
What?
said that
What?
countless times. He
What did
said
you
that.
say?
You talked about the Nigeria rise up and take back your country. Peter Obi said that countless
He
times.
should have
He
said that
told the
is what he
youth,
should have said to them
hold
there.
on now,
They are
hold on now,
Nigerians.
hold on. Peter Obi
When he
told the youth,
mentioned the word church,
Peter Obi told the youth, Peter Obi told the youth to rise up and take over their country. Peter Obi told the women to rise up and take over their country. So the women that he told that they should rise up and take over their country, was he trying to push them against their husbands? What are we talking about?
No.
In a religious gathering. He was in a religious gathering, invited by the church. No, see, he was invited. No. You cannot castigate the word church.
He's playing the religious card to galvanize the Christian vote. He's sending a signal to them that look, Muslims
are they not part of Nigeria? Are Christians not part of Nigeria? If he tells them to get up and take back their country, is it wrong?
Is Nigeria not bigger than the Christian or Muslim?
It is not bigger that he spoke to everybody.
Does he want to become president of Christians or president of Nigeria?
He wants to become the president of Nigeria, and he spoke to everybody. Why does he
not tell them, Nigerians, stand up, rise up, and take your country back? Why pushing that religious card in front of the Christians?
Hold on, the same way he told the northern youth, he told the northern youth that they should wake up. So was he trying to pitch them against their elders? He did that to the northern youth.
Hold on. Sorry, Patrick. Let me just ask Joel a final question, and then we must move from Joel because there's still a lot of people that have not had a say. Joel, just a very brief response to this. When he said, "Church, take back your country," you said it goes around everywhere saying it. So when the Muslim North, they hear him say that, how do you imagine they would digest it? The words we heard it, it's only 40 seconds, so we can replay. So there's no equivocation. Church, rise up and take back your country. So when the Muslim North hears those words, how do you imagine they would digest it? But a very brief, and then we'll get back to Patrick. Joel. So can anyone still hear me?
Yeah, we are here.
Joel, we are here. All right. Let's get back to you then, Patrick. Patrick, you addressed that question then. I think Joel may be taken away by our stuff. Yes, without the rattling of the plates. But carry on.
Yeah, the result, the response of the Muslim North is what we have seen in the result of the election. You understand? So when Obi said he had won the election, I don't know where he was. The Muslim North saw that message. They heard that message. They heard him loud, and he heard from them too. He heard from them, and that's what we saw in the result of the election. But the point is this: Obi couldn't have told those people, Nigeria, take down your country, because he was not addressing Nigeria. He was addressing those. He knew his audience, and he knew the right word to use. So don't mind all this diplomacy that Joel is trying to play. The guy knew his audience. The guy knew the message to give to them. And why didn't he go to, when he went to Nasarawa, why did he tell Nasarawa, say, church, take back your country? Because he knew the audience was not just the church. He knew the audience in that situation where he was addressing were the church leaders, and he knew the message to give to them. And that's what he did. Obi, from the video that a woman played just now, it shows that Obi is a bloody liar. Everybody have been saying the guy lies, he's a liar. I used to think, okay, maybe because he used to quote wrong statistics and stuff like that. Obi is a liar. And not just that, I say from evil men. Obi is one of the evil men. That's just the truth. If Joel of Nigeria he say take your country back from the evil men, Obi is one of the evil men. Just in 2019, I saw him campaigning for Okowa and say, see all the good things Okowa have done. Okowa has done well in Delta State. Is that not a liar? Just after 4 years, now you are saying the man is not fit to be vice president. When in 2019, you said, oh, he has done well for you people in Delta State, all the good job. It shows that Obi is a liar. He's a bloody liar. That's just the truth. I don't care what people think. I will repeat, he's a bloody liar. And that's what is happening now. The guy said he doesn't campaign on religion. And now we have seen there is a liar because that audio shows that he's campaigning on religion. And mind you, the best way to validate the authenticity of that audio is to ask Bishop Oyedepo. I know Bishop will not lie on that thing. He will not.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised by his silence in the whole saga, Bishop Oyedepo? Are you surprised that he's not taking a public stance?
Bishop Oyedepo, if he will want to be silent because of Senate, I'm sure his advisor must have also told him to be silent. But I was a member of that church for several years, and I've been a follower of the man. I read books from him. From what I know and from what I've read, this idea of that conversation and the things they said, Bishop said, like, no, I believe so. It is possible that Bishop does. It's possible. It's not because this was a man started in a church in Ilorin, North Central, and moved to Kaduna in the 80s when there was this religious crisis, Matasine and everything. I knew the persecution his church suffered in Kaduna. And that was what molded his thinking. And this opposition that he claimed to be having, you see him having. The same thing with Bishop Abiy. Those people actually suffered sincerely. The Nigeria of that time is different from what we have now. But that time we used to have heavy persecution of the church in the north, especially in Kaduna. And I know Living Faith in Kaduna under Bishop Abiy and Bishop Oyedepo suffered that persecution seriously. So if you see him reacting this way, it's as a result of the experience he has had in Kaduna and in Ilorin. I know the church in Ilorin at the point was also, the Christians in Ilorin are not many, and they were really discriminated against in Ilorin. And mind you, he schooled in Ilorin. Bishop Oyedepo schooled in Ilorin, and his first church started in Ilorin. So those are the things that has molded what you have seen him. So you can't really blame him because he feels that, look, I've experienced this thing. Can't you people see? But Peter Obi saw that and he's using it. That's the painful part. Peter Obi has brought disrepute to the body of Christ. He has brought so much of a shame to Christianity. In short, I'm disappointed that his brother is a priest. He's such a disgrace. The disrepute he has brought to Christianity has reduced the glory that the church in Nigeria has before now. And Nigeria church has a lot of moral questions to answer.
All right, all the fake
prophecy. No. All the fake prophecy, all those are moral questions that put the church in the front line. And we as Christians have to answer questions to our friends who are Muslims and try to tell them, no, that's not what Christ represents, that's not what Jesus represents. That's a shame.
Patrick, are you not being dramatic?
I'm telling you.
I'm
telling you because you are going too far.
No. I'm just saying, like, so just like you said that.
Look, I'm a religiously sensitive person.
Hold on now.
Hold
on, my brother. Hold on, Patrick. Just because he told the church to rise up and vote in an election, he had degraded the whole body of Christ.
Look at Bishop Coker had always been telling the church to rise up. It will not be the first. Bishop Oyedepo has told the church to rise up and vote several times. I told you I was part of that. I've been a member of PFN. I've been involved in Christian Student Union Fellowship, Christian Union Fellowship. I've been involved with Christian community. The church has been telling people, make sure you play your civic role, rise up, pray and vote your conscience. But Obi has used the church as a tool for political advantage.
All right. Let me move you from that space, Patrick, and move you then to the mineral resources in the north, which was impounded by security operatives for reasons of it being mined illegally. So there's a lot of argument, and in fact, a lot of people believe that actually the most mineral resource-rich space in Nigeria is the north. But are they providing receipts for these resources? And is it part of the Commonwealth of Nigeria, or is it just something that that's being kept to that space? Who is supervising that space? And does it lend further then to that space of resource control? Let everybody control their resources and pay a dividend to the central space. So this interception, your take?
Yeah, actually, that interception they say is because those people are doing it illegally. I want to say is they were intercepted because they didn't pay the right bribe, or they didn't have people who paid it. Are those ones they caught? Are those the only vehicles that are loading mineral to that region? Just like Kulata said, when I was in Abeokuta, I'm talking of 99, 2000. I had clients who were doing. That's when I knew Nasarawa has mineral resources. Played to all of them. Our boys who after school, that's what they were doing, mineral. So why is it only those few people that they caught? They simply caught them because those ones didn't give them the right bribe, or maybe they don't have the right connection. But the point is this: it's a leadership issue, leadership across board. And I must say I'm disappointed in someone like Kyle Fayemi. Kyle Fayemi, as intellectually acclaimed as he was, as he think he is, or he claims around that he is, was a minister in that ministry. Obi did a better job than Kyle Fayemi.
He did nothing throughout his tenure as the
Yeah.
mineral. It's just a total failure. As it was
Exactly.
as Ekiti state governor, it was a failure there as well.
I mean, Obi did better than him because
all he knows is grammar. He speaks a lot of grammar, and that's just yeah. Sorry,
grammar for those who think if I want to hear grammar, I'll go and listen to Soyika Ngozi Adichie and the likes of that. So the guy didn't do well in that industry, and that is part of what is responsible for the insecurity in the Northwest. Just like Kulata was talking about DRC, Central African Republic generally. And if you see recently the documentary by Al Jazeera on the gold documentary by Al Jazeera in Zimbabwe and South Africa. I don't know if you've seen that documentary.
I watched it. It's a 3-part series. I watched it, yes.
Yeah, it was a racket. So that's the problem. The incoming government must do something about it. It should be if you tell the states that look, states control 50% of your resources, I bet you they will invest in the security of that place and ensure that those resources are properly handled. To me, that's it. But you see, Nigeria has been milked and milked for a long time, and it is time for them. If they believe in the security of the lives of their people, the North should pursue resource control along with the South and ensure that the state take charge of their resources.
All right, let me take you to the space. Arewa elders demand Obi's arrest, insist. Oh no, there's too much. Oh God! No,
silent.
No, that's too much. That's too much. So do you want me to give you a moment, Patrick?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, there's a heavy banging in the background.
Banging? No, there shouldn't be banging.
There was some rattling noise as though, yeah.
Has it stopped?
No, it has stopped now. So I was going to take you to the space. The Arewa forum, Arewa elders demand Obi's arrest, insists Tinubu must be sworn in. So Obi's arrest may be a bit excessive, and certainly the political climate does not lend to that at the moment. But what struck me more was the Arewa elders coming out to say that, look, these elections are over, so all of this noise is getting too much, and inviting them that the authorities take a position. So nobody expects the authorities to take a position, but what they are documenting is that they consider the elections over. And as I suspect, the bulk of the Southwest considers the elections to be over. So now this agitation that is still going on, who is propelling it and for what benefit, and when does it stop? Because the North has spoken, the Southwest already has a son there. So now this noise now, is this now the final shut up that we're hearing from the North?
No. The North, the people speaking there at the area, you can't say they are all speaking for the North. It's a group just like Afenifere and the same way we can't say Afenifere is speaking for the whole of Yoruba. You can't claim to say the Arewas are speaking for the North. Are they speaking the same for the same people who voted for Obi in Nasarawa and Plateau in some part of Benue and stuff like that? So It's just a statement. One, they cannot say that Obi should be arrested. If they are going to call for arrest, they should call for the arrest of their own son. That because he was the guy that made the very nasty statement. Obi had not until maybe the tape, which they have to prove in court. Obi has not said anything that have tendency to provoke violence. Rather, he has said that he's going to pursue it through adjustment. So I think Obi had really played relatively peaceful and safe. So if they are going to call for any arrest, you should call for the arrest of that. That's the point.
Why?
And if,
Mr. Patrick, why should I arrest Dati? Why should Dati be arrested?
I'm saying that if Arewa is calling for an arrest, I don't think Dati should be arrested too. You understand? Because
what he said. I mean, I just think that they just blew up what he said. He did not say anything inimical to whatever thing that is going on in the country. He only spoke to our conscience. And if any one of us can be true to ourselves and go there and read and listen to him again, unbiasedly, right? You're going to see that what he just said was just simple. That if in tune with everything that is going on about this guy and with everything that went on around this election, that you want to swear this guy in, you have modern democracy. He never said you shouldn't swear him in. He just speaking to the conscience.
Okay, let me just respond to that. You see, I wouldn't call for B's arrest. I wouldn't also call for Dati's arrest. You understand? But I heard Dati. So my interpretation of Dati is not from what whoever you call the spinner and quote say. I heard Dati and I'm mature enough to interpret what Dati is saying. I've learned over time not to take Dati serious because he's not a very intelligent man. I once said it on this platform that Dati is more intelligent keeping quiet than speaking. And he has demonstrated that over and over again. It is a very stupid thing to go online and say that you don't recognize a government that has been legally and the right institutions have declared the winner. You have a right to contest it in the court, but you can't say that you don't recognize it. And we don't even need his own personal recognition anyway. It doesn't matter who is he. He's nobody. He's just a candidate. And somebody has emerged. So what a big deal. So I feel that Nigeria is lucky that someone like that did not emerge as the vice president of Nigeria. It doesn't look good as a vice president. To me, that's the way I see that Ahmed. So I've chosen to ignore him, and I know now that he knows that he has to keep quiet. I think he's going off Twitter now. He said he's going off Twitter. I'm sure they told him, don't mess up.
Do you feel the Obi space is starting to lose energy somewhat, especially because there's a sense that it plateaued with that now infamous Dati interview with Rice TV with Channels Television showing Okimbaloye. There was a sense that it plateaued, and I think in some of his utterances, like you're saying, Patrick, lines were crossed. The DSS gave an advisory warning to the political space, and then this language of interim government, even asking for a coup and all of that. So that was the crescendo of all of that Obi narrative. But now that space now is almost like it's on the back foot, off the back of these Yes Daddy tapes. And now the pushback by the APC legal team asking that he even just be expunged from elections that has just gone by. So with that Yes Daddy tape, he has lost whatever moral high ground that he felt he had. And I can see somewhat now the ebbing now of support from him. Do you notice that as well, Patrick?
Yeah, I don't want to think so. The obedience are still very strong, and you don't need anything to lead on the obedience. Obi just need to be there and breathe. That's just the point. And even if Tinubu eventually gets sworn in and rule for another 8 years, obedience will still be there as long as Obi is breathing. Because at times I look at the way they are just following these guys, and I'm just unable to process this, to process what is happening. I want to think that, okay, are they just young people catching cruise, or do they really want to articulate a position or take some very meaningful position, or do they have a vision for Nigeria? I mean, collectively, that's what I'm saying. To me, I don't see any of that. The only thing that I see there is that, oh, they want to put their guy, they want our person there too, and that Obi feels is the right person, and I don't know how to talk about him anymore, because there's really not to talk about Obi. There's no positives, and now there are some negatives coming up. It's just there. It's just there as any other person to me now. And these narratives of this hatred and everything will continue for the next 8 years, as long as Tinubu is there. If he's there for another 4 years, it's going to continue. Just like we have Jubilee of Sudan. We're going to very soon. We're going to have Amuda of so that was buried in.
You know,
in
you say that in jest, but the build up to that, you can already see it within the circle. You know, Tinubu, he's out of the country. I'm not quite sure if he's back. And they gave us the retinue of his of where it's going to be. But now they all over the media space, they say, where is Tinubu? Where is Tinubu? You know, that was the build up to the Jubril at Sudan narrative. So they're already revisiting that watering hole. Where is Tinubu? Where is Tinubu? And very soon it'll be in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Exactly, and they will start showing us. They'll start showing us why the eyeballs are different from another eyeballs. I'm sure it's going to be difficult to get another person that has that kind of Tinubu's eyeball. So they're going to say, oh, the eyeball is like this, his eye is like this one, and we are already used to that.
Patrick, I'm sorry. Good evening, one man. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
One man. Do you know that Pastor, what do you call it, Professor Datao is still having that mindset that Buhari is dead?
No, he will never leave that space.
A week ago, he spoke on one platform that I listened to, saying Buhari is dead. I think in Nnamdi Kanu, maybe they should just lock him for inside cell for life, because he has bastardized some people's. Let's just move on. A professor still think Buhari is dead till now. It is well.
It's possible. It's possible now. We have seen instances where people have not died, and we have Nigerian non-TV station announcing that they died. Do you know how many times they said Zeke died? In short, there was one interview I saw Zeke granted. He said his grandson was beside him, and they were both watching the news together, and they announced that, I told you, NTO, your winner for the first president is dead. He said the grandson was looking at him and saying, hey, is this man really dead, or is he just standing beside me? So that's how the idea of saying somebody died and is not new. But these people have, I just felt they could have got out of it by now, but it's unfortunate. Let them say Tinubu is dead. That's a sign that the man will live longer than because look at Buhari now. That man is going to live May 29. It doesn't look like he's going to even die in another 10 years. He's so strong. He looks straight. He's not bent. For people of his age, and somebody of his age that is as tall as that, you expect him to be bent. The man is not using walking stick. He's straight like one, and he's looking fresh and good. I mean, leave that one.
All right, Patrick. Is there anything else that caught your attention in the news cycle before we go on to Ajan Lekoko?
Now, what really caught my attention is this: I read something on the petition and the counter claim. It looks like it's going to be interesting. Maybe when Ogbeni comes, the council still help us speak on that. And it looks like the APC people are taking a position that Obi is not even qualified to run for that election. And
you know that is a matter of law, not a matter of conjecture. If they want to apply the law strictly, it will be expunged from that election because the timeline is a matter of public knowledge. We knew when he was being screened and contesting for the ticket in PDP, and then we knew when he hopped, skipped, and jumped to Labour Party. So we know the timeline between the two. and it wasn't 30 days.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was. So that's the point. So it looks like to me it's going to be very interesting. Unfortunately, they are not going to televise that. We they could televise it, but it's actually not advisable for them to make it a public hearing. So, because
No,
the obedience
it'll be messy.
to create another, yeah, it will create another thing. It will put those judges at risk.
But sorry, I did ask earlier. Do you think because that timeline is an open and short thing? It's not subject to. They're even saying that Obi has started deleting furiously on Twitter. So that timeline is an open and short thing, and a decision can be made solely on that. So if it doesn't meet what because they're telling us they're defending the Constitution and the Electoral Act. So if he is not meeting that Electoral Act that he is defending, then he should be expunged surely as a candidate. His name struck off. What just happened on February the 25th?
Yeah, if Obi, I'm sure those would have brought those things up. The Obi deleting on the Twitter is not likely to make any. I'm sure they must have gotten a judgment to get the copy, certified copy from Twitter and other people, those claims. So before they go ahead and present those facts, so let him delete and undelete. Doesn't make any sense. And the INEC have a record of the people that were submitted, the register of the people that were submitted. As at the time they were submitted, INEC will be able to show whether those people's name was on that register or not. Except maybe there's a bribery that's gone in there. In Nigeria, there's nothing that cannot happen. So, but I'm sure they have their fact before they make those claims. So I don't see any of that happening. But I just feel that he might be disqualified.
I would love to see that happen just for the wildness that we hear from the obedient space. They would just it would be delicious to see how they react to that if they just expect that.
One man, you don't want to say that. You are the moderator here, so.
Well,
that's too strong. That's too strong a position to take. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Leave that to people like me and Thomas.
Yes, I'm adopting Thomas's voice to say
No, count me out. So I'm co-moderator. Count me out. I'm co-moderator. Give that to Kolata.
Hello,
Kolata is a neutral person.
Patrick, before you go, why don't you think that it should be televised live?
You know why? I discovered that the obedient cannot manage emotions.
No.
Wait. I will tell you this way. Or let me not say the obedient. The Nigerian youth, generally, whether obedient or batified or articulate, cannot manage emotion. If they watch certain things and they watch a lawyer drilling Tinubu in a way that is somehow, and they feel that this is the reason why this lawyer, do you know they can go and attack the lawyers for? That's the problem.
Their names are already known. Their names are already out there.
But they are not seeing the argument. They are not seeing the lawyer. You know the way the lawyer asks somebody cross-examine a witness and make him look like a fool. Like they put a Tinubu in the dock and say, "Look at you, this and that. Did you do so and so and so and so?" They ask, and the man is not able to look. They will say, "Oh, that was the reason why Tinubu was disqualified." They will go for him.
No. There's no reason why it should not be televised live. We cannot be afraid of what this non-state actors would do, or what a youth or some group of youths will do. That's the reason why we have security. But I think that if it is televised, that if you are losing, you know you are losing. If you're winning, you know you're winning. At the end of the day, there won't be anything hidden. We will not have all this rancor after the courts. But if you do it under a shady manner, but like you do it under a covered manner where you shield it away from the public and they just get their information out from spinners, like you or one man, and people will start, gravitating towards that, like, oh, that is the real issue. I believe that the real thing people should hear whatever judgment, whatever procedure, or whatever proceeding that is going on live and direct, so that it will not be that
But
this person said
sorry.
or that person said.
Hold on, Thomas. Hold on, Thomas. Hold on, everybody. I'm going to make that a round robin question. What the space that Joel just opened up. So a rapid response to it, not a labeled. But what Patrick and Joel are debating is if the election tribunal should be live streamed. So that people, for reasons of transparency. So we kick it off from with you, Thomas. You wanted to come in. So should the tribunal be live streamed?
Yes, I want it to be live streamed, but my fear is the aftermath of the result or of the verdict. If they can, you know what they normally do, if a witness comes to the court, they can create like a shield to shield people to see the face of the people witness. Because I know obedience, they will go and attack anybody that speak for Tinubu or for any other. They will attack him. We know them. They will attack him. If they can shield the witness, the names of the judges is everybody know the judges. So the judges don't have anywhere to go or to run to. But the witness, if they can shield their name and their faces, why not? Let's have it live. Everybody watch it live. It will be more transparent, but it's the aftermath because people will be killed. I know people will be killed. That is my submission. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. You're up next, Bishop. So it's just a simple question. Do you think that the electoral tribunal, just for for reasons of transparency and a lot of controversy that wraps around this election, do you think the election petition tribunal should be live streamed, Bishop?
Sorry. Yes and no, unfortunately so. Yes, because I believe it should actually be able to. I don't want it to be turned to a circus, just for the fun of it. But if it's going to be, if it's going to add some level of credibility and acceptability to it, why not? But I don't want it to turn it to just a circus note. It become an entertainment or something. And more importantly, because of what the last speaker said, I don't want people to be targeted, to be harassed, to be intimidated, to be attacked, to be, either verbally or we have not even got to that level. Some people are posting pictures of judges on the social media. They are posting their handles, their family, their home addresses, and the rest. That's intimidation. So if it's not going to lead some sort of intimidation, why not? But if it is going to be that violent and endanger some people's life, I think we can do without it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Bishop. So you've already given an opinion on that. Unless you want to expand on it, Patrick.
Can I speak?
No. Yeah, you come in a moment. Let's take it to Ajanle Koko, and then we'll make the way to you to land on our Big Daddy. So Ajanle Koko, you're up next. What are Joel and Patrick were discussing the idea of the electoral tribunal being transmitted live. Is this something you would like to say, Ajanle Koko?
No, it's not going to make any difference. What is the good thing it's going to make to the people? The prosecutor or the is the prosecutor who is the applicant and the defendant, all of them going to stick to their position, and both of them will present their fact before the judge.
Hello, have we lost you? Ajanle Koko.
Oh, can you hear me? Sorry.
We can now. Carry on.
Yeah. So what difference is it going to make? Both sides, the applicant, the defendant, all of them are going to, stand on their position. So what is it that is going to what is going to change? Nothing is going to change. The justices are rare, or the judge, you want to call them, they will listen to them, have them present their fact or evidences whatsoever before them, and on the basis of the law, they will deliver their judgment. So what difference is it going to make? It's just a call for.
But is it not is it not around this language of transparency?
What transparency is that? What kind of transparency does do we have to display by showing the court and the proceeding of the court on election matter? What transparency does that bring? It doesn't bring any transparency. Transparency is the evidences you have to present before the judges. The Osun cases, I mean, the Osun, what do you call it? The Osun State Tribunal matter was not, live stream or show on the TV for everybody at the tribunal. The former government went, then the new governor appealed. At the appeal court, the new governor have won on basis of the fact he presented against the former governor. Now the case is in the Supreme Court, and whoever that have a better case before the justices, that person will prevail. So what different is watching it live going to do? What is he going to do? I don't know what impact is going to make. It's just a call for nonsense. And in the country where we are today, where safety of people is a big challenge, just like what do you call him? Thomas said earlier that if they can have the faces of the witnesses covered up, that people will not see them because of their safety. Why? So what's the point of doing it in the first place? So it doesn't make sense. Safety of people of life is a big challenge in that country now. So we should not put the life of our people at risk. Both the lawyers defending the cases, and the witnesses and people that will be called to come and say something or to present something at the court. We don't have to pay their, and the justices as well. The judges and the justices as well. We should not put their life at risk. So they should let them have their independent, let judiciary have their independent, and let them operate the way they've been operating. Don't let us carry camera and be showing nonsense or intimidating them in the course of carrying out their official responsibility. Do we have what do you call it? Camera showing the president the way he's doing his job? Or do you have camera in the offices of local government or the governors in their offices to say, oh, we want them to see their transparency? Why must we have camera to intimidate judges and justices in their own court? It is called for nonsense. We should stand up against it. No camera. They should let them have, their own space and do their own job in the best way they can do it in accordance to the law. That's my take, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So brilliant. So let's go to Kulata. Same question. So Kulata, the question: should the processes, for reasons of transparency and above board, the Petition Tribunal, should they be live streamed? Yes, I think Kulata may have gone to bed. Let's take that question to Darati then. So Darati, you're up next.
Yes, one man. I will say this: whosoever is pushing that narrative does not in any way is not a patriot. Is not a patriot. I can tell you, the obedience space have shown to be one of the most one of the most vociferous opposition we have ever had in the world in the history of election in this country. And these guys can burn down the country. I don't understand why we want to showcase this on live TV. Probably the final judgment, probably part of it, but not the proceedings at all. See, do you know what? To the extent that many of them, though some went through school, but school did not pass through them. I knew of a guy that was living in the UK there that was saying that he was going to be making skits from Tinubu. Maybe he said you wanted to vote for Tinubu. Don't worry, I'll be making skits. I'll be making money. More skits. And you see propaganda. I've never seen propaganda at this peak. Look at what they did. Uber fact. These guys we copy all our judges. I'm telling you, all our court of appeal judges. These guys are so senseless to that level. You will see them on Comedy Matters, all these comedy skits. You will see them, and you can see there will be a reaction from either side, especially from from Tinubu, the party section. They may react, and if something did not go in the favor of Obi himself, his people also can react, and they will burn down that country. They will ridicule all of us. You see, I think all of us, I think we are still managing our head wherever we are. I'm telling you, you will not be able to walk on the street of wherever you are living. I can tell you that, because of the cluelessness and the senselessness of many of these obedient. I've seen some of them that are very, very mature. They are matured. They bring up intellectual discussions, to the table. But a large chunk, like Gen Zs, they have nothing. They don't know anything about the history of the country. They don't know anything about the political dynamics of the country. So anything that doesn't favor them, they will bully you. They will take all our judges, court of appeal judges, all our Supreme Court judges. They will be on social media. They will use them as kits. They will mess us up as a country. So I believe the right thing to do is just let them just put everything under. It's just a presidential tribunal. They are not the first person that will lose election. I think we have lost election how many times? Even Buhari himself lost 3 times. So, and they didn't televise it. So what's special about them? What's special about Obi? Let's be frank with ourselves. What's special about him? Who is he? What is special about him? That people are saying they should televise. I don't need. It needs to be given that kind of special treatment for not noticing. He doesn't need it. So let the lawyers just do their job, just like Kulata said, Ajali Oko said. Let them do their job and protect their families. These guys can go and attack their families. They will put them on something and they will say, this is the man that did this, that did that. And before you know it, and if you attack one person, you will not know where a particular reaction will come. And the whole country will go into flame because of what? So I believe it should not be done that way. Let it go, on the ground. Probably the final phase, the judgment day or something. They may probably call the guys from the press. Of course, the press will definitely be giving us feedback. That one, I'm very sure of that. So I want to believe. That should be the I think if we had a mature opposition, in the obedience. Look at the article space. How much did you see this vociferousness in article space? In the article space, it's not like that. But in their own case, we cannot manage them. The country is not ready for that problem.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Darati. So, same question to you, Fatai. Hopefully, you are still there. Fatai, you're up next.
Hello, one man.
Salam alaikum.
By the way, actually, my dad was Muslim, my mom was Christian, and I was a mommy's boy. So I'm Christian. Anyway, I'm both of them, but
happy Easter. It's just a form of greeting, by the way. But
yeah. No, I like it. It's wa mi alaikum assalam. Barakatum. Well, one man, your question reminds me of Barack Obama. Transparency will be the touchstone of this democracy. How did that go down? Well, I don't know. I think, so one man, you want these old men who are, these old men. By the time you get to the Supreme Court, you become an old man already in Nigeria. So you want these old men who are by the way using their brain, not their brawn, to be televised live. And I don't know. They don't speak. They don't speak fast like you, one man. They could easily be taken out of context, right? And generally, judges are getting taken out. But transparency is good, right? A lot of courts let's for example, in the US, where many people are, they are broadcast live. But you have to think about the culture of Nigerian courts. I mean, I don't think the Nigerian courts are prepared for that. So I don't think so. But I think the bigger point is what really do you want? Do you want transparency? I mean, put it on a scale: transparency or justice, right? So if you get transparency and no justice, what's the point of transparency? So I think the number one goal of the court is justice.
Can you not have both? They are not mutually exclusive. Why can't you have transparency and justice?
Yeah. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying now. Like, you can have both, right? If you can have both. So that's why I say the culture of the court in Nigeria, if you've taken it into account, right? But even beyond that, I mean, I love transparency. I love everything. I love to see everything. But I don't like anything, even if it's transparency, if it's coming from the angle of self-surrender, right? Self-surrender. If it's self-surrender, because it seems the way it is being put forward, it's a self-surrender. You have to surrender to the loud people. The loud people want to say it live, therefore you have to surrender to the loud people. No, you don't surrender to nobody. You do your thing. The important thing is justice, right? But if they could do it, not out of self-surrender, if they are ready for it, if those old men are ready for it, like if they are really feeling sporty, like, then they can go for it. But if you ask my opinion, I don't think the Nigerian court is ready for it. Nigerian court, where we are still writing down the proceedings and all of that. I don't know. Maybe they have incorporated technology now. Who knows? But I don't think. Especially don't forget, one man. You have not survived the attempt at transparency of Mahmoud. Have you survived? You have not survived one transparency. You want to go another transparency? Okay.
Mahmoud has come out today to say Obi lied. Tinubu was duly elected by Nigerians. So this is INEC now responding to the lawsuit to the tribunal. It says the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has asked the Presidential Election Petition Court to dismiss a petition filed by Labour Party and its presidential candidate Peter Obi, saying the relief sought are not grantable. INEC, the first respondent, stated this in a reply on Monday night at the PEPC Secretariat by its lawyers. The commission prayed the court to either dismiss or strike out the petition for being grossly incompetent, abusive, vague, nebulous, generic, general, non-specific, ambiguous, equivocal, hypothetical, and equivocal, hypothetical, and academic. It's just people are somewhat irritated, and not by the petition itself, but the lack of substance of it.
Fatai, before you go on, why is people always taking their opponents to court? I think they should be taking the INEC to court, because INEC is the one that conducted the election. They should be the losers trying in court. That's just what I think. They should be taking the person they contested with in the election, because Tinubu is not the one that conducted the election in Nigeria. It's the INEC. That's just my own my own brain. No, I don't mimic. I'm talking nonsense
No,
or
no,
not.
I agree with you broadly. I agree with you. So it's really, yeah.
But I like the party to the.
And one man, please. I know you've gone around with everyone, and I have seen. I took exception to what Ajele Koko said, and one other guy. I don't know if it was the Darati guy or I don't know. People be saying stuff here.
All right. Sorry. Let rather Fatai land, and then I'll come to you next.
Okay.
Yeah. Just to make a quick point, what Thomas said. First of all, I think Thomas, you should ask. Maybe they are copyrighting you with equivocation. Everybody now is saying equivocation. Maybe it's from you, the learning. Maybe you need to get some money.
I'll first of all charge one man. One man used my English too much. Go on, my brother.
But I think the question you asked, I think actually Agbakoba was making the opposite argument that INEC should not be involved. That INEC should get out of it and let the parties battle it. But like, if you take somebody to court, somebody benefited from the action. So by default, the beneficiary will be part of the suit. So the party have to be there. And he said they should know INEC should not party, but INEC is the referee now. It's like there's a football game and there is a goal, and the opponent complained that it's not a goal, and you are saying the referee should not be part of the people that check the VAR. How is the INEC not going to be? Is the one that would be one that would defend his declaration? He put up a declaration that this is the winner, so you have to defend it. So both of them have, by default, both of them will have to be there. That's why they are even saying that in the APC petition that why didn't you include Atiku? Because Atiku is a benefit. Because if there is, even if the court grants you your request, who is going to be the beneficiary? By what INEC states out, Atiku has a claim to be beneficiary. So if Atiku is not, so Atiku should be there as part of, because it's part of the beneficiaries. He's the second, Peter B is third, whatever. Anyway, those legalists, they can go and argue that in the court. It's not really there. But one man, with regard to the question what you said, I have already all this agitation about whatever. I have already, the time that I may have already considered it as a joke is from the time I have been waiting to know what numbers made Peter Obi to win. That's why I just want to know, okay, you say you won. Okay, what is the number? Did you win 9 million votes, which is more than the first winner who won 8 million, or you won 10 million? Where did they come from? I was so excited when they say, oh, we won Lagos by 900,000. I was like, oh my God, these disgruntled big boys of Lagos, they have gotten Tinubu space. So they've got him. And I was like, okay. Then
sorry, Fatai. If you look at that space where they said they won Lagos by 900,000, it doesn't even stand up to thought. Because yes, they said they moved their votes to Tinubu. It's a
one man. That is from that time I lost interest in all the agitation. So you say you won Lagos by 900. Okay, let's say you won Lagos by 900. Maybe there's a lot of people who turn out. I was expecting they would say Tinubu wants like 600 or something like that too. Then they came out and said Tinubu won 100,000. Peter Obi won 900,000. Tinubu won 900,000.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
So Tinubu won 10% essentially because those are the two big votes. Tinubu won 10% in Lagos, but Peter Obi won 90% in Lagos. But then Peter Obi won 90% in Anambra, 97% in Anambra. No, you people love your Peking. We don't love our Peking. It doesn't even make sense by any logic. They don't even talk about it anymore. Then when they will now finish it for me, they now said Plateau, Tinubu also won 100,000, Peter Obi won 1 million or whatever. Essentially, they are telling me that Peter Obi has equal popularity in Lagos and Plateau because 100,000 in Lagos, 100,000 in Plateau, and the total is about the same. I'm like,
Fatai, think about it for a moment, and I'll urge people listening as well to just pause for a moment, detach yourself of any emotions and think about it. So let's just say, for the purposes of the conversation, Peter Obi got 500,000 votes, and that Tinubu got 500,000 votes in Lagos. Peter Obi got 510,000 votes. So with that 10,000, it beats Tinubu in Lagos. But what the argument is that Peter Obi actually got 900,000 votes. So there are two things that could have happened. It's either 400,000 votes were deleted, and there is no argument for that because of BVAS. So that is then, where is the 400,000 that should have gone to Peter Obi then? They said they were attributed to Tinubu. So Tinubu now, a Yoruba man, two-term governor of Lagos State, the godfather of that state, he was only able to garner 100,000 votes. And that is an argument. How can it's maddening, isn't it? It's just an annoyance, isn't it?
I tuned out. One man, when I started to hear that, I tuned out. I said, this is joke. I said, these people, they're not even doing averagely, moderately good joke, interesting joke. It's like, what are you telling me? Yes, brother.
Well,
yes,
you
brother.
know, there's a reason why we have this tribunal, right? So instead of laughing at the obedient, let's say there is a reason why we have the tribunal, right? So instead of laughing at the obedient, why don't you wait? Let the case begin at the tribunal so that you either laugh more or you cry more.
That particular joke is not what they submitted to the tribunal.
It's okay now. We are going to show you the results that we have now. It's no problem. Even from the same island, there's no problem. All I'm just saying is just this. Instead of laughing at them,
is that result from the situation room? From the situation room.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it is from my mother's womb. What really matters here is that the courts are there. I mean, it is the Tinubu people that has been delaying this stuff. I thought that probably they were so dismissive of what we brought to the court. They should have, that we should have helped them to file the case quickly. But it's like it's taking them ages to respond to
Labour
something
Party
that's
also
simple.
Waited to the last minute. Labour Party waited to the last minute.
No, because the reason why we waited, we did not wait to the last minute. The reason why we waited to the last minute was because, can I finish, please? The reason why we waited for the last minute was because of INEC would not allow us to get the document that we needed. We were ready to go at the first day. So I'm just saying,
maybe APC maybe APC too was waiting for INEC. They also have a reason to wait. Maybe we don't know.
They did not give any reason.
If you want to know, they don't want to. We can ask them if we are interested. Everybody has a reason.
They've been so cautious, so you don't need to ask them anything. They've been out there, the senior advocate of nuisance. Keyamo.
They don't have a reason. Only Labour Party
stuff you want to say. I mean, he's been responding to stuff. So let's just leave it for the courts. The courts are coming.
They don't have a reason. Only
and that's the reason why I wanted it to be live, so that Nigerians could see live what these people, what these people, this cabal, these criminals are doing to our nation. We cannot just Tinubu, for all I care. When I'm going to congratulate Tinubu, I mean, it's not like it matters, but for me, I have no president in Tinubu until the election tribunal and the Supreme Court matter has come. It doesn't matter where he goes. Even if it did, I just want that truth to go out there, that all this cry that we've been crying, that at the end of the day we were in line. So that's the issue right there. Yeah.
Right. Just to land it, let me land it.
Yeah, land it, and then I'll go to Big Daddy.
So, one man. No, I mean, I love obedience. I love their energy, right? But I just think that, like my favorite line, if there is no hypocrisy, there will not be obedience. So the same obedience say the court is corrupt, the court is this, that, but they only want to speak to the court. On the one day they will tell us they don't want to go to court, then finally they want to go to court, and finally the court is not to be trusted. Finally, but then the only people they want to tell the numbers is court. They don't want to tell us the people that they are telling us that. And not only that, when it was so convenient, when it looked like a nice story. Let me just finish it. 2 seconds, I'll finish it.
Yeah.
When it looked like a nice story, they didn't wait for court. They quickly told us they won 900,000 in Lagos, and they won 1.1 million or whatever in Plateau. So when by the time it started to look, they now saw the ridiculousness. Then they don't tell us anymore. Only they want to speak to court now. Only court, the court they don't trust. But only the court that they don't trust, they want to tell the number. Even on their paper, they don't want to write it down. Only, but they want to just speak to that court. That court they don't. Do you trust the court? Do you not trust the court? If you don't trust the court, why don't you tell the Nigerians that you love so much what the number were? What the numbers were? I just would like to know the number. I want to know where the number came from Ogun State or from Osun State, from Ekiti State, from Kano State, from how many came from the South, right? So
yeah, that's why we say, why don't you wait for the call?
Sorry, Joel. I'm just waiting for him to finish so I can go on to the next person. So let him land.
So for me, that's it. It's good to be, here and there. Osheko here, every today not here, tomorrow not there. If you don't trust the court, tell us Nigerian what the numbers were. You had the numbers from the day, like somebody said now in the situation room, you had all the numbers, but you are not telling us the number. You're only telling us you won. You are quick to tell us you won, but you're not quick to tell us how you won. If I don't know how you won, the only thing I have two numbers already, which is the Lagos number, where you said Tinubu won 10%, essentially, Peter Obi won 90% in Lagos. 90% versus 10%. It's amazing. And then Tinubu got 100,000 in Lagos and 100,000 in Plateau. And they are both about the same total number, about 1 million something plus. So essentially, if you factor it, it will be like 10%, 90%, whatever. So Tinubu has equal popularity in Plateau and in Lagos. From that time, I said, okay, all this is a joke. One man, there's no need to worry about the agitation, And then they go to court and say, okay, hey, one man, even the kicker in the petition, they said ban, okay, throw away the election, cancel the election to do a new election. But when you will now order this new election, ban Tinubu from contesting, ban APC from contesting. So Peter Obi, Labour Party wants to contest only against Fatai. You don't want to contest against Tinubu. If you can beat him, okay, even if they cancel the election and they will do it again, okay, do it again. But he said they should ban Tinubu and ban APC. So they should ban the party, ban the candidate, so that he has only Showore to contest against. But anyway, let's because deal with it for us. But if it's not a self-surrender, I also would love for it to be broadcast. If they are in tune with the culture of broadcasting, fine. I love transparency also, but not as a self-surrender. I will never. One of the things I hate most in my life is self-surrender. It is not a virtue. Self-surrender is not a virtue. One man, thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Fatai. So from Fatai, let's go to Big Daddy Shebi. So Big Daddy, so what the question really is, should the petition be live streamed for reasons of fulfilling all righteousness that transparency played out? So there's a lot of call for that, but is it something you would like to see, Big Daddy?
Definitely no. Yeah, because the Nigerian political space is already awash with a lot of drama, a lot of it's looking like a soap opera that is not ending. It's like Nollywood version 2, and now we need to be preparing for proper governance. A lot of noise going on in the space. The earlier we know that we have a new sheriff in town, the better for us, and that is Tinubu is going to. And then more so, the prayers that submitted by the Labour Party is watery at best, because if you look at the first prayer, the one on the 25% in Abuja, it's not really tangible. The Shetima's nomination, double nomination, that one can be fought easily. But the absence of empirical evidence, forensic evidence, in terms of getting hard copies of the EC38 form, EC38A form, and correlate it with IRF, those are the things that we need to be discussing now. But televising it live on TV is excess to requirement. And then secondly, the third point, the other reasons why I would not like the live transmission of live televising it live is the witness privacy should be protected, and I don't want them. I don't want.
But there are ways of doing that though. You put them behind the shield.
I know, but to me, I'm not really so. I think we should not. It's going to create a lot of divergence, especially coming from the obedience space, because we still have a lot of IPOB. I still strongly believe that there's some IPOB element hibernating under the obedience space. They don't care they don't care about the nation. They don't really love Nigeria. There are IPOB elements around that space that they don't care. They don't care about the nation. They want the water, the baby, the bath, and to be thrown away because they lost an election.
All right, but I wouldn't object to it being live streamed for reasons of just to make sure that, and I don't even mind wherever it lands, but I wouldn't object to it being live streamed just for all righteousness to be fulfilled. And
the obedience space, their minds are made up. Their minds are already made up. Because
but if they see a transparent legal process where all of the arguments are played out in open glare and it doesn't pan out in their favor, then of course that should end that, shouldn't it?
Yeah, but I think the Tinubu's tenure should be prepared for a very, very strong media battle between that space for a long time, and then it's not going to abate. Regardless of the outcome of the tribunal. They are still going to be whinging. They're still going to be wailing. I don't think whether we broadcast it live or not, it's still going to be the same thing because their mind is already made up.
Mr. Woma, can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in. Yeah.
Oh, okay, Mr. Darati. Yeah, you made so many. But make
it brief, though, because I want to move the conversation.
Yes, so many accusations of the obedience, and it's like you're acting like maybe the obedience owe you something, right? Even on the private message, you're one of those that keep saying that you travel to the southeast and you know what they told you and you live in the southeast and all that. This propaganda will not work. All we are just saying in this matter is this. Let's all transmit this thing live. The witness box can always be protected, from the public view. The lawyers already know who the witnesses are. Their names are there. The pictures are there from INEC. So I don't know this thing. You're always painting this thing, making it to look like the obedience are. Well, you've already even put an IPOB into the picture. This propaganda, this thing, I thought that we've gone past this issue, but I think we're still running on this issue, and it's not helping us as a nation.
So what's so special about this election?
Mr. Jewel, what I was talking about there was actually the fact that some people already made up their mind. You see, we have witnessed elections before whereby somebody loses, somebody wins, and you see with time things fade out.
Okay.
All right. I think his system dropped again. But thank you, gentlemen. Let me just move the conversation, and it was a round robin question. But thank you, Big Daddy. I'll get to you just as quickly as I can. But let me get to Ajanle Koko now, who hopefully is ready for us. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko then, so from where we started, just the request for the case to be dismissed out of court, out of hand. The argument that, the case lacks merit, we've heard Ogbeni come here to talk us through how the case lacks merit, and a lot of the counter filing from the Tinubu space is somewhat mirrored a lot of things that Ogbeni has told us on this platform severally. But there's sufficient enough grounds for that case to be dismissed. But do you think the Petition Tribunal, do you think they will have the courage just to go strictly by the law and throw it out of court? Or do you think the political space is so tense that it's almost an impossibility that that case would not be heard?
Greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. They will hear the case. They will not throw it out. They will not dismiss it. They will deliver a very firm judgment on the case. So, and the case will go all the way to Supreme Court. I know that for sure. So, I wouldn't say that they don't lack any merit at all. A lot of us that are saying what they like now is, I can say that they are saying that out of their own prejudice, or the side they, tilt their politics toward. So Obi already constituted about 20 SANs. They have put up a very strong petition, and I believe that.
Sorry, Ajalo Koko. Sorry, what's strong about the petition?
Well, yeah, you are just another layman. You don't know anything about the law.
I asked a question. Now, don't abuse me. I said, what's strong about the petition?
No, I don't need to
expatiate on it now.
No, but
Kulapa. I think Ajalo could just use word that strong as adjective to just to articulate.
Well, let me tell you this. Àwọn bàtìfáyà.
Ẹ máa follow and go.
Ẹ̀yin náà ní similar trait ibẹ̀ láwọn pípù yìí náà.
A wà lẹ́yìn wọn bí eke. A ti dóde wọn.
Àwọn boys kàn rí bọ̀dá mi fín ni, bọ̀dá mi ẹ má dáhùn jàre. Wọ́n rí yín fín ni. Ẹ má dá wọn lóhùn.
You are here today. I'm waiting for you.
I'm waiting for you too, Patoski.
Rational man, unfortunately, Rational man is not here today. Why is Dupsy here? I think you always.
Bọ̀dá mi ẹ má dá orúkọ ọbọ̀ yẹn mọ́ mi o. Bọ̀dá mi táwọn Patoski bá ṣe tí wọ́n ẹ̀ sí lára wọn o. Àti wọ́n máa ẹ̀yin yàtọ̀ sí wọn o. Ẹ má dá orúkọ ọbọ̀ yẹn pẹ̀lú orúkọ mi. Ẹ jọ bọ̀dá mi ẹ jọ.
Aláàgbà mi o. So, well, let us see what the outcome of the case gonna look like. But I believe that look, politicians, whether we like it or not, they don't care about this technology that we have on the ground. Though technology has worked, that technology prevented them from rigging the election massively to their favor. But at the same time, you know what they are? They are very greedy, and they want to win by all means. So I believe that in the court, Obi's team will be able to point out some things which might favor them, but the overall outcome might not favor them. It might not favor them. So, but because the gap is just too clear, the distance between the figures that Tinubu and Obi got, to cancel that gap between them, it will take a long. It's going to be too tough to achieve. So, but for us to say categorically that they don't have any case, I think we are just saying what we like concerning, I mean, with regards to the side we play our politics. So they will surely entertain that case, and the election petition tribunal will entertain it. The deliver judgment, appeal to the Supreme Court will happen, and the Supreme Court as well will deliver their own judgment in the best way they feel is good for the country. So that's the way I see it.
Do you not feel that if the law was strictly adhered to, then the court has no choice but to strike a way out? Even the matter of him not being duly registered as a candidate in that election is a major point, enough to strike him off the list.
Oh yes, woman. If it's not duly registered in accordance to the constitution of Labour Party and the Tinubu team, if Tinubu team could point that out clearly to the judge, yeah, they could satisfy, the judges, and on the basis of that, if the law, what do you call it, the electoral law, favor them, they could strike it out. We don't know what they could do, but
sorry, Ajande Koko, you lost connection for a moment. Are you still there? Ajande Koko.
We can hear you, by the way, one man.
Yeah, no, it's Ajande Koko that we can't hear. Ajande Koko.
I think he's driving.
Yeah, but it's unmuted, but we can't hear him. All right, let's hear from Dupsy then. Whilst Ajande Koko is calibrating his connection. So Dupsy, you've joined us. Don't need to come and cause trouble, I'm sure. Dupsy.
One man.
One man.
Dupsy can invite you, one man. Now, Fatai is sorrow now. Àwọn èèyàn tó máa ń bà mí jẹ́ wọ́n máa ń wà lára àwọn tó máa ń bà mí jẹ́ kí ló dé now.
Dupsy, I love you, my sister. Happy Easter.
I love you so
much.
I love you. You know that now. You know that already, Thomas. Àwọn èèyàn kan jealous bá ṣe sọ love yìí. Fatai, wọ́n jealous wa. Àwọn èèyàn wọ́n jealous wa.
Jealousy.
All right. For the benefit of our audience, all right. Okay. The question, the round robin question that we were asking, if the tribunal should be transmitted live, should be live streamed. Your thoughts on that?
I don't support that, one man, because of all these rascals. I don't support that at all. I don't support. In fact, the emotional intelligence is not even up to what they're going to discuss at the tribunal. So what's the essence of showing it live? These are not intelligent people. They're just there to cause trouble. Their principal Obi is not intelligent. They themselves, they're not intelligent. Obi is somebody that went to Labour Party. I want to ask you, when did they conduct the primaries in Labour Party? He went there to buy it. He bought the, I think, which is, they wanted to go for Pakitomi or which one of them. So he actually bought it. He paid for it. This is somebody, you see, one man, they said they are liars. But when people start lying unnecessarily, when it's tantamount to like a psychiatric disorder, that's when we call somebody a pathological liar. Obi is a pathological liar. He's a guy that lies unnecessarily. He lies as if there's something wrong upstairs. I can't stand this guy, but I won't be using emotions to talk. I'll just talk out of fact. I can't stand him at all. The way they can't stand him when he go hate the principal Wadaku. I can't stand him at all. I don't even like seeing him. Because he's a liar and a deceiver. He has deceived a lot of people, especially the youth.
You're not going to talk with emotions, but you are
With
calling but you are calling Peter Obi a liar. Is that not a what?
But that's the fact. A woman, it's not out of emotions. I'm just stating the facts here. It's just a liar. Somebody that lies unnecessarily or out of compulsion. That's a pathological liar.
Dupsy,
Right there.
is there any clinical proof to what you're saying?
Yes, now, Kulata, all of us lie. Sometimes you can like Kulata now. If you have a girlfriend, if your wife asks you that Kulata, do you have a girlfriend? You can lie. That is acceptable because you don't want your relationship to go down the hill. So you can actually lie.
One man, what's going on?
Acceptable.
We lost you, Ajane Koko.
I was just talking to the air.
Really?
We waited and waited. We couldn't hear a word. Yeah,
can Baba allow me to just flesh out my...
okay. Carry on.
Okay. So ever believe about Jale Koko, Ejo? So for somebody to just lie that, or for somebody like Kulata that I say that I don't have a girlfriend, it is acceptable because you love your wife. You don't want that relationship to go down the hill. So it's acceptable. We all lie. But when you start lying compulsorily and you start lying unnecessarily, that is a pathological liar. That is somebody that has psychiatric disorder. You just lie.
Dupsy, can you give an example of a lie that Peter Obi
told? I can't.
One man.
If I start just giving examples. No, I can't just. You see, one man. If I start stating that this guy has lied so much, and he lies with confidence, that if anybody finds anything about me, let them bring it out. Everything about this guy is wrong. So what are we bringing out? Everything about you, no accident, nothing. You always lie that nobody should vote for you because of your tribe or because of your religion, and that is what your campaign is based on. You don't understand when you say a person is a pathological liar. That is when you're lying and you don't even know that you're lying. It's a psychiatric disorder. It's not something that is normal. So that is why I say this guy is a pathological liar. He doesn't even know that he's lying. You will see that he will come out.
Sorry, Dupsy, but I think that's a bit. I think that's a bit extreme to call him a pathological liar. I think it is.
Mama, please let me talk to him.
You've only one man. You
Hold on, Dupsy. You know why I said it's a bit extreme? Okay. Because we have a wide audience that is listening to us, and for you to just blanketly call Peter Obi a pathological liar, I think the language is strong. But
no, it is not. I said this is a guy that will come out. That if you have anything on me, bring it out. And everything about him is wrong. He said, don't vote for me on the basis of being tribal. Like if you're an Igbo, don't vote for me on the basis of tribal or religion. And this is what your campaign is based on. You went to Labour Party to go and buy the primary ticket. Go show no person now. This is somebody that doesn't have any morals at all.
Hold on. Let me push back at you a bit. I don't think Peter Obi. I don't think Peter Obi bought that Labour
He bought
Party
it actually.
I don't think so. Let me tell you why I don't think so.
Okay.
The candidates that they had in Labour Party was just a nondescript person, and Peter Obi is a star name. And they knew that the profile of the party and their chances at the election is that much more enhanced with Peter Obi on the ticket than just some obscure name. I think it was actually Patu told me that they were going to put forward who is just going to turn up and speak English once or twice and then fade out. So I think they were glad to have Peter Obi there, and they, both hands they gave him that ticket.
Money exchange hands, one man, take it or leave it. Money exchange hands. This is a guy that is not straightforward. Babanla only. Obi Goman son now, he's a thief now. So he stole the thing from Party Tony. He bought it actually, he didn't steal it. He bought it from him. So that is why he became this thing, that they are presidential candidates. It wasn't even fair. The process wasn't even fair. Let's look at it that way. And this is somebody that's talking about fairness, justice, and whatever rubbish that they campaign on. They're hypocrites. Now they will come and start talking down on my own Jagaban. What's all that for?
All right. Let me ask you a question.
Okay,
and I want an honest answer.
Okay.
How much is ethnicity? How much does ethnicity play in your opinions as you're expressing them?
Ethnicity, in my opinion, is Ashiwaju Mobi's Is this me? Ethnicity.
Is this
let's leave ethnicity out of it, one man. I'm not doing it now. Let's leave ethnicity out of it. So let's put Obi and Ashiwaju on the same pedestrian and Atiku. Is Ashiwaju their mate? Because the guy is not fair, everybody will agree that they will choose Ashiwaju if he's supposed to be like some 10 or 20 years ago. All these children, they are choosing Obi over Ashiwaju. They're not being made, so I want junior now. Then be mates in everything. Just talk about their antecedents in everything. This Anambra now, we don't even know. We've looked for what Obi has done, nothing whatsoever. We can't even find one thing that he did successfully when he was the governor. So what are we talking about?
Let me show you something that somebody sent in.
Okay.
It's an image, so you see it on the screen in a moment. This was the storyline involves Peter Obi and Charles Soludo. So on this image that you see on your screen, Anambra spent 6.9 billion on Atani Ozubulu Road. So that was under Peter Obi's administration. But then now, fast forward, however many years later, February, just a couple of months ago, so Ludo flags off Atani Ozubulu Road, drum support for Abga candidates. So that same road that 6.9 billion was spent on just barely under a decade ago. So whatever happened, that road is now being built by Charles Soludo again.
So that's it, one man. So what are we talking about? How do we compare this guy to Ashiwaju? I don't understand. I don't even understand. So people are saying Ashiwaju is not okay again. He's now frail. He's getting older. Yeah, it's a good argument. So let's look at the person that they want to now queue behind and say this is going to be the next president of Nigeria. What has he done before? We can't even pinpoint one major project that this guy has done in his 8 years.
Doopsy, he bought a laptop for students.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
a good
that is
thing, isn't
wrong.
it?
Yeah, it is. Imagine that. Me, say, I didn't buy laptop for people. I cannot be anybody. Like I don't be local government chairman. I didn't buy like. Imagine that.
All right. Doopsy, can we get back to Ajanle Koko now? Because Ajanle Koko was talking us through a narrative just before he lost connection. So
Thank you.
Ajanle Koko, back to you. And so you were talking us then through why and I think you were just being diplomatic somewhat with language, because a lot of people just feel that there is no case to answer, and really the court should move very quickly to throw this application out of court so that the country then can settle into permutating how the next government should be. There's more than an abundance. You know, one of the arguments as well, because they've just filed their countersuits, the APC, one of the arguments as well that Peter Obi's plea for the court to declare him as president, it took no cognizance of the role that Atiku played in this election. So for them to declare him as president, they have to completely forgo and forget that Atiku was a participant and actually did come second, for them to then leapfrog to this now plea by Obi. So a lot of it, and what the Tinubu space was saying, the APC, was that Atiku should have been a party in that suit as well. So he equally should be sued because there are two people that needs to be out of the way for Obi to become president. So a lot of it very feeble and very watery and really a waste of the court's time, Ajale Koko.
Yes, I think some technicalities are emerging on that lawsuit with regard to this call by the Tinubu team that Atiku should have been a party in the suit as well, because he's second in position. So how dare you want to jump from third to fight the number one? What happened to number two? You don't have no case with number two. What are we going to do with number two? So that number two should be rubbish away or what? So that's a technical aspect of the legal fight that will be very interesting to hear the outcome, the law court. So, but like I was saying earlier, we cannot be here and then dismiss completely that it doesn't have case because we are not lawyers. Lawyers, have that skill and expertise, to argue their case and, turn it around to their favor. Even sometimes some case that look very impossible to win, lawyer can turn it around and get it in favor of their client. So we have seen what happened in the case of what do you call it, Nnamdi Kanu versus federal government. They came up with maybe 30 or 50 count charges against him, but we have seen it. The federal government has been defeated on so many grounds. So many of the charges against Nnamdi Kanu were knocked off by Nnamdi Kanu lawyers. So we cannot totally dismiss that he doesn't have case, but I believe that APC, they are not sleeping as well. They have a very good team of lawyers too that are ready to defend their victory and defend it and defend it well. So, but another point that I was saying the other time is that if the APC can really establish that Obi got his nomination through fraudulent means, through the back door, and could not satisfy the constitutional provision of the party, that could cause a very serious setback for him in his pursuit to overturn this Tinubu's victory, because their party, it is well stated in their constitution that you must be a 6 month a member in the party for 6 months before you can secure a nomination to nomination.
Well, is it 6 months or 30 days?
I think they are saying that 6 months. I might be wrong. Maybe it's 30 days, but I think I heard it that 6 months. You must be a member of the party for 6 months and must have been contributing financially, to financial. You must be a financial member as well. So, and failure to satisfy that constitutional provision of their party, you cannot be a nominee of that party for any position whatsoever. So, but I'm not sure if it was a member for 6 months or even for 30 days. Even if for 30 days, I'm not sure, because he hurriedly left PDP to that. But Tinubu team are ready to. They will defend their victory and they will defend it.
But Baba Jale Koko, how will they know when he joined? They can concur a fake letter to say he joined 30 days earlier. To find out that would be difficult, isn't it?
Oh, they will get them. There's no way they want to do that. They will get it. They will call for all the party registers and everything. So, and they know the day. They know the day. They know the day he left the PDP. So every records are there. There's no falsification that they can do. That we really, with regard to the register of what do you call it? Labour Party, that will help him in this matter. So they are ready to. The Tinubu team, they are experienced.
Ajale Koko, let me give you 4 very, very, very quick paragraphs. It says, for the tribunal to grant prayer 3 of the petitioners, the tribunal must for the tribunal to grant prayer 3 of the petitioners, the tribunal must have set aside the scores and election of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar must be heard before his votes can be discountenanced by the tribunal. The ruling party told the court that Obi's petition and the identified paragraphs were in breach of the mandatory provisions of paragraph 4 of the first schedule of the Electoral Act, saying paragraph 60 to 77 of the petition are non-specific, vague, and or nebulous, and thereby incompetent, contrary to paragraph XYZ of the schedule. The party argued that the allegations of non-compliance must be made distinctly and proved on polling unit basis, but none was specific or provided in any of the paragraphs of the petition, adding that paragraph 59 to 60 of the petition disclosed no identity or particulars of scores and polling units supplied in the 18,088 units mentioned therein. So if they don't throw that thing at a court, it will be a miscarriage of justice, and more to it, a waste of the court's time.
Well, yeah, they have to prove. They have to be very specific in on what they are challenging. The result at polling unit, state, local government, state. They have to be specific on what they are challenging at the law court, what they are praying for courts to cancel, and what they are praying for courts to look at. They have to be very, very specific. If they're not specific, then I don't know what to say about them. That will, will be regarded as just waste of time, or just that'd be so
sorry, who's that sound coming from? Sorry, that was Patrick. Sorry, carry on.
So if they don't have a specific area, unit, local government or state that they are challenging with their own fact, that would be so bad for them. So, but I believe we have the tribunal are very competent in doing this thing because they have been handling it for a long time, so they know what to ask for, and and they know how to deliver their ruling as quick as possible. They won't waste no time. They will ask for evidences, to challenge evidences, from the OB team that is challenging the result on the specific time. If they don't have it, they won't waste no time, So let's just wait and see what they are going to do. But I know for sure that judiciary are ready, and they will look at it thoroughly, and they will deliver a fair ruling in this matter. So that's my take on that.
All right, brilliant. Sorry, Patrick, did you want to interject? Because before I move Ajanleko on to another topic, I saw you on mute. All right.
No, you can. I don't want to interject again.
All right, brilliant. All right, Ajanleko, let me take you then to the space. We thought we'd had a laugh at it, we had a chuckle, and we saw all the skits, and then we thought it was done. But of course, when you have them on the floor, then you hammer some more. You saw Israel Adesanya, whatever his name is, the UFC guy, when he had his guy. So going in for the kill then, Lai Mohammed, leaked audio. Is it fake or doctored? This is Lai Mohammed. So Lai Mohammed is in the United States at the moment because that is where the obedient movement have moved their agitation to. And he's there to run counterinsurgency amongst the decision makers in the United States. So now he's now flashing up this Yes Daddy tape. So that Yes Daddy tape, as we all know, because they didn't see it coming, you see. And by the way, I thought the Yes Daddy tape was when this election, when the obedient movement started to spiral, because that was where they plateaued and started to regress, that obedient space, because that Yes Daddy tape, it caught them off guard, and they did not quite know how to handle it, because the moral indignation, the righteous indignation, and the moral rectitude that they claim they are hinging their agitation on, it all completely dissipated off the back of that Yes Daddy tape. So that Yes Daddy tape, now they're telling us, because you know that it caught them on the hop just because of the response. So we've got about 10 responses, but the highlight of the responses is that it's either completely fake and it did not happen. That is very difficult to sustain. But then they are also telling us that it's doctored. And what Lai Mohammed is inviting then is it fake or is it doctored? And if it is doctored, where are the courts and what exactly did you say? So what are you making of that argument by Lai Mohammed? And more to it, why have we not heard from Oyedepo?
One man, I haven't listened to that tape. I don't see anything doctored there. It was direct, straightforward, nothing that showed or missing, as listening to the flow of the discussion, of the conversation between him and the pastor. You cannot pinpoint any part that appeared doctored. I don't know the way they want to defend it. Obi himself cannot deny that is not his voice. he cannot deny that he was the one saying yes, sir. I mean, daddy, baby, or what did he say?
Yes, daddy. Thank
Yes,
you,
daddy.
daddy. Thank you,
Yes,
daddy.
daddy.
You
And
know, when I give my son a chocolate against the will of the mom that says Mafumo, he'll say, "Oh, thank you, daddy." So that's what thank you, daddy. Yes, daddy. Thank you, daddy. Oh God. Oh, thank you, daddy. Oh my goodness me.
so,
Oh my God. I really call Nigeria here,
yeah,
man.
they don't know what is coming next. Maybe they have some more that they're going to throw out, you know.
You know, they're threatening that they do. You know, they're saying there's still more and more damning as well. They're saying
The politicians are very bad people. I'm telling you, man. You don't when you try to fight those in power, they will use everything to fight back and ridicule you and bring you down completely. So I think that is what they're trying to do against Obi. So what I'm saying here is that they should I mean, the tape has been released now, going to 2 weeks, maybe 1 week or the other, going to 2 weeks. Why haven't they come out with their own version if actually anything was doctored in that tape that in the public space? So,
Baba Dale Koko, I'm sorry. I want to ask you this.
yeah.
If something could be doctored, that means there is a original.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yes. So nobody can tell me all those conversation was doctored. There was an original. And even the response of Oyedepo and Peter Obi, it flows.
Oh, yeah.
It was a flow conversation.
Yeah. That I
It
don't
was,
see
yeah.
any part that is doctored in that conversation. It was direct. It was clear. I mean, everything went, cordial between them. You can see the strong relationship as they flow. I mean, as the discussion was, I don't know. I don't know what they are trying to defend.
And Ajani Koko, you will see that is not the first time they are calling each other. It's a friendly conversation.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
They are, you will see in that conversation.
Yeah. And the people were asking him that, he said, "Where are you now?" He said, "Are you in the east?" No, Oyeko said, "How is the east?" He said, "East it is calm in the east, and I'm in Onisha now, ready for the election." And Oyeko told him, "Don't be." He used a particular word. He said, "Don't be."
Discouraged or despondent or something like that.
Don't be discouraged. Don't be. I mean, it's like cool down, cool it down, cool be. I mean, just calm it down. Don't worry.
Don't be agitated.
Don't be agitated. Some kind like that. Don't that. I was saying, like as if he was talking to a baby. When you're talking to your boy, that I mean, what is wrong with you? Don't be agitated. Just calm it down. Relax your mind.
Ajale Koko, you know the flow of that conversation. It's very difficult for anybody to query the authenticity of it because, like I'm talking to you now, you were in the flow of something. I interjected you, and then you pick up the flow. So there was a natural fluidity to it.
Yes.
It was just the flow of it. It doesn't. Yes. It is not contrived in any way.
Can I interject?
Hold on. Well, ask Ajale Koko. But make the interjection short, Joe, because the interjections often spiral.
Yeah. What I'm saying. I think I have told you people that there's no way you, except there's a premeditated move. There's no way you make a video where there is start from a ringing, or maybe we can try it and say it. So I start calling you now, and somebody's recording it somewhere. So that means there's already someone prepared to do that. So we should always think rationally.
All right, let's tackle that space because that was the next question I was going to ask Ajale Koko. But let me just bring that question into what you've just said. I was going to ask you, Ajan Lekoko, who you thought recorded it, if it was the security agency or it was actually Oyedepo. So now, to what you said, Emmanuel, it depends on how the recording was made. If the recording was done in real time, if it wasn't an intercept and somebody was actually recording the conversation. So this is why I am asking the question that I was going to ask the question to Adan Lekoko, that does he think that it was Oyedepo that did the recording? If it was within that Oyedepo camp that the recording was done, then the phone would have been ringing. He would have said, oh, that's Obi, help me record it. And then whoever was recording it would have then set the recording device as the phone was ringing. And then he would have just picked it up and then the conversation could have been recorded. So what you are saying is if it was recorded by security agencies or if it was recorded remotely, then it might not necessarily pick up the ringing tone. I don't know if it would. I don't know if it wouldn't. But if it was recorded in real time at that spot by an external person, then very much so, the recording will be recorded. The ringing will be
That's
recorded.
what I'm saying exactly. That means somebody's already prepared for the call coming. And another thing you need to find out that immediately he picked the call, he said amen. So there's something that have been done before saying amen, daddy, or something like that.
No. That's the usual greeting from. It's a standard greeting from all these
the
preacher
first
men.
statement cannot be amen. That means there's something I've said before amen. Do you understand?
No. That's the speak of a preacher man, isn't it? Is that not the language
One man,
of a
I
preacher
told
man?
you now. You have not even greeted me. I said amen.
Am I a preacher man? Is that how preacher men speak?
No. We are now taking logically now and rationally. So I'm calling a pastor now. Just I pick the call and the first thing that comes is amen. So who does that?
Some pastors do. That's what I said to you. That's the language of a preacher man.
Now, I'm just pointing things out for you guys.
No, you're not pointing anything out. Everything you said so far is not.
Like I used to tell you people that I'm a software engineer. So I'm just giving you some areas where things can go wrong. I'm not against.
You've not done that. You've not done that though.
One man,
you have said the recording could not have picked up the ringing tone. But that
it's not possible. There's no way.
Yeah, hold on. But that is if it is being recorded remotely, and there is nothing to say that it was or was not. And I don't know if
So that's what I'm saying. Maybe allow me to learn. It's either that somebody already prepared, waiting for the court to start.
No. There's no logic to that either. The phone rings. Peter Obi, Oyedepo has Peter Obi's number. As Peter Obi has Oyedepo's number, that's how they're able to exchange phone calls. Oyedepo, of course, a big man. He has a retinue of aides around him, trusted aides. When the phone rings, Obi's face or number shows up, and he says, "Abame record, Kini, help me record this thing." So if it was recorded from Oyedepo's end, then what? There's no logic to what you're suggesting.
One man, I don't think that your logic is rational to say that immediately the phone recorded. That means there's somebody already waiting for because the call lasted, the ringing lasted. Do you get? And it started immediately. Not that there's something have rang for like some,
How would you know when the ringing started?
The ringing is just barely. It's not even up to a minute.
Yeah, but how do you know when the ringing started?
If I start calling you now, your phone will start ringing, right? So if I need to wait, that means somebody needs to be close here and waiting for that phone to ring so that that recording will start immediately. Or I just need to call someone, come and start ringing. Somebody is calling me. Do you get my logic? So that means somebody's already prepared.
Get your logic. There's no logic to it. There's no. You want to present a propaganda, but let's interrogate it.
One man, it's not propaganda. I say
Stay where you are. You can go further, but let's interrogate where you are first.
Yes, I'm not moving. I'm not moving from there.
What is his position?
I'm not moving.
No, he's trying to build up. We know where he's going because he's presented it before. But Okay, carry on.
No,
Just
no,
give
like,
it to us.
is
Yeah, give it
it
to us.
saying that it was a DSF recorded it or Peter Obi
No,
recorded
I'm
it
not
or
accusing
Oyedepo
anyone.
recorded it?
I'm not accusing
Eh?
anyone. Neither am I denying
Okay,
the
that's not the
video or
position now.
against
Who
the video.
recorded
So what I'm
it?
saying, listen,
We are
Fatai,
just
let me
wasting our
come.
time now.
So what I'm saying that if he calls Oyedepo, right? So what I'm saying is that, for instance, if that call come, that means somebody's already prepared for the waiting for the call to start. That's my argument.
No, hold on. Why do you say that?
Exactly.
Why?
So exactly because that immediately that call lasted. The call lasted. The ringing lasted for some seconds. So somebody was already waiting. So that means for the call to last like that, that means the person waited. Do you get it? No, the person was standby before that call
Yeah,
picked.
that makes sense. But which side? Which side?
Oh, what I'm saying now, this is what I'm pointing out, because already somebody is waiting for his call to come in for that recording to take place. Now, that is one logic to it.
Yeah, but no, sorry, Fatai, no is the answer to what you just said. No.
One man, that is you are the one that's saying no. Because
no, logic is saying no, not me.
I know technically that it is impossible to record a ringing tone while you're calling somebody remotely. It's not possible. Then it is possible to prepare or pre-edit what is going to happen. That this man is going to call me in the next 5 minutes. Just stand by and wait. Immediately call.
Okay, hold on. Okay, let's stay in that space that you are. Okay, so I'm not taking it as gospel that you cannot record a ringing tone, but let's take that as just for the purposes of the argument. So now let's now say that the thing was recorded in real time. So the phone rings. Let's imagine first. Oyedepo is the CEO of a multi-national religious organization. So I'm sure it is not your expectation that Oyedepo will be by himself at all times. So he will have a retinue of functionaries around him, trusted aides, at least 2 or 3. So now, if that phone is ringing, I'm pretty sure that this is not the first time they've been recording anybody, because of course the level that they are functioning. If that phone is ringing, all it needs to do is say, record this for me, and it will just wait a moment and then pick up the phone. So it's not as though they will go and suddenly they are waiting. There's no logic to what you just said. Absolutely none.
So one man, we are still in the same page.
Yes.
Actually, we are still in the same page. Somebody was waiting. Wait, somebody was actually waiting. Somebody was waiting for the call.
Did you hear what I said?
I hear what you say. Regardless of what you say, somebody was waiting for the call to be recorded.
No, but that's not true. Just pay attention. Suspend your pushback and listen to what I'm saying. Oyedepo, because it's like somebody like Bill Gates, but with the religious something. So he has aides around him in most instances. So it's not as though they were waiting for Obi's call to come in. So that's one. And then when that call comes in, Obi's name will show as the caller. So that's the second bit. So and the third bit is it is my suspicion and it is my assertion that will not be the first time that they have recorded some call that they wanted to record and document for whatever reason. So that's the third bit. So when that call comes in, you said they rang for a moment. So when that call comes in, all he had to say to the functionary that is already there, well, whether Obi was calling or not, to say, this is Peter Obi, record this for me. And as they have done probably in the past, they'll just set the devices to do the recording and he'll put the thing on speaker. So there's nothing complex or complicated about it.
You are the one that actually going deep to explain it. So
no, logic explains it.
No, not logic.
Logic explains it, not me.
Just to say it categorically that it was somebody that it was already prepared movement. Do you understand? So let's just get to that fact, right? So if it actually happened, that means the prepared movement that took place, not when it was calling that it took place. Then another one I'm pointing out that I cannot call you. Then your first greeting is MM. So who does that?
A preacher man.
One man. Let's look, brother. What is your claim? Are you saying it's what is your claim? Actually, what is your claim?
No. We're interrogating this whole thing, and this man has come out to tell that
interrogation is towards a purpose, not just interrogating. What is your
and
claim?
Has come out to tell that it is doctored, it is fake, doctored, right?
No, which one? Is it doctored or fake? Is it doctored or fake? Which one?
I know when something is doctored, that means that thing took place.
Yeah.
Right? So now what I'm saying is that if that video eventually took place in the first place, get me right.
Yeah.
There's one flaw. I have pointed one flaw already.
No, you have not.
Yeah.
You have not.
What flaw did you?
They're already prepared for the movement. Then another one is that I pick a call.
No. Sorry, you can't steamroll now. You've not established that. I've just explained to you now that there was no reason for them.
One man, even if he established that, that's not a flaw. How is that a flaw? How is that a technical flaw?
I'm not saying it's technical flaw. I say that one is already established, and I'm not arguing about that.
It's not established.
It's not established. Just hold on, Fatai. It's not established just because you said so. It doesn't stand to logic. Sorry, Fatai. Carry on.
Yeah. It's not established, but even if we assume it. Even if you are zooming, so how is it a flaw? What flaw are you pointing out from that?
No, what I'm saying is I said the prepared move, but what I'm pointing flaw is that if it is somebody's telling me that the call pick from ringing, that's how the phone is. I can argue with that. I can argue with you that from now to next year. So, but if it is a prepared move, I will agree with you. It is a prepared move.
Okay.
That's why it started ringing. So I'm not arguing that.
So what is the flaw there?
Listen now. So what I'm saying now, the next one is that I can't pick a call, no matter who you are, whether pastor or reverend, to say amen in the first start. So how does that?
You say you are a software engineer. Leave that. That is for sociologists. That's not for software engineer. I can say whatever. You can call. Depends on our relationship. You can call my friend. My friends call me. I say. I answer the call. You don't know what I say.
Fatai, forget any field you are. Let's think rationally.
No, you said you are software engineer, but you are speaking to sociology.
I can't call you Fatai like this.
No.
Without
Don't worry.
Listen, without greeting you, I'll say amen. Who does that?
It doesn't matter. It depends on our relationship now. It depends on our relationship. That one anybody can say me. If you call me,
matter how relationship that's what they call gentle pleasantry. We have to exchange that.
Brother, this is relationship now. This is relationship.
Hold on, guys. Fatai Emmanuel, please hold on. Let me say this, please. Do you know there are some Christians, if they call you, the first thing they will say is hallelujah. That is the white garment church. Do you know that?
Not this level we are.
Let me finish now, please. Let me finish, please. Emmanuel, please, let me finish. So, a white garment church, if they ring you, they don't say hello. The first thing they will say is hallelujah. Do you know that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you don't.
I thought you don't know.
He just wants to push out
it's not. Let's stick to the context we are. Let's stay where we are. Let's not move from round to round. Let's stay where we are. A politician called a pastor to solicit for a vote. The person that comes from his mouth is amen before hello.
Brother, you are not an authority to decide on that. To say it's not possible. On what authority do you say it's not possible? On what authority are you saying it's not possible? Are you a sociologist? Have you done a research?
Can I interject?
Excuse me, brother. Do you have a research that tells us that pastors don't say amen when they call?
I need to get
Yeah. Hold on, Bishop. Let's hear from Zita, who's just joining us. Zita, are you hearing what I'm hearing?
Yeah. The guy is speaking, and what's his name?
Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, you say you're a software engineer.
Yes.
What app did you use in listening to the audio?
Did I need to use app? I use my ear to listen to the audio.
No, I just asked a question. When there's, as a software engineer, when you get such a thing, do you have a detector?
Because it's what we do. I don't need to use a dictator.
You
because
need before you start this argument, you need, hold on, let me finish.
Listen, that's a software you used to do it before it stopped.
I came in because you said you are a software engineer. I was dressing for work.
Yes.
So that's why I wanted to interact with you.
Okay.
Most software engineers or people who do cybersecurity, they usually have an app. Whenever they send something to them, maybe video, maybe audio, it goes synchronized. It goes directly. They don't need to watch it or listen to it in the YouTube version. Because in the YouTube version, you will not know whether it's fake or not. Now, before you say that an audio or a video is deep fake, it shouldn't
I hope you understand our argument before you. I'm not faulting the video. I'm not saying that the video did not take place. Maybe you should understand the angle I'm coming from.
Okay. What is your argument first?
My argument is that there is no way I will call you right now and you're calling me now for my phone to start recording automatically. It's not done. So except somebody listen. Okay. Except somebody is already prepared, waiting for that call to come, so you're able to record me.
Accurate.
So that is the argument.
You are very accurate. That if you use a dictator to listen to that audio, you will know that that audio was recorded at the receiving end.
Exactly.
Who called who.
So that is the point.
Let's be objective about it.
That is the point.
The dictator cannot tell you. It can only show you the wave in the direction the call is going into. So when you look at the wave going to where it's coming from and where it's going to, and when you pick, it was intentional. I don't want to say anything because this is
so now the whole platform understand me that it is already prepared. It's a prepared move. I won't
say it is a prepared move, but I will say the recording was intentional in the sense that if you look at the number of times the phone rang before they picked it, you will know that they were prepared. First of all, when I listened to it, I thought it was a land phone. But on a closer look, I found out that it was a mobile. So that phone rang, they saw the number, they got prepared and waited. Immediately they got prepared. They waited for it. They said, okay, are you ready? Now, if one man can play down that audio again, you will hear a voice. Immediately that phone was picked.
Okay, I'll play it just up to that point. It's 4 minutes, but let me just play a minute of it.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you.
And by the way, it didn't start with amen, like you said.
Yeah,
no, it starts. Maybe. Wait.
Let's see.
Play it again.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen.
It didn't start with amen.
Praise the Lord.
He does. He said amen. He didn't say praise the Lord. He said amen. Maybe you can.
Okay. We listen again.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get.
So there were
He
false.
said amen after praise the Lord. He said
No,
amen after praise the Lord.
the first comment in that video is amen before he starts. Good
No,
morning, Daddy.
no. It's
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are.
Obi
Brother,
spoke
amen was
twice.
the last.
Obi spoke
What are
twice
what
before
is
he
this
said it.
now?
I mean, what's going on?
what,
What are you
what has
doing
he
now?
said wrong?
I don't know.
No,
What's going
What,
on
what,
here?
what
no.
is
What I'm saying,
what
what I'm
is
saying before,
Emmanuel?
listen,
What is Emmanuel fight?
before he said, "Good morning, Daddy." The first statement he made is amen.
No,
No.
What is
He said,
okay? What is
praise
the
the
first
Lord.
statement he
Bishop
made?
said,
He
praise
Tell
the
me,
said
Lord.
praise
tell me
the
the first
Lord.
statement he made there.
Can I interject?
He said
Madam
One man, what
Sita,
is this
please.
joke now?
Let me say this, please, guys, please. One man, please. There was somebody speaking at the background of
There was
either
no
of
one
Peter
speaking. That was
Obi.
Peter Obi's. That was the voice of
Hold
Peter Obi.
on. You will
That
not
amen was his
listen.
voice.
Let people
No, there is
talk.
background
Just
noise.
listen. Just
There is no
listen, please.
background noise.
Can you please
There is background
listen?
noise, brother.
Can you
Oh, there's
please
no
listen?
background noise.
Emmanuel, please listen. I like people listening. There was one background noise of someone else in one of both of them, maybe in Oyedepo's side or Peter Obi's side. Somebody speaking fluently under. So that is what you are hearing in the beginning. But the
The voice I
first,
heard there.
let me
It is the
speak
voice of
now.
Peter Obi.
Let
Do you
people land.
understand?
Can you let me land, please? Then, but the major voice we heard is Peter Obi's voice, but there was one tiny background voice before he started the call. That's
So
what I'm
that
telling
background
you.
voice, what did that background voice say?
We don't hear it. Nobody hear what the
I
person
heard
say.
it loud and clear, and that's Peter Obi's voice, according to this audio.
Jesus
Can
Christ.
we,
Let's just move on.
one man,
Let's
can
move
we
on.
move on from this?
Can I?
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen.
I'm not sure what you heard, but but this is the
Can I
obedient.
background noise, one man.
This is the
Can
obedient
I
space right
interject?
there. Carry on, Zeta. This
Can
is
I?
what we have to contend with.
That thing that was said in that background was not amen. That thing was said in Yoruba language. And
Well,
I've
oh
been
my God.
raising the voice. Let me finish before you people stampede me. I've been raising the tone of to the loudest. I think that person spoke in a very low tone. I've been raising to get what the person said, but I could not exactly get what the person said. And that
Madam
thing
Zita, that
is
is
not
Peter Obi's
amen.
voice. Let's not spin it.
It's not
That
Obi's
voice,
voice now.
that is Obi's voice. He's that low tunes.
Brother, how
Amen.
can it be Obi's voice now? How can it be two voices be
I,
Obi's
I,
voice?
I
Obi
heard
is
it.
speaking,
I
there
heard
is
it loud and
another
clear.
background voice.
I heard it loud and
How
clear.
can it be
That
Obi's
tiny
voice?
amen is Obi's voice. So that is the argument.
No,
So
Obi
why the
didn't
person
say
start
amen
with
at all
amen
now.
before
Brother,
preaching?
Obi did not say amen.
Okay. Can I comment?
Madam Sita, please.
If it is Obi's voice, let's use common sense now. If it is Obi's voice, as you argued, you are calling somebody. You now said amen before saying good morning. Can we put that together?
That is where the argument is.
That is what I'm asking you now.
Yes,
I'm
that's what
asking
I'm
you.
telling you that
Somebody
the
is calling.
audio,
Hold on.
listen. That's what I'm
Let
saying.
me
That
I
finish
say something?
now.
Can
Let
I
me
say something?
finish.
Ms. Zita, let me say something.
Let me finish.
Let me say
Can
let
I
me
say
say what I
something
heard.
before I forget?
Sorry. Let Zeta land, and then I'll come in Ajahn Lekoko.
See, for somebody who is a Christian, I'm trying to paint a picture here. Although that thing is not amen, but let's go with Emmanuel. Emmanuel said it's amen. For somebody who is calling, in quote, a big pastor like Oyedepo, and the phone has been ringing for a long time. Maybe this is not the first time he called him, he did not pick. According to Emmanuel, maybe they're planning on arranging on how to be recording his voice. He called him the first time, it was not picking. Called him the second time, it was not picking. When he called the third time, immediately he picks. He said, hey, amen, he has picked. You know, that kind of a thing, like exclamation. Then he said, good morning, daddy.
That is your skinning. That's what you're skinning. You don't even know my arguments. Let me even explain my argument why I bring that amen in. A lot of things I'm picking out of the video that shows that tells us that a lot went into that video. Supposing the video
but
took
we didn't
place.
hear the amen until sorry,
One man,
Emmanuel.
you that is not
not
hearing.
amen. I don't know.
Nobody,
It's
you're
you that
the
is
only one that you are the only one that
one
heard
man,
it. You are the only
one man.
Yeah.
One man. This guy is trying to be clever by half. He wants to drive the conversation to deep fake. That's where it's going. He doesn't have a
I
position.
know.
So he wants to
Father,
talk.
I'm not saying deep fake. I'm
So
not
what are you
saying
saying?
deep
What is your
fake.
position?
What
So
I'm
you are not
saying
saying
is
it's
that
deep fake. You are not
I'm
saying
even
it's
talking
doctored.
about
You are not saying
I'm even talking about it
Oyedepo
being
recorded. You are not saying Peter Obi recorded. What are you saying now?
listen,
You are not saying GSA.
listen, let me finish my logic here. My point is that I'm not even saying that it is deep fake. My point is that it's badly doctored in a ridiculous way.
What do you mean badly doctored?
Can I
Which
come
part
in?
is doctored?
Can I come in?
Which part is doctored?
Can I come in?
Listen, let me finish.
All right, gentlemen, let Zita land her point without let her just because she's been trying to put some
You know,
Zita. Yeah.
you know, that's why I asked you, Emmanuel, which application did you use in listening to it? That was why I asked you that question. You said it's not deep fake, but it was doctored. Look, first of all, when you use a detector, the first thing it shows is that there is a blood flow. That's what we call witchy. It shows you that there is a blood flow. When it shows there is a blood flow, it has knocked off that AI stuff. So it's no longer AI. Then the second thing is the breaking. There is no breaking in that audio. So it is not doctored. Please.
Maybe they should play.
Hold on, let me finish.
Maybe they should play it off. You will see how it was consumed.
Let me finish.
No,
You
maybe
can
you
make your
should
argument.
play it
If I
off.
finish my
Emmanuel, can you
argument,
please let her land, please?
let me land, then
Please.
you can continue. I won't buttress on it. First of all, I will have to tell you that this is a global platform. And
Yes.
from what I see, a lot of intelligent people come here, and we have younger ones that are listening to us.
Mm-hmm.
The world has gone beyond this thing you're saying. Right inside your bedroom, you can know what that audio is all about. So this doctored is deep fake, is doctored. I think people should not be saying that, because I think the world is way beyond that by now. I think we should dwell more on the content. And if they want to handle it, I believe they should handle the content, not whether it is deep fake, is doctored. I close my case by saying it is not deep fake, it's not doctored, and the conversation was even longer than that. Thank you.
That is your opinion.
Thank you, Zita. Emmanuel, what just happened in the last 20 minutes or so is both alarming and disturbing, but not at all surprising, and that is the obedience space. What just happened?
One man, that is not.
Hold on. So that's what just happened was the obedience space. We listened to a tape about 4 times, and you're telling us the conversation started with amen. The first voice that came through was Obi's voice. Hello, daddy. And I think the guy said, how are you? And then he said, and then
he
Obi
said,
said
praise
something.
the Lord, not how are you. Praise the Lord.
He said, praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord.
And then Obi said something. And then
And he said, amen.
I think it was actually, Yeah, there were 4 interactions. Obi said hello. Oyedepo responded. Obi said something, and then Oyedepo said praise the Lord, amen, or something. And we heard it about 4 times now, and you are telling us that it started with amen. So that's the obedient right there, isn't it? That's why people
it's not one man. It's not a matter of obedient or no obedience. Batify, I know how they spill things around. When they see the truth, they will not come forth to
you are
say.
the one not saying the truth. What you are hammering on is not what we had. You said if it's not hammering on,
the first comment that happened. Whose voice and what the person said?
Hold on. You said the conversation started with amen. We played the video about 5 times. It didn't start with amen. It started with Obi voice.
Yes.
Greeting that man. And the man said a greeting, hello, daddy, or something like that.
Hello, daddy, yes.
Hello, daddy. And that one said,
good morning. Praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord.
Initially, he said it was even the voice of Oyedepo that say amen. Now he's saying that it's Obi that say amen. So what does it mean?
That's not what I said.
Is that not the obedience space? Right? Is
that's not what I said. Listen,
abandon
people
this.
cannot stifle my voice here. Listen to what I said. I said that there's no way somebody will call you and the first statement you make is amen. That's the first thing I said here.
Yeah, but it wasn't the first statement, was it? Was it the first statement?
1 man, can you give me 1 minute? 1 minute to interrogate the
subject. 1 man, let us move. This guy keep on.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy.
All right, so there it is. I don't think we can play it anymore. It's not.
I mean, for what? Man, let's go.
It's a
One man. Please give him opportunity to show his software engineering skill. Let's interrogate his software engineering skill. So he wants to tell us about concatenation, audio joiner. So where tell us where the joining takes place, the concatenation.
The concatenation is
hold on. You have the floor now. Present it as you will, and then we moved on. Emmanuel.
Yes, the concatenation is first. I'm not faulting the first one that is already prepared already, waiting for the call to come. But the concatenation is coming when the flow is going. They were cutting some stuff and joining it together, right?
Some stuff. What stuff? Where?
Like that first comment made by P2B that was amen. It actually coming from someone.
No.
Listen. Listen. That is where I stand. You can't change my opinion. That's what I heard.
Look. It's not about the fact. We played it 1 million times now. You can't tell us.
Tell me what that first statement. If you can tell me what that first statement is, then I'll let go of that place.
Which first statement? Peter B said, "Good morning, Daddy," or "Good morning, something." That's what he said.
That's not the first statement. That is when that's when you need to bring your software in knowledge to know what is going on.
By the way,
not even with listen,
brother, let's not be demeaning here, right?
Listen.
Brother, can you just let me ask you a question, brother?
As I'm talking to you like this, I don't need to use a lot of
Fatai, I don't think we'll escape that space. So Emmanuel, just present the hold on, Bishop. Hold on, please, Bishop. Emmanuel presents the fable and then we move on. Just give it to us and then we move on.
No, you can't. We have to interrogate it now. You can't just present.
Let him have it, please. Let's move on. It's getting irritating.
Somebody that is telling you the conversation started with amen. What are you going to interrogate? Let him just give it to us.
One man, let him present. He said he's a software engineer. One man,
yes, listen. First of all, listen to me. Pay attention and listen.
You give me 1 second now.
Fatai, can you please let you have like 2-3 minutes?
And then
let
we just
him
move
land.
on. Yeah, and then
Exactly.
we escape from the space quickly. Yes, just give it to us and then we move on.
Now, the incarnation is taking place from the beginning of the first statement.
It's not incarnation.
Listen, wait,
Fatai, please now. What are you doing now? Let him just do it and then we.
Or the joining, if you don't want me to use that word, the joining of somebody's words, starting from the first statement made in that video, that somebody called that is a comic, and that comic said amen, not fully length, but that means there is a cut of somebody's words, not fully put in. Now, if you watch that video to the whole length, because I listened to that video from beginning to the end, you will hear when it was making some statement repeatedly, like 5 times, like not to 5 times, like 3 times, one word repeatedly. So, and that happened like almost 3 times before that conversation end. Then, if you look at that place he made, it's a religious war. Maybe you can play it here, and maybe I will elaborate more for you. You can see how a word that's supposed to flow was cut and merged with religious war. So to show you that the person that did it, not really, like, the person was not even smart enough to at least align somebody's words properly, not cutting half of the person's word and joining it. So you can go and listen to it without your biased mind. So me, I listened to it and severally, and also okay, fine. This is possible that this conversation took place, but somebody tampered with the conversation. So that is my point. The first statement, you can't tell me that there's no first statement, and you can't tell me that it's not Peter Obi's voice. The first statement is Peter Obi's voice, and that is amen, but not fully landed. The last amen, we didn't land. So the person dangerously or badly, I don't know how to put it, cut that word, not knowing where to put the whole thing. So it started from there, and that is where I fought it. That's even where I fought it. Though the way I fought it from the beginning is the starting from ringing tune. Like, okay, fine, it's possible that somebody is prepared for this man to call. Okay, it's possible. That one can be excused. But moving to the conversation alone, I picked almost 4 things that make that video a doctored video. So that's my point. And you can play it and I'll pick all those points out for you. If not that I'm mentioning this statement, none of you were able to dictate that voice, that first voice that came in before greetings. So that's my point.
One man,
Thank you.
Can I take 10
one
seconds?
man, let's move on. No, Fatai, please.
No,
Fatai.
I'm not.
No, let's just move on. Fatai, with due respect, Emmanuel, all what you said it doesn't make any sense. With due respect. One man, let's just move on. I'm getting agitated now.
Because none of you will understand it. None of you will understand. That's why
because we are not software engineers.
This is the point he's making. The guy is not a software engineer. Brother, you're not a software engineer. Forget about that. You don't even know concatenation. You are saying concatenation. You don't even know. If you don't know what is concatenation, you're not a software engineer. When I say concatenation, you have to give me 2 things that were concatenated. Minimum 2 things concatenated. Minimum.
You say let me explain to you. When you are concatenating a token, you are joining 2 words together, like a plus. For 5.
What and what were concatenated?
The first word there, the person is trying to add it to word, but he didn't align it properly. It was a bad. Whether you believe or not, I'm already, because if I didn't point those tiny voice, that first voice that happened, nobody will listen, nobody will hear it.
You are not a software engineer.
Point it out. So if you like, I'm not going to debate that with you, but I'm already telling you, and if you play the whole of that video, I will point a lot for all of you here. A lot.
Let somebody else talk. Can I speak, please?
Thank you. Come in, Bishop, and then we go back to Ajanle Koko. Yeah, come in.
You, Ajanle Koko. trying to say this for like forever. Now, I have two questions to just ask. Number one, before I ask that question is, I believe there are three voices. The first one is referred to is very inconsequential. The two principal main voices were that of Oyedepo and Peter Obi. The first voice was certainly not Peter Obi's voice. That
is not true. That is not true. That first voice is Peter Obi's tiny voice. Go back to it and listen to it.
Can you just
one man, let's move on now. The guy is not a software engineer. He's not know what he's talking about. He's telling us about sociology. Tell about. They ask you what. Madam,
you can't tell me because when something is badly done, and you know you mentioned joining somebody's work together. You are joining somebody's work together. You are cutting half of the joint, and you're joining, and you're not doing it properly.
Can you let Bishop land? Can you please let Bishop land? Can we let Bishop land, please? Let Bishop land. Please now.
Good. I want to ask a question, please. In this conversation we just listened to, where did the call originate from? That tone we had, is it the caller tone or the receiver's tone?
No, where's that going? Take us there because we want to move away from. Yeah, take us to where you want us to be.
Then we kind of almost concluded that the conversation was, everybody agreed that it was recorded from the outside, right? From one of both men's end. But from the tone of the phone, I believe it was recorded from Obi's end. But I've had all conversation pointing to the fact like it was recorded from Oyedepo's end.
Nobody's making that argument, guy. What I'm saying is the conversation itself, not even where it's recorded. What I say is that the process has already been prepared for that call to come in. So I don't know where it happened.
Nobody's disputing that it was prepared for, but somebody recorded it. Because even while the phone was ringing, there was a background sound, a very low sound somewhere playing.
When the phone is ringing, you don't need to hear a sound. All you have to hear is just a normal sound of ringing tone. And because it's a recorded stuff, that little soundtrack is what you're hearing, not background sound. You can't hear any sound when the phone is ringing. It's only when you picked it that you can hear somebody's voice. So when you hear...
All right, Emmanuel, you're going to just spin us around in circles. But land your point, Bishop. Let Zita have the final word there. And then I want to take Ajanle Koko to mineral resources in the north.
Okay. So just wanted to point out was two things. Number one, I agree totally that the voice was recorded from outside. It was not like the line was intercepted or something. And my evidence to that, in my opinion, my evidence to that was that while the BP tone was on, there was another secondary sound like a music. I don't know what Emmanuel is talking about.
There is no music in that conversation, and there is no third party. Somebody talking. It was Peter Obi's tiny voice. That's what I'm saying.
All right. You said that severally, but yes, land, and then we'll hear from Zita, and then we'll move on.
Evidence of any doctoring. You can conjure whatever you want to conjure, but there was not any evidence of any doctoring or cut and joy in that.
But I'm pointing them out for you. I'm pointing them out. If one man play the whole of that,
God,
a woman.
Yes.
I don't see why we are still laboring this argument. There was another video that one man played. He mentioned it in another forum. So I don't know why we are laboring this. It's not only on this video that I mentioned religious war. He mentioned it the other time also that they should take back their country. So why are we arguing over this? Let us allow this one to rest and move on. Let Ajale could talk about the mineral resources and move on.
All right. So to you then very quickly, Ajanle Koko, the mineral resources in the north. So they intercepted and they're saying truck loads. So that's not able to tell you that it was just some rough diamond or the other. They're talking about truckloads of mineral resources intercepted. So that then begs that question again, that the oil in the Niger Delta area is a commonwealth, but all this vast bounty that is in the north is their own money. So what are you making of that then? The interception. And a lot of people will argue that the richest part of Nigeria is actually that north.
Well, before I go there, let me say something on the obese tape. Look, there's nothing there are only two things that Obi said in that video, in that audio rather, that sounds embarrassing and unfortunate. Yes, daddy, yes, daddy. And the second part was when he said, this is a religious war. Those are the two things. And it's so embarrassing. The obedient are so embarrassed themselves. They don't know how to defend it. But the only way to defend it is the way that Emmanuel has been saying. They join, they court, they do this. So that is obedient voice we had there. He had that conversation with that man. It is clear. And he himself cannot come out to deny it. So let us leave that one by the side. So on the mineral resources, look, one man, the mineral resources of that country is not meant for Nigerian people. It's meant for people in power, government in power, government officials in power, and their cronies. And they are looting it, they are looting them in such a rate that only God can save that country. Every resource is being looted everywhere by these people. I have never seen the set of this politician in my life. Even the military did not loot. Military with gun that rule us with gun. No constitution, nothing. They rule with decree, and nobody can challenge them. They didn't loot the resources of the country the way this bastard that a lot of us here are supporting, the way they are looting their resources and mortgaging the life of future generation of that country. It is all over. That one you see is just a child play. They are looting the gold in what do you call it there? In
Zamfara. Oh yes, yeah.
State too. The oil in the Niger Delta is not flowing the way it used to. Do you think it just that we have a technical problem that couldn't let the oil flow for us to generate that revenue from? No, they are looting it for themselves. Every resources in that country been looted everywhere. Go and listen to Al Mustafa. There was on one program, maybe on Brekete. This guy, he analyzed and he analyzed the way they were looting resources across the entire north. He said in Zamfara, I mean, where what is the name of that forest where Boko Haram? Sambisa forest. This guy said there's a particular a kind of mineral resources there. He said he said they are looting it in a huge way, and he accused some people in the country behind it with their partner from the Western world or from some other part of the world, and they will create problem in such the way we see disaster, the killing of people by terrorists. He said they were doing that in order to scare people away from that area, in order to make it look as if, oh yes, it is terrorism we're having. He said, but what is going on there is the looting of the resources that worth billions of dollars. So look, I'm not. This is Nigerians is this kind of people that we have there. They just don't care for anybody, and they will not stop. They won't stop. So, but I'm not surprised that they were caught. That stolen wealth should have been, what will have been transformed into revenue for us, revenue that should have been put into use for the development of the country, development of the people, and for the betterment of every Nigerians. But here we are today. We are a country that have 40% unemployment rate, over 40% unemployment rate. I mean, where are we heading to? And in 2015, when this useless APC party took over the administration of the country, we're at a single digit unemployment rate in that country. Maybe we're at a 5% or so, or 7%. And within 8 years, this thing has shot up to 41%. It is ridiculous. This is unbelievable. When is it going to stop? They turn what's supposed to be an asset for the country, the population, the huge population that we are blessed with, should have been an asset for that country. That, they turn it to liability. It is unbelievable that we have this kind of people in the position of power ruling us. And at any time that anybody speak to oppose or, try to reveal anything, any wrongdoing that they are doing, they want to go after that person to destroy that person's character or destroy the image. Or if they can't do anything with that, they will go and arrest you. They will rope something up against you and put you in jail. They did it for my own candidate, Showore. They did it for Showore.
Hey, Angelica, quick question, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just watching Femi Adesina, the spokesperson for Buhari, right? And it said when it came to power, about 8 years ago, the number one resource for the country was petroleum oil, right? And that was about 60% of the revenue for the country, for the GDP. It constituted about 60% of the GDP. Mm-hmm. Today, as we speak, it said less than 10% of oil constitutes a percentage for revenue. So, I mean, is there no credit for the APC government or Buhari, for that matter, over these years for investing in agriculture and other sectors, perhaps? And that's why we're not really, as a country, that dependent on, natural resources or oil.
I think it might be twisting it around and not putting in the right perspective the way the situation used to be compared to what it is now. I think sometimes these people will twist in to make themselves look good, and what I'm trying to say here is that it is oil that give us that the huge forest for the country. When we are looking at the totality of revenue, no, oil is one of the sectors that give us, and it's not the giant. It doesn't give us the giant share of it, but it gives us the giant share of foreign exchange. Foreign exchange that we generate, the forex that we generate, 90%, 80% of it, 80% to 90% of it come from oil. But if we want to look at other sector like agriculture, like aviation, like some banking and industry, insurance and something like that. Those one generate more revenue than the oil. So these guys, they can twist in and make it look as if, oh, we have done better, whereas they destroy everything. What are we talking about? Are we talking about 40% unemployment rate or 41%? I believe it is even more than that. It should be over 50%.
Well, I agree with you when it comes to the
And that is
employment rate.
alarming. And what does that represent? That is
But
representing.
you got to keep in mind also that COVID happened. COVID happened,
Oh
and
man,
that
let's forget about COVID. COVID happened. We want to cry over COVID. The world has moved on, man. They don't let us be crying over COVID. After the COVID, they invested money so much on agriculture. What happened? All the agriculture where they invested money was by fraudulent means. They didn't generate. Where are the food for people to eat? Do we have that? Do we have that that food security that
maybe they're doing a lot of exports. I mean, that can be part of the problem.
Forget they don't do no exports. Where is the
they do. They export to the north, to Niger Republic, Chad, places like that. Yeah.
They export for what? When you don't,
food crops.
Where is the food security policy? The reason for investing on agriculture is not to export, but to make food abundant at home.
Well, the same argument can be made for why we subsidizing oil or fuel in the country. I mean, we have the natural resource, but we're not doing much to help the situation in the country. So you can make the same argument going the other way.
Well, let me tell you this: if you want to, because you are pointing out, you are talking about the agriculture.
Baba Jale
yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
I think I just want to make something. Let us, because as we are talking now, because I like people talking with facts, and then we should not make. There is a difference between GDP and foreign exchange, or your gross and what constitutes your foreign exchange. GDP is the total production of everything you have in your economy. It might not be what is making you to earn money from abroad. So what he is saying now, you cannot just totally say what he's saying is wrong, because as he mentioned it now, because I heard the same news and I was wondering, and I just Google it now, and I will tell you what I Google. You can Google, everybody can Google it. Presently, oil is contributing 9.7% to our GDP. Do you understand what I'm saying? In fact, from what I Google now, post-COVID, second quarter of 2022, it was 6.33%. First quarter of 2022, it was 6.63%. Fourth quarter of 2021, it was 5 points. So even what he's saying now is actually even higher than what he used to be before. Now he's claiming 10%, but late 2021 to 2022, it was actually less than 10%. So that is what oil is contributing to our GDP, not what we are earning. Oil still contribute to our major earning, but when you are talking about GDP, it's actually less than 10%. It contributes less than 10% to our GDP. You might not actually appreciate what is going on in agriculture in Nigeria. And let me tell you, as we are talking about the natural resources, agriculture is also like natural resources that we have in Nigeria. Most of these things are being done unofficially. I can tell you boldly, I invested in agriculture in Nigeria, and I know what is going on. People come from Niger Republic, Chad Republic, Cameroon, even Benin Republic. They will come and buy even our own produce before harvest. They will buy it while the thing is still even in the soil, and they will say, okay, this is the price they want to put on it. You understand? So there's a lot of production going on in that country. People are investing in agriculture, and there's a lot of food output. But what I can tell you is that we have a lot to do about our youth. As I'm telling you now, I have poultry in Nigeria. I'm doing fishing, and I employ close to 20 people. I know what they are doing to me. I have cameras in my farm, and I've caught a lot of them stealing. They are not ready to work. All they are after is just to steal and steal and steal, and that's what they know. And when Buhari made mention of the Nigerian youth are lazy, everybody started castigating the man. If you are on ground, you know what the man was talking about.
No, he's not talking about anything.
Yesterday or 2 days ago, we discussed about drug, and that is the only thing that they are doing. When people come, let me tell you, you can even Google it. I have my farm in Kwara State. In the whole of Africa, Kwara State is the highest producer of catfish. We produce in billions, I'm telling you. And you can Google it, is on the internet. People, millions of naira worth of fish are being produced daily, on a daily basis, in several tons every day. I'm telling you, a lot of people have invested in that industry, and they are making their money, cold money. I'm telling you. So whatever anybody say, I like people. There are a lot of things that we are saying on this platform that are not based on fact. I'm very sorry to say.
Like what?
I mentioned it. Okay, like now, when he mentioned about 10%, immediately Babajide Koko discarded it. But it's a fact.
You are not listening. Obviously, you are listening to me with.
I know, I'm not. Let me tell you. I'm listening to you. I agree with something. When he said 10%, when he said 10%, immediately you said no.
I didn't say that. I didn't say no.
So what did you say?
No. What I said was that when you listen to government official, they can spin things such a way.
That's what I'm saying. You discarded it by saying because they lie a lot, and I'm telling you that is a story of facts.
Okay, hold on.
It's not as if he conjured
hold on. I will tell you. Okay. I will tell you now that they are lying. I have said it earlier.
It's a thing you can Google. It's on the internet. It's on the internet, and it's not the one from him. I'm telling you right from 2001. I'm telling you this. It's something everybody is like. When somebody says something, let us check, fact check. You cannot just say because they lie a lot and everything they say they lie.
Let me speak mine. I have heard you. You came out with your own fact. Fine, no problem. And I'm telling you what I said earlier was that when it comes to foreign exchange, oil give us substantial amounts from foreign exchange.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Ajali Koko. I was going to say that. See, when it comes to foreign exchange, right? Remittances from overseas constitute the largest portion of foreign exchange. It cannot be oil. If it's oil, it's second.
That is not revenue.
It's not true. It's not true.
That is not revenue.
No, we just talk about foreign exchange.
We just for the country.
No, we talk about foreign. Well, foreign exchange also constitutes revenue for the country.
The remittance contributes a lot, but it's not the highest, please.
It's not even revenue.
Simba, let Ajanle Koko rebut what you said for a moment. He'll listen to you, so listen to him.
Okay.
Yeah. I have told you that other sector of the economy, like agric, like aviation, like insurance and banking, give us a lot of revenue right from the inside. But when we are talking about forex, foreign exchange, we get most of our foreign exchange from the oil sale, right? So we are saying the same thing. But what I'm telling you, Lai Mohammed is lying to you that look at the figure, look at how we are performing. We are moving away from the oil. What is referring for the low revenue from the oil is because of their incompetence to manage that oil and gas sector well, which should have been a huge source of money, huge source of revenue for our country. Nigeria use the allocation of Nigeria. The allocation given to Nigeria by OPEC is 1.8. Nigeria is not meeting 1 million, 1.8 a day. We could not produce 1 million a day. Now, it looks like since they employ the service of that Torombo, I mean, what is the name of that Niger, Toronto? What's the name of that? Tompolo. I mean, what's his name? Tompolo. From this thing. Maybe they have recorded some improvement a little bit. Maybe they have increased to like 1.2 or 1.3 now. So we're having shortages of 500,000 or 800,000 a day. That's a huge loss of revenue for your country. But you see him turning around. Oh, we are moving away from oil. It is lie. It is their incompetence and their, how do I describe it? Their looting and their lack of capacity to improve on that oil and gas sector and turn it into revenue, huge revenue generating sector for the country. So when these people talk sometimes and you listen to them and you just listen to them without checking the facts right, it can sound good to you. But I'm telling you, this administration is an administration that drives the governance with lies, with propaganda and misinformation. This is what they do. This is what Lai Mohammed is doing.
Okay, can I quickly
for us?
Actually, the information is not even from Lai Mohammed. It's from Adesina.
Oh, maybe from Adesina. Okay, Adesina. Fine. So this is the way they lie to the people. So
can I interject?
Okay, 1 minute. All right.
Please, yes, please. I just want to correct one thing. There are two things that you were talking about. I believe you were talking about the GDP of the country, and you were talking about diversification. It's a known fact that our economy had been, greatly diversified from where we were coming from. That's one fact. It's undisputable. Because as we speak today, oil contributes less than 10% to our GDP growth. That's a fact too. Agric.
But it's half fact, though. It's half fact. Oil sector, it's not oil. Oil sector contributes that amount.
Oil sector contributes less than 10% now.
Yeah, but the other sector, the transaction of oil happens in all other sectors too, even in the agricultural sector. So that's not that's not the picture of the contribution of the Nigerian oil.
Don't let's conflict it. I mean, I'm just speaking to the figures and the subheadings in the GDP, in our GDP. Agric contributes greatly. Service, telecoms, banking, just like he said, insurance and the rest. But the one that has had the most rapid growth is agric. We are not doing very well. They are not doing very well yet in the solid mineral sector, just like he said. But I want to drive it a little bit forward. You spoke about our unemployment rate. Quite honestly, that unemployment rate has been very dubious. I don't agree that we were at any point in the past 8 years at 5% unemployment. That's not correct, sir. That's absolutely not correct.
We're losing you. We're losing you. We've lost you now. But back to you, Ajanle Koko. Back to you.
Okay, even this agriculture that we are talking about, agric, we have seen the way the federal government manage that rice production, which turned out to be failure. It's a failure program because they couldn't achieve the result, the desired result. They couldn't achieve it. We treated it here, one man. a lot of the farmers, a lot of them went bankrupt because of maybe high interest rates. I don't know how they did it. Look, businesses are closing down in Nigeria as of today in several sectors. I don't know an economy that will generate economic activities when you have the interest rate at 18%. In today in Nigeria, the interest rate is about
Excuse me,
18.
Baba Jele Koko. Let me just clarify that area. Well, you cannot go to a commercial bank for agriculture, and government has already made some other banking sector, banks for agriculture. As I'm talking to you, I took a loan from Bank of Industry, and it was a 9% single digit interest rate. I took it in 2021. They gave me, no, in 2020, they gave me 6 month rebate so that within 6 months I will not start paying. So after 6 months, because that's what I invested in my poultry farming. And I secured a loan of 10 million. And I'm just paying maybe 23,000, 22,000 every month as interest at the rate of 9% flat. That's what they are. So people get a lot of loan. And the other issue is that, let me tell you, the problem of that country, we normally base it on the politicians. I'm telling you, most of the farmers that they gave loans to refuse to return the loan. Some of them, they will take loan for agriculture. They will go and use it to buy cars. Some of them will go and use it to marry many wives. Do you understand? So how do you encourage? And when people,
maybe they don't have established
you are
already.
giving
If somebody has been in a business for a while, that is the business that he runs for living. There's no way
I don't
use it to expand his business.
Excuse me. I don't go for for government distance. When I needed the loan, I went to Bank of Industry. I presented all my facts, and
we are saying the same. I'm just letting you know. Look,
because when you are saying,
hold on,
Simba,
hold
on.
Everybody's quoting figure. How is 25,000 9% of 10 million?
Look, I don't know.
What is per annum? What is per annum?
Sorry,
per annum. I know what I'm saying. It's a loan that I took.
All right, Simba, land that point. But then after that point, please let Ajande Koko have a bit of a flow so that we can actually hear him. But land your point, Simba.
No, what I'm saying is that it's not actually even for agriculture. Agriculture is not an industry whereby it has a very high turnover rate that you go to a commercial bank at the rate of maybe 18%, 20%, 21%. You cannot make it. You understand? And commercial bank will not give you the time you need for your seed or whatever you want to invest. In agriculture, it's not something that you plant today and you harvest today. And that's why they normally give you, some will give you 6 months, some will give you 1 year before you start repaying your loan. So that is the time you need for you to at least to invest the money and start getting returns from your investments. So you cannot be using the rate at the commercial level to prove our point. That's what I'm trying to say. Because what we normally do is that we look for the abysmal, the worst scenario to prove our point. That's what I'm saying. And to get loan,
I'm not referring to agriculture alone. When I'm talking about 18% interest rate, it applies. I'm talking about businesses in general.
I'm talking to you, they call it Bank of Industry. It's not only for agriculture.
Look. What I know today, you can Google it too if you want to. The interest rate in Nigeria is 18%. That is not good for business. There's no way you are going to have economic growth when you have a high interest rate as 18%. It's a killer. It's going to strangulate businesses. Businesses cannot grow. And most of the loan for businesses come from commercial banks or some other retail bank that target some specific business. So 18% for businesses in an economy like us that is having a very serious economic challenges, it is bad. So
Please,
what
No. I want to
what I'm
sorry.
trying to tell you, what I'm trying to tell you is that even this agriculture you are talking about, the one that the federal government, the central bank did, the loan that federal bank gave to a lot of these farmers, about 3/4 of that loan were not paid back. One man, if you remember, we treated it here.
We did.
It amounted to waste of money, waste of resources, waste of everything. The billions were looted because, look, I don't see this reason that, they gave some people money and they use that money to go and buy a car or marry wife. It is not true. When you give money to people that are running that particular businesses, that have been running it for a particular businesses, if you give that money to the right people that run that particular sector, they will invest that money right to expand that sector and expand their businesses. So the money in the first place were not given to the right people. Documentation were doctored and they fraudulently doctored, cooked up some documentation to siphon money. That is what happened. I mean, what are we talking about? Yes, you could take your own loan genuinely and you have your own business. Why didn't you go and use your own money to go and marry wives or buy a car? Because you have your own farm where you farm and you put in your money there to expand your business. But others that did not say, what are we talking about? Look, Nigerian economy at the moment is in a big problem with that unemployment rate. And when you have an employment as high as that, what is going to give to you is insecurity, because you are going to have high crime rate. When you have high crime rate, that could give you insecurity, and insecurity will affect your economic growth too. And that is what is happening in most of the places in Nigeria now. A lot of people cannot go to their farm because of insecurity, because they are afraid to be kidnapped, they are afraid of being killed, they are afraid of all these problems. So we having, setback in our agricultural endeavors in that country. The produce that we should be making, to generate revenue and, to guarantee food security, we are not achieving it. What are we talking about? They said people are coming to Nigeria to buy all sorts of products. Where is the food security project that the government is talking about? That which is a failure. Food security for the country means that food must be available, must be affordable by Nigeria. It must be plenty for Nigeria to eat at affordable prices. But food in Nigeria today is beyond the reach of poor people. everybody is going to hell to get food in that country. What are we talking about? All the program of the government on agriculture amounted to failure. Don't let us just pamper these people and say, "Oh, government is this, government is that." Most of the program have
Sorry,
resulted to failure, and we have seen it.
Bishop.
We know how
Bishop.
much we used to send to our people back home before. We know how much we're sending to them now, and plus this money. What do you call this money redesigning policy? Do you know how many businesses it has killed? Do you know how many businesses it has destroyed? Even as of today, the poultry industry in Nigeria is on the verge of collapse. The poultry industry in Nigeria, due to this, what do you call this, money redesigning, because a lot of people that buy this poultry product, most of them spend in cash. They use this cash to buy petty things and sell egg and do this. But when they say, what happened? Their businesses collapse. The poultry farmers, they are all languishing in indebtedness now. They can't pay their loan. And they are now grouping up to say they are going to sue the the central bank. That central bank is the cause of the problem they are facing due to the what do you call this cashless policy that they are trying to introduce. So when all of this, we are hearing it. Don't let us be propping up this administration as if, oh, they have done too much. They have done a lot in this area and this area. We listen to experts. We listen to captains of industry on several programs, and they are telling us that things are not good. One man, I will leave it there, man.
All right, brilliant. Let me move you to the just a very brief comment on the Tinubu Uber fact space, where this international publication has published this narrative. They got it off they got it actually off People's Gazette, and they are publishing it as established fact that Tinubu was convicted of drug dealings in the United States. So that has now resuscitated that space, and it has become a narrative again. So what are you then making then of this drug charge that was never really a charge, never mind it being a conviction? The Tinubu space, the APC, they are already asking the court to just strike that out of the charges. So what are you then making then of Uber facts that are fact or fiction?
I don't even know. I've not heard about this Uber.
This is the best thing that has happened to me, though. Nobody knew they existed until now. Now we are talking about, like we all know them.
I've never heard of this kangaroo publication before. I've never heard of it. I'm hearing it for the first time. But on the serious side, Tinubu, was it really convicted?
It wasn't.
No. Oh, okay. So it was not convicted. All right.
He was not even charged. He was not even criminally charged.
Okay. He was not convicted. In Nigeria today, our law is very clear. A person that is an ex-convict cannot contest for an election in the country. So Tinubu is not an ex-convict, isn't it? One man, isn't it, Fatai?
1 million%.
An ex-convict?
Yes. 1 million%.
Huh?
1 million% you are right about that.
Okay.
It's not. 1 million% is not.
So people that are filing this, I think they are just wasting their time. The constitution is clear. An ex-convict is the only, that is the only person or people in that category.
But Ajale Kuku, is Obasanjo a ex-convict?
No, Abasanjo was not an ex-convict now. Abasanjo was a detainee. He was not even tried. It wasn't put through a trial. It was a detainee. It was a political prisoner, or what did they call it? I think it was a political prisoner. Or how do I describe his own?
He was convicted by a military tribunal.
No, it wasn't. Was it convicted?
Yeah, it was a treason. This thing. It was a coup that they charged him for.
Okay, Fatai, I mean, what do you call Abdul Salami? I believe he pardoned him or something like that. So that one has been raised. So,
Fatai, me, I don't have power to pardon Obasanjo.
Fatai pardoned him. So
Fatai pardoned him.
When Fatai was handing over to Obasanjo, he pardoned. When he released him, he pardoned him. So, look. Those people are jokers. Our law is clear.
Can I interject, Baba Jani Koko?
Yes, Madam Caesar.
I really want to discuss intensively on that case because I heard Kulata spoke earlier. It seems as if most people who are living, most of us that have affiliation with the United States doesn't know what that kind of case, what the law says about it. Now, in the United States, there is 50 states in the United States. Only 3 that have gone out of that hook. I don't know whether it's Minnesota that started it first. One guy called Tyler. They call it seizing your property without charging you.
Oh, wow.
Number one,
You too
let me finish, please. That thing is a kind of ways they raise revenue for themselves. This guy called Tyler, you can check it online or for people who go to look for cases of people. They saw a substance in his $45,000 SUV. No charges, no criminal charges. That's the law in the United States. I'm talking about the 50 states. Only 3 that has won their cases Supreme Court now. I'm very sure it is 3. This Tyler started the case in, I think that thing happened somewhere in 2003 or 2002. He won the case in 2016. So his state is free. They seized his car, no charges, nothing. That's how they do it. If they find anything anywhere close to you, what they don't want, there is no charge anywhere. You have to forfeit that thing. They sell your house, they sell your car, that's how they raise their revenue. They seize your money. So I am surprised that most people, going to call the guy a criminal in the United States is laughable because they know how that law goes. But I want to conclude by saying this. Maybe when next I have time, I will discuss intensively on that case. But before I close, let me say this. They will tell you people that they own internet. They used internet for their campaign. They will litter the internet fighting this case. So you guys should brace for more. The media, very soon CNN will publish it. But if I really have to advise Tinubu, I will tell him to ignore it. If anybody takes it to court in Nigeria, I don't know how that works. Something that happened in Southside Chicago, you take it to court in Nigeria. I don't know how that works. But if anybody takes it to court in Nigeria, then he gets his lawyers for the person. But outside that, I will advise him to ignore it. Thank you.
Yeah, but Zita, I was having that conversation with was it Kulata earlier on, that there are two options. Is either you match the propaganda with a counter narrative, or you ignore it. But what Kulata was saying is that if you don't counter the propaganda, it will take on a life of its own. And by the time it mushrooms and balloons, it may well fall outside of your control.
No, I don't think so. Let me tell you why I don't think so. Number one, the people pushing the narrative. If you talk from now, than kingdom come, you can't change it. I have been saying this. Maybe one day we will discuss on support fan and their mentality. It's not gonna change. There is a particular group pushing this narrative. They work in this. I don't want to talk about. Let me forget about that. They push this narrative. They own the internet.
Madam Peter, are you hiding something for us? Tell us now.
The place the crime is committed, every citizen living there know what it takes. They seize your property. It doesn't. Is that Tyler because he bought the SVU? I think in 2010, brand new. They saw substance, dust of substance in his car. No charges, nothing. They seized the car. The guy went mad. In Minnesota, you can Google it. I think the case is online, self. The guy followed the case to 2016. That was how he set his state free. The Supreme Court said you cannot seize somebody's property without charging the person for criminal offense. But as I speak to you in the state of Illinois, it still holds. So if you come to Illinois today, they see, even if it's a dress you borrowed, they see something in it, then you're going to lose your money. So the people pushing it, there is nothing, absolutely nothing you will do to stop that. To avoid too much talk, ignore. But there's why I mentioned Kulata was he was saying is damning. That was why I brought how does these things work in the United States? There is nothing damning about that. I will ask, he should ignore it. The guy for the man's name is somebody Tyler something, I can't remember. He fought the case to a conclusive end. They won him all the court. He took it to Supreme Court, and at Supreme Court they said it is unconstitutional for you not to charge somebody and you wipe away his house, sell it. But my mother-in-law used to put the column saying, go find me for them without a beg. So that's the way they raise their fund. It's part of their budget. So when you see a police officer in the United States just dishing out tickets, anyhow, you'll be asking yourself, what did I do now? Where this man give me ticket? But they're raising their fund. So I will advise you ignore it.
All right. All right. Back to Ajane Koko. So do you concur with Zita that that space should be ignored?
Somebody is correcting me. The person say Auntie Ismina.
Yeah, I saw him. So Biggie,
yes. Don't mind my accent too. I'm bed in Nigeria. Bye.
Well, so they can counter it because now they are going to international space to destroy the image of Tinubu and largely the image of Nigeria as a whole. So, but the way they have to counter it, they have to run a publication, look for a publication too that can give out the good side of Tinubu and what Tinubu have brought into Nigerian politics and how successful he was as a governor of Lagos State as per everything they have been saying. They've said about him, all the good record he have, The best, the way he has transformed Lagos has been described several times by Tinubu and his camp. So they have to come out with a narrative of good news about him to counter what they are saying about him. So I believe that these people have some lobbies on the ground here, well-paid lobbies that are scouting for this kind of Jankara news media, you know, and they should look for another news media of good reputation as well that can publish what Tinubu stands for in Nigerian politics. That is what the Tinubu team should do as well, because United States is the homeland of democracy in the world. So they brought it to United States. Tinubu people should come and fight them in the United States, or they should hire, they should get the services of a news media that can, you know, push out some good things about Tinubu out there and the role he has played in Nigerian politics, the way he fought his way to this victory as well. All these things are very important. It's just not to give them much ground to operate, to keep spreading that negative image. Because I'm telling you, that negative image they pushing out there on Tinubu is catching a lot of people. I met an Ethiopian that a friend of mine that told me, "Oh, I learned that you people elected a drug dealer, you know, as your new president." I said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "How do you know?" He said, "Oh, he said, I know." Yeah, this. I said, "Well, no problem." I said, so Tinubu team have to counter it in the best way they can, so that they can neutralize in such a way that is good to neutralize this propaganda against Tinubu. Because, like Dita said,
Babajani, can I chip in something?
Yes.
Do you know why I said they should ignore it?
Mm-hmm.
The people, like you said, your friend said it.
Mm.
They are not the ones to determine what happens in Nigeria.
I agree.
Or let me finish, sir. Or the association of Tinubu to other countries. The people to determine it know the truth.
Oh, yeah.
They know what happened. But these people you are saying they should go and put out a counter narrative for, we never. No counter narrative you will put out. I said a 14-year-old boy scanned that case, put it in his phone, and was campaigning against Tinubu. My brother now asked him to interpret the case. He couldn't. He was saying it's the case of drug. They caught him, handcuffed him. He was in jail for 30 years. So those kind of people, no matter what you say, it's not going to change anything. But back to what you were saying about the United States. One man, if I have chance to come in tomorrow, we are going to discuss intensively about this idea of Nigerians running to United States to complain about our election. Maybe if I have chance tomorrow, come in, I will bring it up and I will talk about it. Because there are several things that is happening. I believe that most of us that are in the, most people that are living in the United States. So why they are running to United States, they believe that the election that brought Joe Biden was 100% perfect, right? One man I asked.
And well, we know it is not.
No. I just asked. They just
yes, now.
Either Chimamanda is pretentiously believing, or she genuinely believes that it was a perfect election. But let me say this. I will say it, and I would like people to go and check it out. In 2018, I think it was during the midterm election, in New York, the state of New York, Congress, I won't call the Congress district. You people have to check it because the time has come for us to do research before we come to this platform. A congresswoman won an election in state of New York. I'm talking about people who have been running democracy for over 400 years. More than that. Nigeria is just 24 years. Somebody won an election. For 6 months, they were still counting that election. 6 months in the state of New York, in a district, a congressional seat. 6 months. After some time, they will say, hey, we found some votes somewhere. They bring, they count. The woman was still winning. Hey, they found a vote somewhere until a judge in New York has to command, because I call it command, the electoral body. That was, I think, the 7th or the 8th month to declare that woman winner. Election was counted in the United States. This is a global platform. For how many months did I say? And Nigerians are running to those people to complain about our own election. I am sure in Nigeria they've not counted an election for 6 months. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Zita. So Ajale Koko, bring them that space, and then we move the conversation on to Fatai.
So, well, those people, I believe they have people, they have lobbyists working for them. They're raising good funds to do this job they are doing. But will this job achieve anything for them? It is not good. It's not going to achieve nothing for them. What it's just going to achieve is just the destruction of the image of Tinubu and then Nigerian state. And back home in Nigeria, the judiciary in Nigeria will do their job. They work on the fact, evidences put before them. They will deliver their judgment. Tinubu was not an ex-convict. Therefore, he's qualified to run an election. Therefore, he is now declared the president-elect. Then let's see what the outcome of the election, of the court, going to look like. But one thing about United States that I know, United States, when they don't talk on issue, they have an interest on that issue, and if their interest there is not threatened, they don't talk. United States doesn't waste time in talking against something that they know is anti their interest. So what these people doesn't know, that the silence of United States on Nigerian election is that it's going well. It's okay with United States. If it's not okay, United States will have come out strongly and they will have spoke out. They will have released a statement in contrary to what is going on in Nigeria. Them listening, them silence is okay with them. So if these people doesn't know, we that know the way United States operates, we are telling them now. The owner of Nigeria, which is United Kingdom, have congratulated Tinubu. It's okay with United Kingdom. And there's no way you can detach United Kingdom from United States on international issue. Say you cannot detach United States from United Kingdom, where United Kingdom stand on international issue. So Nigeria state, their interest is well protected in Nigeria. So that's why they never release any statement contrary to what is going on in Nigeria. So if they don't understand the way international politics is played, I am telling them now, United States silence means they are in support of what is going on in Nigeria as far election is concerned. They are in support of it. And I want to tell them, the moment that what do you call it? The judge, Supreme Court declare, or when, if at all, the Tinubu assumes office before Supreme Court come out with their own. The moment Tinubu assumes office is on the day of their swearing in, you are going to see the ambassador of United States there, ambassador of several Western nations are going to be there, and Joe Biden might release his message of congratulations to him on that very, very day.
I even heard they've invited some head of state of some countries.
They will be there. What is their own problem with the internal affair of Nigeria? They don't have no problem with that. So I just trying to give them a heads up that United States silence is a support of what is going on in Nigeria. If United States have anything contrary, they will have spoken out strongly against it. They don't waste time. We have seen the way when they are what do you call some other country that they don't ally with, like Russia and some other country. Whenever they conduct their election, they will run a counter message against the victory of Vladimir Putin, against some other leaders that are not friendly with them. That is the way they do their thing. Nigeria is a friendly nation with them. They will not do anything against Nigeria as long as their interest is well protected. And I believe Nigerian state protect their interests very, very well. If not so, you will not see United States carrying the biggest, planning to carry a biggest diplomatic mission. Is it diplomatic mission or biggest what is it? One man.
Embassy.
Embassy.
It's still the same thing.
Yes, the same thing. Biggest diplomatic mission in Nigeria. I mean, biggest diplomatic mission in the world to be located in Nigeria. So people wise up, think right, and then just relax. Don't stress out yourself. These people, they just want you to play your game, feed some people in the United States with that money you have. You pay that newspaper to publish anything. Yes, you are creating employment for some people. That company is generating money for their operation. So keep on feeding them. They don't care. United States is okay with what is going on in Nigeria. So Tinubu, to me, one man, is not an ex-convict. No case in Nigeria. He has won the election. Nothing is going to stop him. He will be the president May 29. If the backbone of our democracy confirming, because today in Nigeria, judiciary is the backbone of democracy in Nigeria, not the National Assembly as some people they describe it. It is not National Assembly, but judiciary. because there is no presidential election that never end up in the court, that is never confirmed by the court, and same as majority of governorship election always end up in the court. So imagine we don't have our court functioning and functioning well, what will have become our democracy today? Maybe our democracy will have hit the rock. So the backbone of democracy in Nigeria is judiciary, and we are waiting for judiciary to do their job so that we continue to operate under democratic rule in Nigeria. Thank you, one man.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So let's go on from here, Ajanle Koko, to Fatai, who hopefully is ready for us. Fatai, you're up next.
Hello, one man.
Salam, Baoni, Afa.
Salam alaikum is good. Salam alaikum. I love salam alaikum.
Salam alaikum, Fatai.
Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum.
You know, I'm looking for some Apala type music for my introduction beat, but I want to make sure it's copyright free, so I'm searching for that at the moment. Oh no, after all that waiting, have we lost you now, Fatai? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Fatai will come back.
Are you hearing me?
Hey, we can now. So to the conversation, let's hear from you.
Yeah, one man I just sent to your email. I was trying to send to Instagram. I wasn't going. I wanted to actually. I mean, when the petition about Peter Obi was filed, I mean, one man, if you remember, I said this is what I wanted to, because the only thing I found interesting in the petition was the drug situation. So I've read like the paper too, because I'm not in the US, so, and I was not in the US when the thing happened, right? So I read the whole case. I read the paper over and over again. Now Keyamo was speaking about the legal aspect on Channels Television, and then they will go and speak about it in court. But we have a document in front of us. We all can read English. I read it. I tried to. What I sent you, I call it my seven otters takes and 3 gobbledygooks. Because I borrowed the word from it. I love that word, gobbledygook. The paper is gobbledygook.
All right, brilliant. So let Fatai be an example to everybody else. Fatai doesn't turn up; it turns up prepared with a PowerPoint slide. So Fatai, here it is. Over to you.
Thank you, one man. So one man, when you see this, the old paper, 49 pages, whatever, you can basically cut it in these 4 situations. So there is no the first. So there was so the whole thing is a complaint for forfeiture, right? With some affidavits in support, whatever. And by the way, there is no FBI involvement. It's IRS, Internal Revenue Service, tax issues, right? So they want to collect tax from this guy, right? And they bludgeon him with some stupidity, and it's right there down the line. Oh, maybe it's drug. So they don't know where the money comes from, right? Okay, this guy just has a lot of money in his account, right? They don't know how do you properly go after him? Okay, oh, he's living with some Akonde, and they live together, they go and play football together. Okay, maybe it has something to do with it. Anyway, that one is there. I was very happy when Madam Zita mentioned that word experte. So it was an experte application. So it's not a criminal anything. It's an experte. They go to court. Tinubu is not there. They go to court to ask for forfeiture. So it's an experte order. So there's no trial. There's no plead guilty, don't plead guilty. There is no, what is it called? Bargain, plea bargain. There's nothing like that. There's nothing, right? So the whole thing anyway is like, so you have that experte there, you have the complaint there, you have the facts there, which is full of gobbledygooks, right? And then the one thing that drives me crazy the most, in the settlement, they now said this guy is not allowed to come back, to come after the United States in any capacity regarding this case. So I think what's really interesting to me is that is Tinubu allowed to even speak about it? I think he's not allowed to speak about it by the nature of the agreement they bring up to him, that he's not allowed to go to touch that action again. So maybe that's why the guy is not speaking about it. Whether the guy should speak about it or not, I think it depends on the agreement. So one man, just to one man, can you go to the next page? Hello, one man.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So the next page, I'm not going to read it all, but you can see the 31, just that paragraph. It's like, IRS tax laws require the payment of taxes for residents and non-residents, whatever, it goes on. So the whole thing, their problem is tax situation. So if you read it all, it's about tax. Then they say, oh, okay, then we see some money in your account, we want to go and file for whatever. So not to take a lot of time, it's there. Anybody can read that part that talks about the taxes. Paragraph 38 of page 15. That is where it is stated. It's about tax issues. Even the final settlement, it's about they take some money from him as a settlement for tax and everything like that. That's all. But one more, can you go to the next? Because I don't want to be reading everything, just not to take the time of your listeners. So that point just to make it just page just to make the point that they made the point there that we are talking about taxes. So, but the next one is where really my authors take two, right? So there is something they call there in the bank. If Patoski is here, he probably could testify to it. A now account, negotiable. What is it called? Then something. So this now account is about you negotiate the withdrawal terms, right? So it's something. It's a checking. It's something above a checking account, what we call in Nigeria current account, but a little bit below fixed deposit. So if you want to withdraw money from this account, right, it's not immediate withdrawal. It's not withdrawal on demand. So you take it. You have to give notice 7 days, whatever. And banks, like your money with them is what they used to do business. So if you can keep your money with them, they will offer you more interest. So this account that Tinubu created, in this now account, as a matter of fact, right, is because it pays higher interest. So Tinubu is dumping money in this account and it was generating interest. So this interest, I think this is where it came from. This is where the guy was not paying tax on this money being generated by this account. So he's just dumping money there, not paying taxes on this account. And that's where the problem is. But also when I read that part, right, I think, okay, this guy's a genius, right? So he finds an account that gives him more money, and he goes into the bank and negotiates for more interest, because that account is a negotiated account. So you can get higher, and some banks can give you 5%, some banks can give you 10% interest on you putting money there. It's not a fixed deposit; it's a bit lower, but it's checking account. You write your check, and so. Even this case is not, rather than saying Tinubu is a criminal, it's confirming actually that guy is Olopolo. Is like not like all of us. We don't open account, put it either savings account or checking account. No, there are when you approach the bank, there are many layers of things you can do in the bank, and it is right there. It is stated right there, paragraph 22. According to bank records from First Heritage Bank, whatever, Tinubu opened an individual money market account and a now account in December, whatever, in the application. So they put it there, and when you read that, so down there they stated how much he was depositing money into that account. So that's the point I want to make there. So if open a now account, this is where the problem started. From the now account, he was not depositing huge money in that now account. And one time he even stated that he did some consulting job for Deloitte or whatever, and they paid him some million or whatever. Okay, maybe it's from there. Maybe it's not from there. I don't know. But the point is, this is an account that this is something that demonstrates that this is a thinking man. He put his money where he can generate even more interest, and this is what even the document itself is acknowledging this fact. So one more, can I go to my author's take number 3, the next one? I think Kulata mentioned this part before. So if you read one man, the last part, so they agreed to settle that paragraph. So paragraph 4 says the parties agreed that the funds held by Citibank shall be released to Tinubu, and the action filed against those funds held in the account by Citibank shall be dismissed with prejudice. Mama, if you know the difference between without prejudice and with prejudice, that's where the kicker is in. So if you file, if an action without prejudice means that one is like one man, I walk into the room and I see you eating chocolate, and I say, one man, that chocolate is my chocolate. So we start to argue, and you say, look, I don't like this argument. I'm going to McDonald's in 5 minutes. I'll bring you Big Mac. And I was like, oh, okay, fine. I love Big Mac. I will forget about the chocolate, and I'll take your Big Mac. Now I have two options. I can forget about the chocolate, accepting that I was wrong, or I say, oh, and that is with prejudice. Without prejudice means that fine, I will take the McDonald's option, but I still maintain that you stole my chocolate. But if I say with prejudice, which means that I have taken it back, like, okay, fine, we forget about it. We will never close. We will never open that. We forget about that chocolate matter. Is dead. Is dead. I wrong you. Forget about it with prejudice. It's like in the army when they discharge you they release with honorable you resign with honorable discharge or whatever, or they fire you with honorable discharge. It's different from without. So with prejudice means that the United States is essentially an admission by the United States that they wronged him. That they wronged him. It's with prejudice, not without prejudice. With prejudice, they are not going to talk. They don't want to talk about the matter any longer. The United States. So that with prejudice, I think is very important. That's where I found that very interesting, and that's why I call it my hot take 3. One man, can I go to the next one? I want to quickly run down the whatever before I talk about do my summary. So in the next one man, you will see. So now that is the agreement I was talking about. So if anybody reads this agreement, you will see Tinubu, whatever, and it's anybody on behalf of him, and Alaji Mogaji, and everybody, whatever, in its officers, agent, blah 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 blah. They are not allowed. They discharge the United States. Where I don't want to read it all, but if you read it, where did they even say that? And whatever, hereby release and forever discharge the United States. Then it goes on. He's not allowed to he's not allowed to take any action against the America. He's not allowed to do anything based on this matter. And that is part of the settlement. He's not allowed to talk about it. He's not allowed to do anything about it. And everybody wonders why the guy doesn't even speak about it. It's in the agreement. My question is, why is the United States offering an agreement to somebody if they find him connected to drugs? Why are they offering an agreement to him not to talk about, not that the matter will not be spoken of again? Why would United States of America offer to Tinubu that this matter is, let's just forget about it, don't bring anything against us, don't take any action against us, let's just forget about it? Why? I'm sure they would want to continue the investigation if he was involved in the drugs. He probably knew the guys, right? So if Tinubu chooses not to be a snitch, right, that doesn't make him a drug. That doesn't make him part of the drug ring. You might know people doing stuff and you come out your eye, right? Or whatever is going on, you know. So the point is, there is no definitive reason why that the action, this forfeiture action, has anything to do with drugs. It's just conjecture all over the place, right? So that's the point that I find very interesting. That why would United States be offering him not to take action against them, not to do anything against them, anything has to do with this matter? He must not touch it again. Why? If indeed they found him with drugs or they find him connected with drugs, why would they be asking him not to even touch it again? Don't touch it again. Don't bring it up again. We will not bring it up. You will not bring it up. Nobody will bring it up. I mean, I don't get that part. I don't. Maybe somebody understands it, but I don't understand why United States will be very interested in that clause that they will not bring it up. Tinubu also is not allowed to bring up the matter again. I don't understand, but maybe somebody can explain it to me. One man. I will. Can I go to the next one? I made a mistake with the title of this next one. It's not without prejudice. This part is part I was saying. So there is a part in the gobbledygook there where they were saying that where the agent was saying, look, these people doing these drugs, right? The reason they think is linked with drug is that these drugs people, they are afraid to put into the bank anything above $10,000 because then will entice tracing that they are afraid to be traced. So they will not want, they don't put anything above $10,000 in the bank. Okay, if the guy is afraid to put $10,000, here it is written, Bola Tinubu deposited $600,000, $661,000. Another time he deposited $1 million. Another time he deposited this, blah, blah, blah. How can somebody afraid to deposit $10,000 be depositing 500,000, 600,000? I don't get the connection there. Somebody who is afraid to deposit 10,000 will then be depositing 50,000. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. So that's another thing I find curious there. One man, can I go to the next one? So I run it down quickly. One man.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Can I go to the next one? So the next one here. So this is where it is clearly stated. Ex parte motion of the United States for order relating to execution of seizure. So the guy is not represented. He's not served the paper. There's nothing. He's not aware of the action. They go to court, as Madam Zita was speaking earlier. It's an ex parte. So it's not criminal. It's not anything. And this ex parte is not even the grand jury, right? It's not an indictment. There is no indictment. There is no nothing. There is no indictment. There is no charge. There is no criminal anything. There is no conviction. There is no anything. They just find some money and they think it's strange that the money is a lot of money. And then we know that he has some friends that are bad people. Okay. He has some friends that are bad people. Okay, so what? So I just wanted to, I found also, because I didn't even know before that until I was reading that, I didn't know it was even an ex parte. Even if it was a civil action, I thought it was like a normal, so it's an ex parte. How, I mean, all these people throwing this thing around, are they so dumb? Didn't they read these things? Because I don't get it. So it was an ex parte after all. You know, one man, can I go to the next one? So the next, and the next one, this is, I think this is the first page. You say verified complaint for forfeiture. So it is clearly stated on the document that it's a complaint for forfeiture. It's not a criminal case. It's not a criminal anything. So I don't even get all the notes. So there is no criminal case. There are no criminal charges. So there's no, so the agreement, when you pass with some 400 whatever thousand, it's not a plea bargain. You have to be criminally charged to be doing plea bargain. At any rate, to do a plea bargain, you have to be aware. The guy was not aware the thing was going on. He was not. He didn't take part in the order in the next. He didn't know. He didn't know anything. It's not like his lawyer dealt with it. No, he didn't have a lawyer. He's not aware. So I don't get it. I don't even understand the stupidity of all the people throwing this stupidity around. If the United has a problem, if the US and they are sending this document to the United States to inform the United States about an action that was taken by United States. I don't even understand it. The United States not about the case more than you. Now you are going to tell United States, oh, Tinubu was convicted for drugs in the United States. They are the one that convicted. They know. Why are you informing the people who took the action that the action existed? You know, Wama, I don't get it. Wama, let me quickly run down I think is that's my. Now the next one is the gobbledygooks, right? Wama. So when they started the ex parte action, right? So the ex parte action was based. So here, so as Madam Zita said before, so the act, I think before they could just actually it is stated there in the document. So they could just take out the forfeiture on your account without going to court until there were some court cases that said no, they couldn't be doing that. So, and in order for them to go to court, it has to be the standard. The bar is less than probable cause. And in this document, they define what is probable cause. They say probable cause in the forfeiture context has been described as less than prima facie proof, but more than mere suspicion. What does that even mean? So they don't have a proof. There is no documentation linking Tinubu to anything. They took a lot of people. Nobody mentioned Tinubu as being connected. Nobody, they don't state that, this person said Tinubu, you are this, or we found this, they don't find nothing. Everything is based on conjecture that it must be because he knows them or something. That in the whole document, there is not one single link to Tinubu other than conjecture. And this order was taken on a very low bar. No proof. You don't have to have a proof. Just probably more than suspicion. In other words, feelings. If you have a feeling, I feel that I look in my sapele water and I see in my sapele water that this guy is up to something. That's it. That's the bar. It's not that they found anything on Tinubu or with Tinubu or linked to anything. It's just they feel that it must be with this. That is all the old document. That's why I call it gobbledygook. It's just a lot of perambulating jamboree here and there that says nothing. Just like David Udein's video. It goes about, in the World War II, there used to be drugs. In the World War III, hey, excuse me, can you tell me what Tinubu did? One man, can I go to the next gobbledygook, one man? So then
you have to pay some license for that word. I have copyright.
No, I know. I love it so much. I love it so much. When I become a millionaire, I'm going to pay you, one man. I'm going to pay you for it. I don't have a problem. So so that is and also the next one for the reason set above, there is probable cause. There is talking about probable cause. There is probable cause? What probable cause? Probable cause that is a meaningless expression. It's no evidence, one man, there is no evidence, just probable cause. You can't convict somebody on probable cause, right? You can indict them on probable cause, but there's no indictment. But so what is the probable cause? Is he knows Adele, he knows Akonde, he knows this. Okay, he knows them, they are from Nigeria, they know each other. So what's the problem? One man, can I go to the next one? So just the 2 slides left, just to run through them quickly. So the legally obtained system where it is transferred. What was I even trying to talk about here? Travel. This is the probable cause. So here, this is the page with the probable cause. Or you were page 6 or the illegally obtained money into the bank in the banking system. How it is very difficult for them. The part that I'm interested in here is the last part on that. I would say traffickers and their associates by IRS and DEA. Okay, the briefings of narcotics traffickers and their associates by IRS, DEA, whatever, and FBI special agents have revealed that these individuals are well aware of the paper trail that is created when cash over $10,000 is brought to a financial institution, and that they seek ways to avoid that paper trail. So if somebody who is avoiding avoiding paper trail on $10,000 is not depositing $600,000. How does it make sense? If somebody is avoiding no paper trails and therefore avoiding 10,000, I don't want to deposit anything above 10,000 because I'm avoiding paper trail. Why would I be depositing 600,000? So it means Tinubu he don't know anything about drug dealing then, because this is an expert opinion that these people, they are afraid of paper trail. And Tinubu, by his deposits, it seems not to be afraid of paper trail. So what is the problem? One man, can I go to the last one so that I quickly and that the last one is where it stated Tinubu did not even know about they've obtained the. So the guy just called one day. He wanted to withdraw money from his account, so he called the bank to withdraw money from his account. Then the bank told him, there is an order, and that's how he got to know about it. So where did the Tinubu before season? Where is the plea bargain? So the order was taken without his knowledge. So if something is taken without your knowledge, how come you made agreement? Where is the forfeiture? Where is the plea bargain or whatever? I don't even understand. The whole thing makes no sense. That's why I was so happy when Madam Zita raised that point. It's like she read my mind, because I was like, what is going on here? And she explained it very well. Apparently, that is what is going. She lives in the US. She's been living there. So she probably has seen one or two situations like that. They just pick you up and whatever. And so they pick you up and then they find something to say, whatever, you know, to negotiate, the drug situation. They put this drug situation there as a negotiation point. And it is very clear in the document. It's a disgrace. As a matter of fact, if we have a country where our people stand up for us, our country would demand an apology from the United States of America. Because, for instance, I believe that Tinubu
But the United States of America is not the one propelling this narrative. It's the obedient space. Because remember, they asked the attaché to the American embassy to look into these matters, and he or she came back to say that this guy has a clean slate. So the Americans have not accused Tinubu of anything, but you know the obedience now. You saw the example with Emmanuel. We heard something so about 10 times, and he's telling us he started with amen. It's unbelievable.
One man. I wanted to have a headache. One man. I had a migraine actually. I couldn't believe what he was saying. He said he was software engineer. They asked him, what tool do you use? Software engineering is a very wide space. You could be it could be anything, anywhere. Are you even a programmer? What kind of software engineer are you? Of course, the guy is not a software engineer. He's a incatenation. I was laughing when he said incatenation. He was a software engineer. I was saying incatenation. He said concatenation. He said incatenation.
He wanted to confuse us with mathematics. He didn't know we had.
Fatai. It can even be a software engineering person. You know,
he's not.
One thing is this. No, one
he's
thing
not.
is
That 100%.
Within software engineering, you have domain. Are you in telecom? Are you in air science? So you have your own domain.
That's the point I was making now. It's a wide situation. Where do you belong?
If you are not within that domain, don't say what you don't know, because software engineering is as wide as many professions you can get in this world. So now the thing now is this: people are saying, no, you cannot record ringtone, dialing ringtone, incoming tone. Who told you? How did you arrive at that?
Brother, they are
the system.
Brother. I know. I just injected. I leave you. Or what you said is this is what I'm saying. He's not a software engineer. He's saying things that actually, brother, can you excuse me? He's saying things that make you say, excuse me, bro. So that's why I say he's not a software engineer. So go on, brother.
So see, now when you see telephoning system, when you want to set up all this call center, there are different type of program you can configure that. Okay, as you are ringing, you take every log as your phone is coming in. You attach a ticket immediately. You generate a ticket for that in ET or switch only. So as the ringing is this, they can create some kind of lag, maybe a second that you are recording, and what will ping to you maybe the recorded part of it that you'll be responding, I will be recording before it's transmitting that thing out. So you have to know what you don't know. You don't know. Only talk within your field. Because you are an engineer doesn't mean you know everything within software engineering.
Brother, it's not an engineer.
Thousands of things of that software engineering. So to me, we have to be very careful the way you present yourself. As you was saying those things, some of us that we are within the IT, a person like me, the thing was just eating me. Why would this guy just talk as if he knows everything within this field? A network person cannot come to a data person and say, I know more than you. Even a data person, the fact that within the data, you can't say you know more than AI, someone that is in artificial intelligence. The same artificial intelligence cannot say, oh, because I'm within artificial intelligence, I will now know more than machine learning specialists. Even despite that, machine learning and AI, they are related. They are interrelated. So to me, we have to be very careful of how we present something, so that if you call yourself a professional, you don't end up looking bad at the end of the day. So the guy may be in software.
Brother, you are wasting your energy. You are disturbing. That guy is not a software engineer. Why you are calling him software engineer? Brother, why you? He was talking sociology. Instead to talk, he said he's a software. He's the one that said it. Actually, I don't like to give people my CV. I'm not applying for a job to you. I don't need to give you my CV. So, but he's the one that put forward the CV. Say I'm a software engineer. Okay, fine. Okay, talk. He said, well, pastors don't say amen. I was like, bro, that is not a software engineering. Okay, that is, are you a sociologist? Are you a sociologist who have done researches on how pastors answer phone calls? Because those are the people that can authoritatively talk about how pastors talk.
You see that was
religious studies
suffers a lot these days. You know, a internet web designer will be telling you that I'm a software developer. You know, they suffer a lot. Even someone that is even doing commercial of the counter of the chef application, you know, they give you Microsoft, they help you deploy, you install, and you call yourself software engineer. See, it doesn't work that way. You understand? A software engineer that is referring to along that line, you are even talking a core computer scientist that is trying to apply computer science to do all those things. So telling me that you cannot record ringing tone, there's no such thing as impossibility in the IT. If you don't know, you don't know. Just say I don't know.
All right, Fatai, round off that space, and then we move on to Simba. Back to you.
Yeah, one man. So one man. Babajale kò má bínú pé a fẹ́ pé wọ́n ní pé gbogbo ẹbọ ló ṣerú láyé ẹbọ aláròkà wọ́n ní kò ṣerú Ọlọ́run nìkan ló lè gbà. Na only God can save Tinubu from all this aláròkà. Na aláròkà na him dem be, you know, but na God go deliver am now. But if you have a country that stands up for its people, they will. It's not what they need to ask from the American government is not a confirmation. Okay, they've asked for confirmation when Tinubu was running for second term as Lagos State governor. They wanted to be sure, right? So, and they gave confirmation from the American government that no, Tinubu has nothing to do with criminal charge or whatever, criminal conviction, whatever, in the US. But now, since that time, they should have asked them to make an apology. They have to apologize because look, Tinubu came in Lagos State now and did a little bit of transformation. Hey, that's a brain. That's how they waste all our people. First of all, they came and colonized us. They took our people for slavery. Once in a while, when we get some brains, they just come and waste them, and then they will turn around and say Africa is a jungle. Hey, but how is it not going to be a jungle when anybody that raises his head there, one way or the other, is destroyed by your people? They should apologize if you have a country. One man is also part of like what I was telling you that time. Look what they did to Ikrimadu, right? You could charge him for trafficking or organ trafficking or whatever, but you charge the insensitivity. You are all white people, and you are charging that were the colonial masters, that were slave masters, slave traders, and then you are charging the black man. You're charging a black man for under modern slavery. Oh, they don't even get shame himself. The insensitivity is amazing. Nigeria should demand that should have demanded that guy must never be convicted for modern slavery. Charge him for something else, whatever, what you're going to call it. If you want to test your modern slavery law, go and test it first with white people, with Europeans who were buying slaves, with the Americans who were buying slaves, whoever were they were buying slaves. Try it with them, and then you come and charge black people for slavery. I don't even know how we tolerated that. It's like that now. We need a country. We need a strong country that can stand up for the people. We should not be tolerating all these things. They could be whatever they call themselves, superpower or whatever it is. Doesn't matter. This is a defamation now. Tinubu could have never become a Lagos State governor until today. We'll be generating 500,000 in Lagos, or generating we'll be generating whatever we were generating in Lagos. Thank God he came. Thank God he survived it, and he's able to produce for a certain motion. Now we are generating from 500 or 600 million. Right, Lagos State is generating every month. Now 50 billion, 60 billion. What if they had killed that brain with their defamation? Because if the thing went bad, Tinubu could have been prevented from becoming Lagos State governor, and today will not be becoming president. It can't be destroying our country. Those obedience sometimes that May they go conduct intelligence. How many then do IQ test? Then do one man. Do you know if they do IQ test for them? All these gobbledygook they are throwing around. Anyway, it's not going to go anywhere, right? As Babajale Koko said, our constitution says if you are convicted, it's not convicted. So it's going to be the election petition is not a criminal court to who is going to convict Tinubu. So they are going to look at it. What is the election law? Okay, election law say you are not convicted. What is the paper? Where is the conviction? There is no conviction. In case that one is out. So it's a very simple thing. Shetima, why you didn't whatever? Well, it's a internal party stuff. That one also struck out. Now we're back to one man. That case will finish with okay. Give us that 900,000 Lagos number. That is where that case will end up. That case will end up. But Tinubu, may go pray. All these Alaruka, may go pray. Now only God feels save am one man now. Now only God knows.
All right, Brian. Thank you, Fatai. So thank you, Fatai.
Thank you,
so stay with us. So let's go on to. Yeah, let's go to Simba. If it's still there, Simba, are you still there?
Yes,
Simba. Good to have you, Simba. A real delight.
Before you go to Simba, Fatai. So, ṣé ká máa kọrin yẹn fún wọn ní pé ẹbọ oṣó.
Bàbá mo fẹ́ kọ́ ni mo rí pé long dúró ẹbọ àjẹ́ ìyẹn ṣe é rú
àgbàlagbà ìyẹn ṣe é rú. Ẹbọ alárùká wá ń kàn tó bá jẹ́ ta alárùká o babaláwo rí ẹ ṣe.
Bàbá Láyé kò mú tẹni ti Barrister lọ́wọ́ reality ẹbọ oṣó ìyẹn ṣe é rú o ẹbọ àjẹ́ ìyẹn ṣe é rú ẹbọ amọ́niṣe ní àfàìmọ́niṣe ní àṣẹni tán bá ní dárò ọmọ aráàyè gbogbo yẹn ṣe é rú ṣùgbọ́n ṣẹrẹ́bọ àlárùká. Èmi ò tí ì rí babaláwo rẹ̀ tó lè rú láyé ń bí. Barrister ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ o, bàbá kọ́lọ́ bá kọ̀rọ̀ kẹ́.
You've been to too many Owambe parties. Too many Owambe parties.
Fatai ti gbé mi ìdè táwọn máa kọ fún wọn.
Reality nìyẹn. Reality Barrister nìyẹn.
Reality Barrister ni àwọn aláròkà kọ́ fi ọmọlẹ́mọ́lẹ̀ o. Ọmọ ayé ni Tinubu kọ́ fi ilẹ̀ kọ́ bá fi lọ́rùn lẹ́ o.
All right. Omaye Nitinubu Simba. So there is something. There's something almost. It's like an entity, isn't it? Tinubu, a bit like Buhari. I think those two people, Buhari and Tinubu, they share a lot of similarities. They stand almost like a deity. But Simba, to the conversation, let's hear from you.
Well, if you look at Tinubu right from where I got to know Tinubu during the Third Republic in the late 90s when Babangida was trying to hand over power to the civilian. And then that was when he became a senator. Then they truncated the democracy in 1993. They formed Nadeco, came back, became governor. And, every time you discover that there's really strong opposition against Tinubu, but every time he triumphs. And as you said, I agree totally with you. It's like, in fact, even before you raise this discussion, as if I knew that is the question you are going to ask me, I was discussing with somebody beside me. I said, this Tinubu of a man, it's like there is something about him that we don't understand. Believe me, and it's like a somebody that is ordained, and everything seems, with all opposition, everything seems to be working for him. And you look at the man, he doesn't talk too much. He most of the time he will only say one or two statements, and he will go. And you can see how even people, in fact, when Fatai was talking, my colleague here was saying, look at how Fatai is defending Tinubu as if he will get something from Tinubu. And that is how people would defend people that it's natural. It's just natural. You really see many people like that. I think that's what I can say.
Simba, you said it doesn't talk much, but he commands the space. And when you were saying that, it reminded me of this clip. It's only 1 minute, but this is really the essence, I think, of what you were saying.
So bàtí kọjá 12-year-old adé tún gbé yẹn lọ sókè adá ilé ṣẹlẹ̀ fún wọn wọ́n kọ́ṣẹ́ a lè dá wọn dúró àwọn àjèjì tó ń yá wa èkó tí kò bá dáa tó bá jẹ́ àrùn ló ń ṣe wọ́n bí tó bá jẹ́ àìfọkànbalẹ̀ ló ń ṣe wọ́n bí tó bá jẹ́ àìríṣe ló bá wọn bí wọn ò ní máa wà àwọn tó ń yabo èkó tí wọ́n kúrò lù wọ́n tó ń wá sẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àní wípé kọ́ máa wà a lè sọ pé wọ́n dá fún ìgbìyànjú wa eléyìí tó kù ó di síwájú.
ọmọ ọ̀tá àgbàlagbà.
Eléyìí tó kù ó di is for the wise ones to understand. It's not for common man. That it means a lot. And it's not everybody that can understand the meaning, the totality of the meaning of that. When you look at Lagos, especially, I remember in the 90s, when I used to come from school to come and visit my friends, my brothers in Lagos, there was a time I was in Mushin and I had to go to meet my brother in Agege very early in the morning. I had to wake up 3 a.m. And we got to Oshodi. And Oshodi was already jam-packed around 3 a.m. It's that same Oshodi that you get to today and you just zoom off in 2-3 minutes. And sometimes when we want to condemn people, and maybe we don't love them or we don't agree with their ideology, we go totally, whatever they do, whatever achievement they've achieved, we rubbish everything as if the man has done nothing. And that is what I don't like. We have to be objective in whatever. When there is a place to give credit, let us give. When there is a place where we can condemn, let us condemn. But in a situation whereby we all condemn everything in totality, is what I don't share. I'm not saying that the government of the day in Nigeria is working, but wherever they perform, let us acknowledge it. Whatever they don't do, well, let us condemn them. There's a lot of things that is going on in that country. Let me give you talk about the resources in the north that they said that I don't understand the way we spread news in Nigeria. Somebody was talking about resources. I don't know which resources are we talking about. Is it gold? Is it diamond? Is it marble? But we just mentioned resources and they say intercepted. Which resources? Have I ever asked that question? I don't know. Which of the resources, natural resources, was intercepted? Does it have a name? And then the way we are making all the narrative to sing as if it's only in the north. Because whenever somebody is coming out with a story, let us look at it. What is this story all about? What are they going to bring about? Because what I can see is that they are also want to use that one to divide the north and the south. It's not only in the north that they have solid minerals. We have solid minerals also in the southern part of Nigeria. We have the tin, and the tin Akoloba is in Jos. We have coal in Enugu. We have gold in Osun. We have limestone in Ogun State and everywhere. And people are mining it. Even marble in Kwara. I've mentioned it before in this platform. As I'm talking to you now, marble is being mined in Kwara. Gold is being mined in Osun. And so many other. So we should not look at it as if they not allow their people to mine the resources without. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. So that they will not also use that one and everything to divide us and say, okay, and they allow
Simba.
Yes.
I mentioned it earlier. I say it is all over the country. We didn't say
that they are only
No,
looking
I'm not saying you are the one. You know, the news, they just mentioned natural the resources. And the question we're supposed to ask is that, okay, fine, which resources are they talking about? Where is it being mined? In which state? Those are the questions we're supposed to ask for before we even start the discussion. But when somebody just say a blanket
is it not
statement,
mentioned in that article, the particular? Hello, one man.
I'm here. I'm just looking for the article to bring it up on the screen. I don't. Yes. It shows pictures, but those pictures they are not indicative of anything.
but it's a news. They should be able to feed us with the resources. Is it marble? Is it gold? Is it whatever?
No. Hold on. It says Zamfara State Command of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps has impounded 3 trucks carrying precious stones. So it's precious stones. The commandant, Mohammed Moazu, disclosed this at a news briefing in Gusau on Monday, saying the truck loaded with precious stones were intercepted in Gusau on their way to Sokoto, as the drivers had no legal documents for security clearance. So yes, it doesn't give you the specificity, but it tells you that they are precious stones.
There are so many precious stones. So that one is is too big. And you can see the picture they put there.
What is your point here? Are you saying that article is fake news, or what are you?
I'm not saying it's fake news. And you know, whatever news that we are chunking out, it should be straightforward. Because when you say precious stone, gold could be a precious stone, diamond is a precious stone. So many stones that can be precious, tantalite. There's so many things. But you know, they now leave us to be rationalizing, and that's what we are doing. We are rationalizing. And you know, in Zamfara, the only thing that we've been hearing about Zamfara is gold. If it is gold, excuse me. Gold is not something that you carry raw like that. You can't carry gold in a truck.
No, they didn't talk about gold. They said precious stone.
What is precious stone?
Gold is not classified as precious stone.
So what is it?
So sorry, why are you trying to narrow it down?
Not precious stone. Gold is not.
No, what I'm saying, you know, when you asked the question initially, you mentioned oil. And from your question, you are saying that okay, they allowed them to be mining their own minerals, and it's only in the south that they don't allow them to, and it's only oil. You understand?
My question to you is, what difference does this precious stone, if it was emerald, does that make any difference as opposed to it being as gold, or they are mining precious stones illegally? That's just the thing. Never mind what the precious stones are.
Okay, well, from my own the way, because what I'm saying is I still maintain, but I might be wrong. But what I'm saying is that whatever you are, if you are telling somebody, you are bringing out a news, and this is a security agent, they said that okay, they can't be vague in whatever they are doing. If you see marijuana, you can't be saying that okay, you saw something like marijuana. Precious stone is too vague.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying.
You are saying it's too vague, but what point are you establishing? What point are you establishing?
What I'm trying to establish is that they should come out and tell us what is being, if it is a good, why are they hiding it? If the gold is being mined.
Hold on. They are illegally mining precious stones. So whatever those precious stones are, that is a curiosity to know what they are. But whatever they are, what the commandant is telling us is that they were illegally mining it. So what difference is it better? Is it okay to illegally mine one particular precious stone and not the other?
My take about solid minerals in Nigeria is that the government is not paying attention to it, maybe because of the ready-made money they are making from oil.
No, don't
Nobody.
say they don't pay attention. They pay attention, but they are illegally mining it, and they are the one responsible for mining it.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what is going on. The Nigerian government are not officially mining those.
That is what we are saying.
Those minerals. They are not officially, so they leave it open for people to steal.
We are saying the same thing. Government are behind this thing. Government officials.
And I'm just telling you that the reason why they are not after that is they are not eager to do that to make revenue is because of the ready-made money that they are sharing every month from the federal allocation, and the ready-made money that they are getting from oil. They don't want to invest in those solid minerals to make more money.
This is why some of us are calling for resource control. Let people have control of their resources and stop this nonsense of money sharing from the top. If Zamfara have to rely on whatever they have for their own development, you will see that Zamfara state government will focus on that gold, mine it legally to function as a state, to develop their state. So the criminality will go down because the government of Zamfara will be involved in this thing. They will use every capacity within their reach in terms of security and everything to destroy those criminals there and have a government control of that thing in such a way that they can use it well for the development of that state and their people. This is why some of us are calling for resource control. But
I agree with you totally on that.
The
I agree
government
with you totally.
officials that are looting these resources, that are benefiting from it alone, and not the country. They don't want that resource control. They don't want federal government to hand over resource control to the state because some looters benefit so much and they are stashing away millions of dollars in connivance with some foreign criminals.
The
Chinese and the Turkish and some other country like that. So that is why. But a lot of people don't get it. You see, some of us that are even educated, they will say, "Oh no, for us to remain resource control, no, let federal government still will be talking all kind of this thing." Whereas the resource control is the only way out, is the solution to the problem of that country. It will solve our country problem once and for all. Every problem.
Everybody will work hard to get.
Everybody will work hard. Kwara State with the resources you are that limestone you are talking in Kwara State. Kwara State will focus more on it and make sure that how they can develop.
In fact, that one, you know why I know that one because
sorry, Simba. Let Prince come in. We've been waiting for your voice all day. I tried to come to you, Prince, but Prince, come in.
Oh yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I'm just gonna make a quick comment about the resource control. To do that, obviously, sounds like we have to do a constitutional review or change, because as we all know, the center is quite powerful. So if you want to divulge resources to the states, which of course would make the states more powerful than the central. So that's almost a no-no right now. And given that Nigeria's presidency is very strong and has a lot of power, it has to be a review to the Constitution, I would say. Of course, what you guys are talking about is quite apt, given that I think that was the same system we had in the past, in the original form of government when Awolowo was in charge. The regions did very well because each region plan, especially the Southwest region, was more advanced than other parts of the country. There's no doubt about it. And if we return to that form of governance, I think, just like you guys are saying, will go a long way to do good for the country. But but all the regions are not equally as developed and have the capacity or the capability to do this decentralized form of resource control. As we speak right now, to you guys' point, many states, everybody relies on the center for the allocation. Many states are lazy. And someone's made the argument actually that the eastern state, the states in the east, they are the largest beneficiary of Nigeria as a state, as a country, because their contribution towards the national revenue or GDP is not as much as other parts of the country. Definitely not as much as the Southwest. And in the North, they have a lot of land and they have a lot of agriculture businesses going on. So the East, I know they want Biafra and agitation and whatnot, but overall, and that's why the leaders, the politicians, they know better. I don't think there's any serious Eastern politician that signs up to the Biafra agitation business, because they know what they're getting from Nigeria as a country. They are benefiting a lot. And quickly also to the point that I did a quick Google search also. It said in 2021 or 2022, Nigeria made about $45.6 billion in revenue from oil, and remittances officially was about 19.6, so about $20 billion, and that's official. But if you add all the unofficial transmissions and money into the country, it probably as close as the revenue we get from oil. So I mean, Nigeria's economy is strongly bolstered by the remittances and the private businesses, and that's why the country really functions. And that's why with a high unemployment of 41% that somebody said earlier, that's why not everybody is dropping dead on the street and starving like it used to be in Ethiopia, because the people are ingenious, industrious in a lot of ways. If we were to rely as a country on the government to do everything, Nigerians would be starving. We'd be finding people dead on the streets, but that's not the case, because again, people are ingenious in a lot of ways. They're very creative as a country, the people are. And we can see the testament of that overseas when, in European countries and in America, that the Nigerians overall, they do very well. They do very well. So, and to the point earlier about additional saying that only 10% or less than 10% of the revenue comes from oil, it shows again that under Buhari's tenure, the country has diversified its portfolio when it comes to the revenue from different sources. That's a credit. One thing some people fault, and I think some people that mentioned on the platform faults the Buhari administration on, is the inability to communicate their successes to Nigerians. It's a big problem, and that's why there's always a runaway with the narratives when it comes to the Buhari government not doing well. And even when it did well, nobody really is able to communicate about it. Lai Mohammed, I'm not sure how much of a good job it does. I guess it's kind of more reactive because it's responding to what is going on, not him going out there to push a certain narrative. And over the past couple of days, I would say, in regards to Chimamanda's comments or what they're trying to do, writing a letter to Biden and talking about Nigeria in such a way after the election. Well, I think there's been two sides to this to the argument. Some say, "Hey, just ignore her or ignore them; they don't count." And some people on the other side of the chasm said, "Hey, no, we have to counter the narrative." Well, it appears that Tinubu spokesperson from Festus Keyamo and the other guys, they may be aggressive in their response, but in this age of social media and internet, I think those guys, they're probably doing the best by quickly responding to this narrative, because just like you guys know, if there's no counter narrative to all these arguments and all these false claims, they are a record for the future that people are going to refer to. But it'd be nice to also have the counter argument that, hey, there was a response from the other side that this is not the case, that that's not a narrative, it never happened. So in this dispensation, so to speak, we have to, the Tinubu's government or the APC, whichever side it is, actually has to respond to what narrative is out there. Don't let other people shape your narrative or tell the story about you, especially when it's wrong. Because these people, I guess it happens on both sides, but especially the obedience, they just create a bunch of narratives and try to, derail conversation. And in fact, like somebody was talking about earlier about this audio call between Oyedepo and Peter Obi, making some frivolous claim about, I'm not even sure. The person said it was a software engineer, but I don't think you need a software engineer.
Did you hear that conversation? That was Emmanuel. Did you hear it?
I actually did. I was in the background. I was going to come.
Did it not blow your mind? What we just did it? That it blew my mind. And we listened to something about 7 times, and it's telling us that we heard something different.
Yeah, I heard it. I was hearing the replay, and I was trying to catch what he was talking about. He said amen in the beginning and all this stuff. That's this. It actually. No, I wish I interjected then, because it appeared that he actually won the conversation because that section he wanted, because he appeared to have derailed the conversation and took it to the direction that he wanted to, because all he was talking about was just trash. Even a medical doctor is specialized in his field. Because you're a software engineer, doesn't mean you know about IT or how telephony works in general. But it's kind of a ridiculous point anyway, in the sense that in this day and age with AI and all these things, one can, just like you call an IT tech or whatever, they can remotely take over your computer and pretty much take possession of it and do as they desire. So the notion that you can't record a phone call from the inception is doesn't make sense to me. Anything can be done remotely. Absolutely anything can be done remotely. So even though I don't know how to break down to explain the technology behind it, I don't think the software engineer guy Emmanuel was right about it. They can't do remotely. I don't think it's correct. I don't. Yeah, that was
you are saying, and by the way, I left you Prince, Simba, and Fatai. I left you a message in the private chat. I'll try and pick it up.
Sure.
But you were saying that he won that space. But you could see the pushback against what he was saying. But you could see that he was fixated on just regurgitating now. There are talk, because what he was saying, if you go to any of those obedient spaces, they chant that same narrative like a mantra. So he was never going to allow logic to come in the way of that narrative. He just wanted to present it as a counter-insurgency to what logic was presenting to us, just to obfuscate and muddy up the space. And there was nothing you could say to him that would. When you're saying, Peter Obi said hello, and then the guy said, God bless you, and then Obi said something, and then that one said hallelujah, and something, and then we heard it now, and it's telling us that the conversation started with amen. So where do you go from there? You can't go anywhere from there now.
Yeah, you're right. No, I think he probably accomplished his goal, because it was just a random logic that wasn't making any sense to what it was trying to prove. And the phone call itself, you made a good point earlier. The phone call and the follow up to what else Peter Obi said about church, let church take back your country. I think they go hand in hand, but in isolation, like, well, maybe it doesn't matter what Peter B has said. But if you put both in conjunction and other pattern of what Peter B did before the election, going to church, I think it made sense. Sean Kuti actually used the perfect word to address Peter B as an opportunist, and that was quite apt, actually.
But brother, sorry, can I interject 1 second? But how does it not make sense that when he made the comment religious war, he said, help me talk to your people. I need to win something like that. We need to win Kogi, Kwara, blah blah blah, because it's a religious war. How does it not make sense? Everything is smooth. There is no break in that conversation. He said, I need to win these people. I need to win the Christians in Kwara, the Christians here, the Christians there, because what we are dealing with now is a religious war. That's essentially what he's talking about. Now, how doesn't it flows? There is no cutting anywhere.
Oh yeah, I guess the guy was trying to explain concatenation also, and
no, he wasn't explaining concatenation. He didn't know what is concatenation.
Well, I was trying to listen.
He's not a software engineer, brother. We are just trying to be nice. Why is he a software engineer?
Well, I don't even dispute that. I don't dispute that, but
only
money for you. I don't have a problem whatever anybody call themselves, but then you say you are software engineer. You are talking about pastor don't say amen. How is it your job? How is it your job whether pastor say amen or say good luck? You're not a sociology, you're not a religious study. You should tell us about computers, about programs or whatever. They ask you what tool do you use? If I give you this audio as a software engineer, where are you going to take it first? On what tool? You can't just say I'm a software and you are telling me about amen or amen. You will tell me about I put it on this program, I put it on this whatever. You can't just, that's what you tell me. Don't tell me about amen, whatever. And there is not even amen in the beginning.
Yeah, I was finding it hard to hear that amen was talking about. It was quite funny, yeah.
All right. So gentlemen, let me bail out and hand over to Thomas. But Thomas, don't let Prince Daddy go until you get the fullness of his expression, because we've not really heard enough from him on this platform. So we want to know his politics, and the same applies to Simba as well. So neither of them leave until we really get a good feel of what their politics is. But before I do that, let me acknowledge the super chats that have come in. Alexander Gomez, of course, he double sub twice, and then Rotimi joined Alexander Gomez in that space. So that's Rotimi, who also double dipped. So it looks as though only Rotimi and Alexander brought their wallet to the game this time around. But the person that always comes ever ready, of course, Ayo. He does as he always does with the buy the coffee thing. So let's document Ayo, the official sponsor of the One Man Went to More platform. As you know, that's Ayo right there. If you go all the way through, this is Ayo again. And the day before that, that's Ayo again. And the day before that, that's Ayo again. So Ayo, the official sponsor of the One Man Went to More platform. So thank you to the super chatters and to the coffee buyers. So gentlemen, let me ease myself off slightly, almost coming up to 8 hours, but the conversation carries on under the able guidance of Thomas. Thomas, to you. Oh, Otilo, after all that build up, Thomas, sorry, carry on, Prince. Oh, he's back. All right, so to you, Thomas. Thomas, you're ready? Thomas, are you ready?
Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy.
Yes, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. So, Thomas, to you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yes, go on. I think, well done, Fatai. I got annoyed when Emmanuel was speaking. I just want us to just move on. Really, as you rightly said, you are asking me about engineering. He's talking about amen.
He's talking about amen. Are you a pastor? You didn't tell us you're a pastor. You are telling us about amen.
And I just told white garment, cherubim, and seraphim, when they greet themselves, the first thing you will hear is hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
They don't even
hallelujah, mommy. Hallelujah, daddy.
Hallelujah. That's what they will say on the phone anytime they're talking. It's just, that's what I said. Which side is it, doctor? The conversation was so slow. Do we have Prince? I think Prince was speaking earlier on before I came in here. Do we have Prince?
Oh yeah. What's up? Is it Thomas? Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's after our party. After our party with Thomas.
Yeah. So I think we're done with the Emmanuel's software engineer analysis with the phone call. Anyways, I don't know if anybody else catch. I think Chimamanda was on the Rise News.
Yeah, I saw it. I was laughing.
I was gonna listen to the interview, but like I couldn't just help myself. No, I don't want to listen to her. She annoys me.
But brother, actually, I like her. Actually, I like her. I wasn't really annoyed. Like I was just laughing listening to her. It's like she has no clue about politics. She should stick to novel writing. Really, she has no clue about politics. She just
but I don't.
She's very good at novel writing, but not politics.
But I think she has a lot of followers.
Brother, everything she was saying there, I have heard. If I wasn't looking at her, right? If I had if it was like a voiceover, I would think it was Uptown talking. Everything was saying was
really?
like everything every obedient has said 1 million times. He goes there and be saying it. That everybody knows they are not really facts. They are not close to reality. He goes on television and be talking about them. I have known Peter Obi. Uptown said, come there. Uptown says, I've known Peter Obi from this one, so I do this, I do that, blah, blah. It's same thing.
Uptown even tell us he has been obedient since 1960.
Same thing. Same thing. He has a good heart. He has He has a good heart. We don't hear. We don't need good heart now. We don't need good heart with consumption to production. We need something that works.
But Prince, in your own view, which side of that video was doctored? Can you really think out that it was doctored in that audio the release?
No, the first time I heard the audio, I didn't think it was doctored at all. I believe the conversation was so smooth. It flowed. I didn't think it was doctored. I never thought about it as such. So, but I know the narrative later changed about being AI and being doctored. I never thought it was. It was a smooth conversation. I guess the argument was, okay, who recorded the conversation, and if the conversation was recorded remotely, or if Oyedepo did, or it came from a bit side. I think that's.
But please, if I'm the one calling you, I can record both the ringing and before you pick the call, isn't it?
I do that too. Sometimes I use my phone recorder and I call somebody and the conversation goes on and it's recorded. The ring and everything's recorded. So I'm not sure exactly what the big deal was about that.
What is the big deal about the ringing?
I don't know.
We are not even talking about the content of the message.
Right.
We are talking about
well, because they're trying to, trying to discard the audio that was not AI was doctored in order to debase the whole thing. What do we expect? No, they're gonna support Peter Obi in whichever way, which is fine. And
I don't even know why everybody is discussing even the content. If you are talking about the content of the audio. Oyedepo, we all know what transpired during Jonathan regime. They all collected money for re-election of Jonathan in 2015, and we all heard about the story of his private jet that he used to park in the airport without making any payment. And immediately Buhari came. Yes, he doesn't pay.
He started paying, yes. Ahead of that was.
Oh yeah, he was forced to pay. Yeah.
And you understand, and you can see right from that time, the guy has been very furious. castigating, talking recklessly. And my problem is that our people are so gullible. They don't have a sense of history. If somebody says something today, by tomorrow they are forgotten. And that's why, because every year they turn out their prophecies and everything, and nothing has materialized. And people will still be listening to these people. I'm just wondering, if they say Oyedepo said they should do, I will not. What is said in that audio is very below what you can say.
Hello, Pasai. I just have to come back. It's that after party with Thomas. That's this
After
party
with Thomas. After party with Thomas. Yes, mommy. And Thomas.
Yes, Daddy.
Don't let my boss sack me. Don't let my boss sack me.
Yes, Daddy. Okay, Daddy.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy.
Thank you, Daddy.
I just want to chip in something. Let me just chip in this. You guys don't understand that when Nnamdi Kanu was actually educating the Ipobians, he called that Radio University of Biafra. So if you hear them speak the same way, that's the way they were all trained. So they have to listen to a particular figure. So they regurgitate whatever that particular figure tells them in whatever platform they go to. So that is why you see them speak the same way. These are people of low intelligence. So they listen to a particular person that they respect. So they regurgitate that. So that is why you find them speaking the same way. So you see Uka now. Uka Emmanuel came tonight. Started saying whatever he must have heard from one of these platforms. So they can't even, it's like Christian. Sorry, Thomas, my brother. I'm not the I'm not saying Christian.
You know what you are saying? It was what was surprising to me when I was listening to Adichie that Arise TV. Because I mean she's brilliant, and everything was saying was copy paste. Where is the originality? Adichie is like an original writer now. Where is the originality? She said I was listening to Uptown. There's no everything she said is like I was listening to Uptown on One Man Went to Mo. I was like, I have heard this many times from Uptown.
That's the way they are. And we have to be careful. You see, this set of people are traumatized people. I'm always saying that. We have to be careful when we are dealing with human beings. You have to know their history. These are traumatized people that they don't really trust people outside their, tribe. So they usually don't trust whatever they hear from outsiders. So when they have a figure that they respect from their own tribe, whatever that person says is the final answer. So that is why you see them that way. See the way Adichie, what's the name? See how brilliant she is. And she's still regurgitating what somebody has told her. She will never go find out about that thing for her to know the fact of that story. It's like Christians, when they go to church, whatever they tell them in the church, that's what they're going to, believe. They'll never go back to their holy book. That this is the Bible. Let me just go and read and understand. No, it's whatever that the GO says. That's the final answer. So that is the way it is, as if they are brainwashed. You understand what I mean? I'm not shading Christians, so don't mind me.
I totally agree with you, Dupsy.
Okay.
Because here I work with some of them, and we used to have discussion even before the election. And I used to ask them that this election, do you think you can win? And most of the time I used to tell them, lower your expectation. Because at the end of the day, if you don't win this election, this thing is going to affect you. And to God who made me and you, I have one of them now. The guy is totally depressed. Believe me, not totally depressed. It's even affecting his work. And that was the day I called him. I said, I have to invite him to my house. I invited him to my house. I said, guy, why are you so much engrossed in this election? Why are you hanging your hope on a human being like that? That as if is all or none.
No.
And
You
that
know,
is,
Peter Obi is a small God. Is the Messiah of our time. So that is
But
why
the question will be, what has it
and
done
there
before
was
to
a day
make
I
you
heard
believe
him, he
in
was
him?
saying our
What has it
mandate was
done?
stolen. And I was wondering who stole your mandate? How? How did it happen?
From
And
touch to
that
first, bro.
narrative that
Touch to
everybody
first.
they are painting for everybody, all of them they have taken that narrative, and that's what they are painting all over the place. And if you engage them, if you ask them, explain to me how you won the election, they will just be rigmaroling. They won't be able to give you any tangible reason.
After they will start cursing you and swearing for you.
But Tolly, you brother, you cannot. Nobody can steal something from you that you didn't have in the first place. You have to own something. It's your own.
And
Then
they
somebody
believe that
you
they
must
own it now. Their Messiah
How did
was
they
sent.
win now?
Their
Did they win
Messiah
10
was
million
sent
votes?
to go and do election. So God has
Fine.
ordained their Messiah to win the election.
They
So if
had
he
God.
doesn't win the election, that means it was stolen.
Did they win 10 million? Let them tell
And
me
the
that they won
God
their
allowed
vote 10 million.
his wish to be stolen. How can God allow his wish to be stolen?
Yes, now that is why they call Tinubu the devil, because
so God, the devil is more powerful than God.
They are very if you sit down just for entertainment and actually just listen to them, let them explain, give them the full power to explain themselves, you will just be so scared that you are sharing the same country with these people and they are in millions.
come on now, come on.
Yes, so no, because they are in millions. You imagine that you have millions of people in this your country talking like this. Doesn't it get scary? Because if they want to end this country, right, that means there are millions of people that they can use to end this country. All they need to do is just pour out propaganda from outside the country.
Some professors, doctors still believe that Buhari is Sudani from.
That is the shocking part.
Yeah, and that's the power of brainwash. It's very dangerous. That is why I always preach: don't take children to where they're going to tamper with their brain. This thing is very serious. I always say, don't take your child to anywhere that their brain will be tampered with. The power of brainwash is dangerous. People don't know how dangerous that thing is. When you get brainwashed, you will never think like a normal person again. You'll just be going with that flow of a mirage, something that is not true.
You see, the problem we have.
And online, you are not the people I'm talking to. You two, you are brainwashed, oh, my brother. You know, you even said that you confessed on this platform that when it comes to religious stuff, you don't use your brain. You use your emotions. You said it now, brother. You're my brother now. I'm not shading you. I'm just saying the truth.
I will tell you my own. You see, one thing about is that before I went ahead, I put on a disclaimer. I'm a Christian and I believe in miracle. You see, one thing is this: even in statistics, you see what we call outlier. That is okay. This thing is beyond, it is outside the normal range. So miracle is like an outlier. So what I'm saying is this: I'm a flexible person and I have an open mind. So I try to be rational. So I'm not rigid. So that is why if I put a position and someone countered me, even if that person was wrong, if I find myself that, okay, I didn't have enough research, I will say, okay, I concede. I can come back to you later and say, okay, you that were even trying to correct me, did you even make your research? For example, when Ogbeni was saying something here the other time, I quickly considered, even though he was wrong in correcting me too. You know how I quickly accepted? Because when I was saying they didn't honor that doctor, she said they honored. Whereas what he actually wanted to say was that, how will you leave that woman, for example, as long as 2014 or thereabouts, you were just honoring him around 2022, and you are saying you honor. So that situation. So the situation with obedience is this: it can happen to anybody, irrespective of the side you belong to today. We may be wise in our own side today, and tomorrow we can fall victim. We can become obedient to in the way we think. Let me land. Wait, don't say no.
It can never happen to me, Ola. It
Don't
can
say
never.
no.
It can never.
Don't say no.
Wait
now.
Ola, brother,
No, I won't
brother,
allow.
is
No,
it
let me
possible?
talk before you. No, let me talk for you to
No,
understand where
Ola,
I'm
can
even
I just
going
ask
to.
one question? Just to put it what you want to say. What, Ola, do you think it's possible that one day you will wake up and you will say Peter Obi win 5% or 10% in Anambra and Showore win 90%?
No.
Only
Fatai,
Obedient can say that.
Fatai. No, that's not what I mean.
Only they can say such a thing now.
Anybody can fall victim of wrong positioning depending on your bias.
Yes.
No, that one is another level.
Wait, some of us that we are supporting BAT today, it doesn't mean we are 100% correct. It's just because our bias is towards.
No, I mean, I don't follow bias.
No. That's just proper analysis.
No,
So
that's
it's not bias. So.
Wait,
bias?
It's not bias. So.
Can I?
See,
Please.
Ola, the issue is not being brainwashed. Anybody can be brainwashed. The issue is when you are now faced with facts, you are still in denial.
That's brainwash now, Solly. That's brainwash right there. Solly, when you can't face the facts, you can't face the truth.
Solly, I agree with you. That's why I say anybody can be messed up. Now look at Adichie, for example.
Ola,
does that lady
I cannot be messed up. No. Let me tell you something, Ola. I am. No. I have a sound mind. I train myself to be like that.
Wait, Doopsy, never say.
But Doopsy, majority of the population is not like that.
I am telling you the facts now.
Hello, guys.
Let me say this to you. Due to my background, Okay.
One after the other, please. Yeah.
Okay. Let me quickly say this. Due to my background, I made a conscious effort to pull myself out of that mirage, to be brainwashed by anything.
Effort can still be wrong.
Conscious effort. I am telling you the fact today.
Okay, Doopsy.
I love that. I support that. Do you think I don't know the bad things about that? Do you think I don't know the bad things about that?
Doopsy,
don't say that, though.
Please let me learn, please. You see, one thing is this: there's no such thing as infallible in human being. I tell you that for purpose, and I can cite some example of great men that are even scientists that even they have a fact and figure and they still fail to some kind of assumption they made due to their bias. So nothing like that, like as a perfect human being. Look at it this way: does Adichie looks unintelligent to you? It's his bias that led him to that place.
That is true. Yeah.
Even Tinubu we are talking about is wrote about a lot of something negative about Buhari, and he still went ahead to support Buhari because of his bias.
And that is why I said, Ola, it is not about intelligence. It is not about intelligence, it's about consciousness.
Please, can I take us back?
Consciousness is bias. That's what I'm telling you. When you say consciousness, it's his bias.
Ola and Fatai, can I please take us back a step, please? I appeal. Unfortunately, it's like Ajale Kuku left already, right?
Yeah.
Yes. It's not yet, yeah. I actually wanted to take us back to the economic space, if you don't mind. There are quite a number of figures that Ajale Kuku shared, and they were not very correct. And it's not very right if we cannot call ourselves to order when we are churning out information and figures that are not correct. I know we have challenges.
I agree. Uh-huh.
Say that again, please.
Oh, I said I agree. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are quite a number of things that are not right in Nigeria at the moment, and we are looking forward to, getting them better. But we're making some very modest progress, and things are not the way they used to be, even though we're not where we want to be yet. A lot of the figures he was banding around, and he's done that quite a number of times. Unfortunately, I don't really get the chance to be able to interrogate some of the figures he was talking about. I read quite a few. I'll say just two.
Hold on, please. Yes. Ajale Kuku is not here to defend himself. So
No. I'm not accusing him. No. He said so in the presence of everybody that before this government came in, unemployment was 5%. Everybody heard that. That's not correct. Absolutely, that's not correct. I mean, there's no argument about that. And
I didn't believe that.
I heard that part. I was a bit confused.
Yeah, it's not
I
correct.
didn't believe it. But
I heard it too.
It's not correct. There's no figure. Even the figures that been bandied by a number of the media houses, you hear Shehu Okinbaloye repeat it, you hear Rufai Oseni and what's his name? Ruben Abati say unemployment was 8%, unemployment was 9%. That is balderdash. That's not correct. And because we don't have responsible people of the government pushing it back.
You messed me up. You have messed me up. You messed someone's name now. You spoil my day.
I'm sorry.
Let's quickly interject, please. Come on.
Let me finish. I've not even said what I wanted to say. Can you let me finish? Okay, you can go ahead. Interject. Go ahead.
I just want to quickly interject about the last speaker about people being biased.
Go on.
I want to ask the panelists a very good question. If, let's assume, Tinubu loses this election, do you think the Southwest will be behaving like our Southeastern brothers? I doubt the answer will probably no. And when you see Yoruba according to their principle. Most Yoruba, no. What I'm trying to, I know you answered. I just want you to look at the Southwestern states. There are still some people that have voted will be in large number in all the states of the Southwest. I think if it has happened that Tinubu is the one that loses this election and he came third, Yoruba people will just, okay, it's done. They just walk away and take it like that. They won't be like doing all this sort of propaganda all around.
You can never say that. You can never say that.
Okay. I just put it to the question.
Me, I will do Yoruba Nation, no.
Brother, Yoruba Nation is different. Yoruba Nation is different.
Brother,
Get what
I mean, we already have concrete case now. We have our own person that won election.
Fatai, hold on.
We didn't die now.
Fatai, hold on. Let's just take it around everybody. I think Remy has opened up a question for everybody. So Ola, go first. If it is
you did not let me land on my thoughts.
Can you please hold on?
Very well. If Yoruba
Thomas, I think we should have given Bishop to finish his own narrative before we answer the question.
Hold on, please. Yeah, Bishop finish. Then we answer the question together. Yes, go on, Bishop.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, when we have information, it's good that we interrogate so that we can learn from it. Unfortunately,
why didn't you call him that time? Why didn't you challenge him that time? Yeah.
I did.
Were you on the
Of course, I did. I was trying to talk severally. I was driving. I tried to call me a good number of times.
Your network was so bad.
No. I mean, that was not what we were even saying when the network was bad. It was on the issue of the recording, the Yes Daddy recording. But that's by the way. What I just wanted to put out there is that even the figure of the 41% unemployment rate, let's be very sincere with ourselves, is it real? There are a number of our informal sectors that are not captured. I saw what the chart. I mean, I know a woman that sells clothes in Baggy that has about 9 grown-up women and men helping her to sell. Because it's an informal sector, they are selling clothes. They are not. I know a lot of mama puts that have 5, 6 people that are selling amala with them. But because it's an informal sector, our keke riders and okada riders, these are informal sectors. So when somebody comes up and use some kind of something to say 40% are unemployed, quite honestly, it doesn't add up. And I'll give you one example, and just one, and I'll end up before I go. Cement that we look at, that everybody is using to build. I was looking at the figure in December, our production figure. The cost of cement, the price of cement had gone up so, astronomically, that a bag in some places now costs 5,000 naira. And same also the production. That is the volume of production has gone up. But the price had not come down because the sales is still up there. That means the more they are selling, the more people are buying, and the more people that are building houses. You see Okada riders, Keke riders building houses. If people have not eaten enough, they will not be building houses. I know new areas in so many places that I know, be it in Port Harcourt, in Ibadan, in Osun, at least places that I'm familiar with. You see new areas that houses are springing up, you know, in the numbers. The kind of poverty that we are associating with Nigeria, yes, there is poverty, but it's nothing near what we are trying to describe, that nothing is working. The idea that nothing is working in Nigeria, I don't think is very correct. Oh, we have a long way to go, but quite honestly, we are making appreciable progress. IMF just released a report. There are projections for 2023. Nigeria is the most stable economy in Africa now. Nigeria is the fastest growing economy in Africa now, and just about the third or the fourth in the world. Our economy in Nigeria is projected to grow at about 3.2, and they are saying we will do better than that. US, at their best, will be growing at 1.6 this year. It's only China and India economy that is growing at about 5%, that is faster than that of Nigeria. So even though we have our challenges, but honestly, it's not as bad. And it is not all the time. All of us share from some of these things that are not working. And that's the truth. So even though sometimes maybe I'm too big, I'm a little bit too much optimistic. I mean, maybe I don't want to look how bad things are. I want to look at how good and how better they can become. But I try as much as possible to be objective in my analysis. And that's the only way.
But nobody has the right numbers now. Even the
About
people
what?
reporting
About what?
whatever, unemployment, whatever. Nobody
That's
has
what
the
I'm
right number.
saying.
GDP, nobody has the right number.
But we have the right number by saying, number one, there was no time in the past 10, 20 years that our unemployment was at 5%. We can all agree on that. The idea of 40%. Say that again.
It depends on what parameter was used to calculate unemployment. Because
Exactly,
unemployment rate,
I was about to say that.
the way they calculate it, right? I don't think we can even calculate unemployment rate in Nigeria, because the countries that calculate unemployment rate, they have what is called employment office. So unemployment rate basically is the people looking for job that can't find job, right?
Okay.
You can be in the age of labor force, right? But you're not looking for job, so you will not factor in unemployment calculation.
Okay.
Unemployment rate is simply people who are looking for job, who are in the age that they can work, the workforce age. They are looking for job and they can't find job, and that is how they calculate unemployment. But we don't have the employment office to be able to determine which people are looking for job, and which of them have found jobs, which one found job yesterday, which one found today. So nobody really has any number. Also the GDP, they're just putting out rubbish.
No. The only thing Fatah is this. The only thing we have to believe is whatever Nigeria Bureau of Statistics tells us. So that's what we have to, because we have to use that as baseline. See, even in every country, we may not have the accurate data, but whatever that has been
But is it the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics that gives us 41%?
They don't say that. Well, brother Ola, you remember when they put out this statistic, the Bureau of Statistics officer, that the multi-dimensional poverty rate. What does that even mean? That is like double the goal. What does that mean? Multi-dimensional poverty.
It means you're poor physically and spiritually.
No. Actually, no.
I can't laugh.
When we interrogated that multidimensional, even though it doesn't make sense to me, but it actually makes some sense. Unfortunately, we use the data wrongly, especially the media.
I want to lay credence to Bishop.
Yes, please.
I just want to lay credence to what you are saying. You know, I think the problem that we have is that we like to hype negativity, and then the positivity we don't discuss about positivity. I've never seen at any time, even on this platform, that we talk about positive things about Nigeria. I'm very sorry to say. And then,
No,
because
it's
let me
true.
give you, for example, excuse me, let me land. I work in Saudi Arabia. There was a day I was having a discussion with one of my Nigerian colleagues and an Egyptian. And the guy was talking about his country, what is going on in their country, the level of corruption and poverty in Egypt. And my fellow, you know where the guy comes from, and was saying, no, there's nothing you can say. It can never be worse than what is happening in Nigeria. You can see what somebody is telling you about his own country, and you are still disputing that there's nothing you can say that your country is worse than his own country. I don't know where you get that one from. We are okay. You know, the last time we were talking about migration, as we are talking, we still have some people from other countries that are coming to Nigeria as we are talking to invest in Nigeria. We don't see the opportunity. They see the opportunity and they are cashing out from our country.
And you know, that leads me to the word.
I know. Let me finish. Ola. And you know, the other thing is that okay, most of us here, we are in diaspora. And you know, me, what I believe is that I believe in what I can do for my country and not what my country can do for me. And as I said in one of my discussions in this platform, this country, my country has given me a leverage to whatever I've achieved in this world. If not because of Nigeria, I can never be a medical doctor. Because my education, whether you like it or not, it was as if my university education was free. And I grew up in the Southwest. My primary education, my secondary education was free. You know, so
Simba, can we at least respond now?
Hold on, Ola.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
So now I'm not a doctor. I don't have any debt on my education. Whatever I earn belongs to me. I can spend it anyhow I want. Is a credence. So what I'm thinking now is what I can do to improve. As I said earlier, I have people that I employ in Nigeria, and those ones will not even cost me. They are feeding their family and they are enjoying it. And I'm an employer of labor, and that is what we should be thinking of. We know that yes, our government has problem, but on our own side, what can we do on our own to improve the situation? It's not only about us condemning, telling them our politicians are foolish, and you know, even let me tell you, the problem of Nigeria is not about, because the so-called leaders that are talking about, do we import them from America or what else? There are people among us, they are our cousins, they are our brothers, they are our uncles. Every Nigeria is corrupt. Every Nigeria is corrupt.
Opportunity to respond now? Do we have opportunity to respond now?
Okay, I quickly want to add to what Simba said. In addition, sorry, just
hold on, please. Let's hear from Ola, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So when we see what we are talking about, Simba, still bring us to this multidimensional poverty index that we're talking about, because it is important to clear it what multidimensional poverty index means. And I know Fatai knows, maybe he was just joking about it as an ignorance. See, when we are talking of monetary poverty, then you talk of education and basic infrastructure. You know, those things is what you use to measure multidimensional poverty. Now, when you talk of education, you are saying Nigeria education is as free as it is. And a person like me too, that came from middle-class family that Buhari destroyed between 1983 and 1986 and 1985, I'm telling you that education in Nigeria just appears to be free, whereas it's not free. It's not cheap. Because we have this idea to think that education in Nigeria is cheap. It's not true.
Really?
It's not true.
Yes,
now, Bishop, I will tell you why it's not cheap.
Okay.
You have to compare your economy. You have to, whatever is happening in Nigeria is relative to your economy. You don't take it in isolation, because you have to attend your
standard of living.
Standard of living. You don't ask because they are paying 10,000 per annum tuition fee in America. And so, because you are schooling for 1,000 in Nigeria, 100,000 in Nigeria, you think it's cheap. The question is this: the family that is paying 10,000 on tuition in America may be making like 150K. Whereas the one that is paying 100,000 in Nigeria may not even be making more than 500,000. When you look at it, then you look.
Can you pause for a minute?
Let me even talk now. Everybody will talk for like 2-3 minutes. I will even talk and say you want to interject. Let me land first before you even know.
Hold on, everybody, hold on. Ola, please, land your point here.
Yeah. So when we want to say this thing, please let us put it in perspective. Don't not just make it as global thing that education is cheap. No. And people talk of they don't have loan here. See, Simba, I have loan. And I know how people talk about loan as if loan is death sentence. I have loan, but I tell you, because I file my tax every year, at the end of the tenure of my loan, my net loan will be like almost zero, because every year, assuming I'm supposed to pay 20 in tax, maybe I pay like 10,000 in a student loan. The government will give me that credit back from that 20. It simply means that I will pay like 12,000. At the end of that tenure, my net debt on education is zero. Then people should stop escalating. If you don't, I speak from my understanding. So they put the environment in place for me to even trust the system. Now, Nigeria system that you think we are trying to bring down. See, by nature, if you train your children will give back to you. If you train Nigeria properly and the trust is there, they will give back. But even they've not even trained you, the little they get from you, they want to take it away from you. Why won't you react? Why won't you talk bad? Some of us were at home for several years before we could get a job. How do you want me to talk? So, see, when we are in a position of a position, let's just know that we are so lucky, and we should understand those people that are talking to that are not so lucky. So it is very easy for me, if I'm comfortable, if I'm very okay, to tell someone that is struggling to say, oh, you do not appreciate what Nigeria is doing for you. If someone is in position of poverty, you understand where those people that are pulling down Nigerians, we know where they are talking from. We can't just generalize everything that way. Yeah,
but the people that I'm talking about, they are not people. I'm not talking about people at home. I'm talking about somebody who's in the same position with me. That's to appreciate. That's what I'm saying.
What was their background? How did they get to that position? What did they pass through?
Ola,
okay.
Ola, I understand your position. Like I said at the very beginning, we are not where we should be, but your comparison does not cut it at all. And I'll say that with all sincerity. You see, I know that I'm in Nigeria and I live in Nigeria. I've been privileged to be in some part of the world too. People make it to look like there are no poor people in America. I read a report. I read a particular report. I was here. I was in America at one Thanksgiving a few years ago, and the report said there are about 22 million children that goes to bed hungry, even on Thanksgiving night when food was supposed to be very surplus. I was reading the report of the number of the homeless in Las Vegas. I was in Las Vegas. I saw them, and I decided to look at. People make it look like there are no poor people in America. There are people that are so poor that the poor in Nigeria are even better than them. That's the truth. Because you lose your house in America.
Arguably, poverty in America can be a choice too. You have to look at it that way.
Well,
but Nigeria is not a choice.
Hold on. I don't know what
that is
you mean.
true. I agree.
I don't know what you mean that poverty can be a choice in America. When a husband and wife that were above average, just because the wife had a sickness of about 1 year, they went from being homeowners to being homeless. I mean, when I mean homeless, completely, totally homeless, lost everything, lost credit, lost their home, lost their cars, lost everything, and they were living in a park with just water.
The recession.
It was not recession. It was just payments.
Quickly, we can go through hard times, right? And also we can distinguish that from poverty. Even people in America living in their car can still have 3 square meal a day.
It's not all the time. It's not all of them. Stop.
Well,
Please.
okay, Allah, quickly.
It's not all of them. There are extremely very poor people.
But
There are people that are committing suicide every day. Go and look at the suicide record.
I agree with you. I mean, because a lot of people are depressed. A lot of people, even people, I know people, not personally, but people that have houses, car, whatever, they still go and commit suicide. Depression is a big problem in this country. Okay, but no, I'm not arguing with your point. But I tell you that in America, no matter how poor you are, many times actually there's so many resources, plenty of resources. If you want,
sorry. Is Joel of Nashville here?
It is not here.
No, he's not here. I wanted him to corroborate something. I was in Tennessee. Sometimes, where was that? I went to Tennessee. It was last year. Yes, it was last year thereabout. And I had to go somewhere very early in the morning. I saw a queue. It was in the winter in the morning. And I saw a queue that was as long as about 2 miles. And when I got to where I was with, I was curious at 5 a.m. in the morning. And they said they had come for a food bank. And it was the snowy morning. And people were in the snow 5 a.m. for a food bank that would not open until 9 a.m. I mean, it shocked me beyond words that really.
Well, that happened a lot during
America to compare the situation in Nigeria
during COVID.
No, we make it look like America is some kind of El Dorado that everything is perfect, and we run down Nigeria as if there are hungry people in Nigeria, but at the same time there are people that are living like kings.
Okay, let me give you something, Bishop.
What is it?
Now, if you cannot pay your rent in Canada, for example, there are some kind of scheme that government can give you like a low cost for those people that need their rent support. That when people are paying like 2,000, the government can see if you subsidize your rent to as low as 500, 400.
Okay.
Now, tell me, does that exist in Nigeria?
Okay.
Now, look at it.
Hold on. Let me answer you. Can I answer you?
Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on, please. When we are talking on each other, no one is speaking. So when somebody is talking, please, and if you want to come in and you see that they are not giving you the sound, just let them finish their thought, then you can come after them. If 3 voices are talking at the same time, nobody is talking. We are just doing bula balu. So let's Ola land, Remy come in, then Bishop will end it, then we can move on to the other things. Thank you.
You see, Bishop. Comparing America or Western world and Nigeria is extreme because they've developed a system. When I said poverty can be a choice, arguably, I use the word arguably. See, some of us, if we lose our job, white collar job, the next thing we look for factory job. If we can't get factory job, we pick up Uber. If we can't get Uber, we do, let's say, something eat or whatever. We just find something to do. Whereas within the system, some people will insist that they don't want to do. Now, even when government give you rent subsidy, sometimes some people still prefer to be homeless. This thing now, this is where the idea of mental health now comes in place. Some are mental health. Some is a matter of choice.
Well, yeah, quickly.
Let me land now. I will land now. So we can't use the outliers in America to justify something that tends toward average in Nigeria. Poverty is so prevalent in Nigeria. Don't let us use exceptional cases, like someone looking for potholes in the bush and start saying, as if there's no pothole in America. You want to use that one to compare all those pits and that used to be around Benin Express Road before. So you have to put that in a percentage of statistics. Don't use isolated cases to compare something that is predominant in Nigeria. That's exactly where I'm going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ola. I want to look at it from a different. I want to look at it in a very different perspective. First, you cannot compare America with Nigeria. There are the things that happen in America does not happen in Nigeria. The amount of taxes you pay in America, Nigeria are not paying it. It's because from these taxes, they have to generate a lot of social service for a lot of people. So you have to look at it from that angle, one. Then you also have to consider the level of exposure and education and the democracy they practice in America, which is far, far better than Nigeria. But all of these things, we still have a lot of people in America that are extremely poor, that they are homeless, they don't have a place to live. So the picture they stand or they show you on TV is the good side of America. But the picture they show America is always the bad side of Africa or the bad side of Nigeria. What this guy is trying to say, I understand in that all of us, we have got education or wherever from Nigeria. And when we are made, wherever we find ourselves, we should be able to help the citizens down at home. We all know that Nigeria is not a Daradi now. We are going through a lot of hardship and so many things are not right. But I do also consider that Nigeria have 41% unemployment rate because they do not capture a lot of informal work, and that is true. And when you say that Nigeria are also very ingenious, they try to find something to earn. You will see a housewife, a civil servant, and at the same time, you also have a shop selling something, and they make sense meet one way or the other. And when you look at the system, you never mention that in America, you can get a soft loan to go to university. You don't pay any money. And when you are comparing, you are trying to say education in Nigeria is not cheap compared to America. I think I disagree with you in that angle. Because if you want to be a medical doctor and nurse in America, you pay a lot of money. But in Nigeria, it's highly subsidized by the government, especially those that went to the federal university. How much is the tuition fee in a year?
Yeah, but what
How much
he's saying is that yeah, but it doesn't. It's
hold on, please.
affordability, you know. It's about
Remy,
affordability.
Let me quickly finish, and then maybe you can come back again. So we cannot really compare, but when you look at the Nigerian system, although we know we still have a long way to go, but it gives a lot of people opportunity. You can build a house steady by steady, little by little. But in America, you source for a loan to buy your house or whatever you want to buy. Even if you want to buy a phone, you can get a loan. You can get a soft loan for which you are going to pay the money maybe in the next few years. But as an African man, I don't know about you, some African men think sourcing a loan, they don't like it. They don't feel happy that you are indebted. You are continuing to pay money every month to 20 years. If you want to copy that lifestyle in Nigeria, do you think a lot of Nigeria will accept that? Because there's a lot of things that is not accessible to our own culture. Like I want to build a house. Now I have to borrow money in the next 20 years or 30 years. I will continue to pay for this. You buy a car also on loan. You buy a lot of things on loan. In which you are going to pay for this. These are one of the reasons that affect America a lot. And it's also one of the reasons that the other big players in the world like India, China, Russia, and the rest, they are trying to, we don't want our business to be dollarized anymore. We must have a way. How can you be passing your debts to the rest of the world? It's like you are cheating the rest of the world. So when you look at it in totality, there is an advantage in both angles. If you want to go to the credit line, if you are not careful, your life will be on credit all your life. You are just owing, continue to owe. And if you cannot repay back, then what happens? That is a bad debt. But in Nigeria, we don't have that kind of credit facility. And still, people are still ingenious to find something to do. I totally agree with you that hunger in the land. And the reason is because it's our fault. Because we did not plan for it very well. We did not plan for rainy days. The democracy we practice is too expensive. And so many ills of the society.
Yes,
if you blame the leaders twice, you should also blame the followers once. I rest my case.
Remy, hold on, please. To buttress what you said earlier on about study in Nigeria, I have a medical doctor in my family. He told me he spent less than 500,000 to graduate in medical school in UCH in UI.
I didn't spend 10,000.
He said he spent less than tuition fee, acceptance fee with the 7 years.
Thomas,
they normally
today, let me even up to today, if you want to talk about the money that you pay, especially in federal university, you can conveniently save maybe 100 to 150,000. The only other thing maybe the one you pay for your accommodation and your feeding and your transportation. But the money
that is on you. I mean the tuition.
I'm talking tuition fee up till now is still 25K. I'm telling you. What I pay for my children in nursery school per term is more than what you pay in the university for more than 4 years.
Simba, like I said, you are misplacing this thing. It's just like, look at it this way. If you want to buy a derica of rice in America,
wait now.
Wait.
Is that not ridiculous?
No, Thomas, there's nothing ridiculous.
Can you pay 500,000 to graduate as a medical doctor in America?
That's what I'm telling you, Thomas. We are getting this thing wrong. Look at it.
How?
Okay, wait now. How much do you pay, assuming you rent house for a family of 3? How much do you pay? Let me give an example of the city I live. To rent house, you pay average of $200,000, $2,000 a month, plus other bills. Let's say you add other bills, maybe the cost of running your house in Canada every month now goes to $4,000. Please tell me, how much do you pay for rent in Ikeja? If you want to do it that way, you don't do comparison that way in economics. There's what we call relativity. You look at whatever you are doing in Nigeria relative to your household income. You can't just bring 500,000 and convert to American dollars. So
if it is easy for them to produce medical doctors, let us even use doctor as example. If they can produce them, why are they getting from developing world? Why are they getting from us? The way we turn out doctors in Nigeria, they can't turn doctors out like that in developed world because it is not easy. They pay more.
Wait, Simba, wait. A bus driver here earns average of $70,000 a year. Now convert it to Naira. How many BRT driver earns that in Nigeria? It's relativity.
A bus driver where?
In Calgary, Canada. Yes, a bus driver earns $70,000 a year.
So how much after all the bills and everything, how much remains?
No, forget about how much remains.
Let's go back.
You can't just give us a gross because I can comfortably take a 3 square meal with 1,000 naira in Nigeria.
Don't let us
you can't do that.
Arguments.
Anyhow, Thomas, will you let me land on my thoughts? Thomas,
Bishop,
will you let me
just 30 seconds now.
Everybody cannot talk every time. Yeah,
Hello, Thomas. Thomas.
Yes.
Can we go back to our
please, just
wait. It's boring to me. I don't have.
Yeah, it's getting boring.
When you convert, so if you want to do it that way, you want to know the net now. Then don't convert naira to dollar. I'm just telling you now, convert 70,000 for a bus driver now to naira in Nigeria and go and pay BRT driver. That forget about tax now. Convert it, go and pay BRT. Go and pay BRT. You don't do economics like that. You have to do relativity. That's where we are going. That's why you think it's cheap. Okay, look at our technical school in Nigeria. What type of cheap education that we have to bring people from Republic of Benin to come and do ties, to come and do roof, to come and do aluminium window for you? And you are saying the education is cheap. When the education is cheap, what's the quality of education? What's the output? Because you are attending university and you build up yourself, don't just generalize.
Let me just end it by saying I don't quite agree with a lot of your submissions. We have our problems.
Yes.
Just hold on now. You interjected me. Remember, I was talking. I don't agree, but you got me wrong, completely wrong. I'm not saying we are where we want to be. I am saying we are making slow but steady progress. It's not as bad sometimes as we want to make it look like. That's the truth. Same Nigeria, people are doing great things. Maybe the percentage, but the problem we have is this: how many population of those places, how many countries are growing at about 3% population per annum? Nigeria is growing at a rate that is not sustainable. Population is supposed to be an asset, but that is if it is a well-trained, well-funded, and well-equipped population. We have young people in Nigeria today. When we are talking of 20 million, 10 million children out of school, it is a disaster waiting to happen. We were How many countries were in our category 50 years ago? We have more than triple some of their population now, and people are are bringing children they cannot train, and will now bring children and will blame them. An Okada rider will give birth to 11 children, marry 2 wives, and we will now blame government for not being able to raise them. So we have issues. But as far as I'm concerned, I know we're making progress, maybe not as fast enough. So when we want to situate things, let's look at where we have challenges and where we have made or we are making progress, not to be talking of all the challenges as if Nigeria is is all tales of woes, and people do wedding every weekend. They slaughter cow, they rent. Somebody was giving me a wedding list last year, October. Went and rented a hall in Lagos to do wedding for 2 million. Are you saying you are poor? You rent a event hall for 2 million. Actually 1.7 million, then 400,000 for the person that will decorate it. For wedding, 1 day event. And you're telling me that you are poor, you are this, you are suffering, but you can go and spend 2 million for a wedding event center for wedding? We are not getting our priorities right. Yeah, there are people that are genuinely poor that need help, but it is not as bad as we often want to make it look. Thank you very much.
Anybody there again? It's like everybody. See,
Yes,
Bishop.
I'm here.
Hello, Thomas. Allah is enough. Okay, be my own church doesn't preach.
Hold on.
Allah is enough. Let's
Everybody
talk
hold
now.
on.
What is this?
Everybody hold. Yeah, let's go back to the topic. But I still want us to answer this question. Let's reverse the case. Let's say Tinubu is the one that lost this election. Will the Southwest behave as the Southeasterners are behaved now? Remy brought that question, and I think it's a question that we should tackle. So let's start from Hola. 2 minutes, please. And I don't want any interjection, please. Please, I said I don't want any interjection, please. Thank you.
I think Yoruba will behave differently. That's just one thing. The only thing is if Yoruba lost in an election, I've not seen Yoruba, at least in my opinion, since I've known about election very well. Let me just say from 1983 to date, right? I've not seen where Yoruba will come out with conjecture. You know the fact, and you intentionally using your intellectual capacity to mislead others to believe what was wrong was right. So I've never seen Yoruba do that. You want to talk of June 12th, you want to talk of during the OBJ, you want to talk when Yadua won or when Buhari won. See, I've never seen Yoruba do that and come out with wrong propaganda and misrepresent data and intentionally mislead people. That was why I was talking the other time that, see, those people that are misleading others, it's not as if they are not intelligent. These are high-functioning people. These are people that they have this intellectual capacity, but they've decided to use it to cause disruption and destruction. That's just the problem. You use your capacity, the same thing you can use to build, but you decide to say, okay, this time around, you are going to apply it negatively to destroy. That's why I'm saying that I said the other time that Adishe looks stupid. He's an intelligent person, but he has decided that, okay, I'm not use my intelligence to build. I'm going to use it to propagate, to cause some propaganda that can destroy. That's exactly where the problem is. You can be the most brilliant person in this world, but you may decide to be evil in your approach. That's it. To me, I never think Yoruba will have behaved the same way. But yeah, they can agitate, they can talk of Yoruba nation, they can talk of other things, but to say you came third and start proving that you finish first, I still trust Yoruba. They won't do that. I rest my case.
I can see that that's your own bias because you are Yoruba. Let's hear from somebody that is not a Yoruba. Fatai, I think you are not a Yoruba. So what do you think? We don't have Fatai.
Fatai
the
Yes.
Fataja we have here is a Yoruba man. So the one you are looking for is not on the platform.
Thomas, why are you shading my brother now? My bad guy. Why are you shading my brother? He's a Yoruba guy. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? My bad guy.
Fatai, you are from Germany. You are a German. So talk to us. What do you think? What will Yoruba? Would they be doing unzabu? Fatai, can everybody hear me?
I can hear you. I thought Fatai unmuted himself. I wanted to talk to you. So
He was mute. He was on mute now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
So
you can hear us.
So I said
we
already had the case before. It's not the theoretical situation. We had somebody that actually won the election. Yoruba people didn't do like this, you know. We didn't do like this. We formed Nadeco. People fought whatever they speak. Nobody was behaving like this everywhere. You know, nobody even understand what they are. I don't even understand what they are saying. The question is not like Ola was saying earlier. Like anybody can be, whatever can happen to anybody. But that is like on individual level, yes, you know. But on a mass, this is a mass scale now. The whole, like when you have a whole host of people in the one direction like that, it's not common now. It's not something that can just happen like that now. It's a little bit strange what's going on there, you know. I don't know, but I don't think Yoruba people will behave like this as a whole. Some few Yoruba people, of course, now that one is normal in life, but not everybody.
You can start agitating for Yoruba nation, isn't it?
But even how many people are in Yoruba nation now? It's only
I don't know.
that the Yoruba nation here.
I'm not ready to join them.
But brother, even here on this platform, how many people are Yoruba nation? It's not only national mind.
Unlike the Yoruba nation.
That's why I don't like Buhari. Now I can see. But even look at that. So rational mind and Ola are Yoruba nation, but you don't see there is difference. The way Ola is talking about Tinubu, the way rational mind is talking about Tinubu. No, they are not going all of them in one direction.
No, they are Yoruba nation, but they have brains. They have brains.
Of course, now everybody have individual, independent thinking now. It's not everybody going like that. Even when they show you facts.
Sorry, someone said we shouldn't interject, but I want to interject. It's my brother that is talking. So when Fatai was trying to say mass hysteria. Mass hysteria doesn't happen in Yoruba land. Mass hysteria. Come on, your papa yawerepo. So mass hysteria doesn't happen to us. No, it doesn't.
Your description, they always pass me.
Fatai, let me say something. Madam Lucy, I think I want to know your husband. How far you can, how is he really after you? I want to know him personally.
Okay, Thomas, I will let him get in touch with you. Thomas, you don't understand. It's only hot and cold that can mix.
You cannot mix. Be gentle.
So
it will be gentle.
Exactly.
Very gentle. I would love to be his friend because maybe I think.
There will be no those moments for that in our apartment though. There will be
it's me that I'm the life of the party. It's me that's the life of the party. You just be looking at me. If I'm gifting him, just be looking at me. So I'm the life of the party always.
He's a lucky boy.
So so that we can go to Simba. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was. I see. It's not common occurrence to just have everybody all along the same way like that. You know, life doesn't stop now. Life goes on now. I don't even know what they are fighting about. They all this the agitation. I don't know what it's about. They want to give us a consumption to production. No, When I leave Amolodo there, may go doing what you want to do. We know we know what.
We should be balanced as well. You know, that region has been marginalized with the Nigerian president. So you can't. I think because we are not in their shoes. I think maybe that is why we are talking like this.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not that. Maybe. That's not the point. The reality is at this point in time, Soludo, given the condition of the country at this time, Soludo already proposed a solution. They laughed the guy. They laughed the guy out of the room. They didn't even laugh the guy. They pursue him out of the room. At this point, there is no Southeasterner who is a major candidate in any of the major party. It's not good to how you going to Peter B with. It's not possible for Peter B to win this 2023 election. It's not possible. They had a chance to make a deal with Atiku, right? So that Atiku will do one term, right? Whether it will happen or not, but isn't it? Even if it doesn't happen, even Atiku does 8 years. Well, 8 years is better than 16 years. Minimum now they will have to wait for 16 years, or maybe even more. What is the problem? Whether even Soludo was making sense or not, why they went after this guy. I was like, what the heck? Why the guy can't somebody talk? No, it's not a nice situation for the country now. People are afraid to brother, people are afraid to talk now. People are afraid to talk. How can people be afraid to talk now? I never see that one, no, my brother. Yeah.
Do we have Simba?
Yes.
Simba. Yes. Did you get the question?
Yes, I got the question. Let me start by taking.
Give us a good answer.
Okay, let me start by taking us back in the history a little. In 1945, Abat Macaulay
was Jesus Christ, my brother. 1945.
Just hold on, my brother. Abat Macaulay was actually the founder of the National Congress of Nigeria and Cameroon, NNCC or something like that. The political party that Zik actually led into our independence. And Abat Macaulay is a Yoruba man. He was the one that actually handed over that party on his sick bed to Zik. In 1951, we had an election in Nigeria, and Zik left the eastern region to come and contest with Awolowo in Lagos. So I'm just telling you that these shenanigans did not start today. Zik left eastern region to come and contest with Awolowo in Lagos. You can understand what is happening. And when they had an election, the next election that they had, they couldn't have the majority. None of the parties, the one in the north, the NNC and the what's the name of this Awolowo's party that time? AG, Action Congress. They couldn't have the majority. And that time, Awolowo wanted to pit tent with Zik. And they fixed a meeting for Asaba. Before Awolowo could get to Asaba, Zik was already in the north discussing with Tafawa Balewa. That was how Zik became the president, and Tafawa Balewa became
59 election.
Yes, and became the prime minister. And then this issue of marginalization that we are talking about, I don't know who is marginalized. Because if you look at if you look at the story of the coup that came out and the 1966 coup, let me tell you, Kotoka in Ghana, was actually a classmate of Agi Rosie when they went for military course in Britain.
Sandust.
Yes. And the Kwame Nkrumah was actually, I mean, the same time that they had a coup in Nigeria, 1966, it was the same time they had a coup in Ghana. And they took over there. And if you look at what happened when the Biafra now started, and you hear about what they call the Aburi Accord. Aburi is a town in Ghana because the military junta in Ghana then, they were sympathetic to the Biafran. And between 1966 and 1969, if you look at it, that was where the Nigerians were sent packing. And the majority of Nigerians that are in Ghana that time are purely Yoruba people. They were sent packing in sympathy. The word in sympathy, I mean, how will I put it now? To Biafra, yes. And that was when the Igbos started moving from Nigeria to, and now if you look at, go and Google it, the predominant tribe, Nigerian tribe in Ghana now, they're predominantly Igbo. That was when that thing happened. Now, come back to 1979. Who was the deputy to Shagari?
Ekweme.
It was Ekweme. It was Ekweme, and if not because the military came in 1983, it could have been possible that Ekweme would have succeeded Shagari.
Sima, can I interject for a minute?
Okay.
You said Ekweme was the vice president to Shagari. Very correct. The speaker, the Senate president, was also a certain Joseph Wayas.
Joseph Wayas, yes.
Also from the southeast, even though it was not Calabar region now.
Yes.
And the speaker of the House of Rep was a certain Umeze Oke. So we have number 2, number 3, number 4 from the certain region.
Really?
That was 6 years after a civil war that our brother claimed they were marginalized. Yoruba was completely not in that government. Go and check your history.
There. All the Yoruba were not in government. This is our own first chance. To me, Obasanjo was not a Yoruba president. We never voted for Obasanjo. If you look at our election in 1999 election, the Yoruba candidate was Olufalaye, and we voted in that direction. And if you look at the government now, from even during Jonathan, when I see this IPOB of a thing, did you hear about IPOB during Jonathan? It's only when they want to use it to political blackmail as a tool of, hey, we are marginalized, we are doing this, we are doing that. That's the only time you see them coming up. Once they have a stake, you will not see them agitating for anything. The story of marginalization of Eastern region does not come up at all. Awolowo contested in 1979. It was this same Obasanjo that denied Awolowo from becoming the president. He contested again in 1983. He lost. So where are we getting this marginalization that everybody, they put it in our mouth, they put it in our brain, and everybody, we just started thinking it. We all know what happened during Jonathan regime. All the duty minister, the powerful money minister, they are from the southeast. At what point,
there was no Yoruba.
What I'm saying, at what point has Southwest benefited from Nigerian nation that you want to talk about? If we are the one that's supposed to even be talking about marginalization. Abiola wanted to come in 1993. He was denied. And it was obvious to everybody. Now we still see some Yoruba sympathizer towards Obi, and it's allowed. Yoruba people are the most liberal people. You see, we never face one direction. We still see some.
Sorry,
no, that is
can
it.
I interject for 1 second?
Okay.
I think, from my own perspective, I think the evil is that we are fighting against the Yoruba. If not because the Hausas are there, Yoruba liberalism would have cost us this election. Because we always vote that, okay, this is who I wanted to vote for. Nobody can control me. let's assume it's just only the southern part that did this election.
No, Tinubu will lost. Yes, he will have lost the election.
But the people we are playing against, they always come together like a bunch of broom. It's only one direction. All this you have said today, I think Igbo they were not marginalized at all in Nigeria. When you look at it politically, they have been Senate president several times. They have been introducing ministerial posts several times.
I can't recall any time a Yoruba person was a senior president. I can't recall.
No, never. The best time we have is when Obasanjo was the president. And Obasanjo was not even in the interest of the Yoruba land. Our best chance was Abiola, and they make it not to happen in collaboration with the Hausa people. But
it was Zeribe that started the shenanigan that led to annulment of 1983 election.
If the Northerners have support them, this interim government would have come into being.
Exactly.
But because now they are not with them, that is why this thing will not fly. That is the bitter truth. There's no more, no less. That is the bitter truth. They have enjoyed Nigeria. They are the only tribe everywhere in Nigeria. They welcome them. They will buy land. They will be there. They will do their business. Tell me, that's the truth. I serve in Enugu State. I know what I'm talking about. It's very difficult for a non-Easterner to prosper in their homeland. They will not allow you to do business. It's very difficult for you to buy land and build property there. When you want to see a lot of Yoruba, you go to the south, maybe in Port Harcourt, and these are professionals there. That's where you see them, that this is a Yoruba street, they are building property, they are living there happily, or maybe in the gas and oil sector. What do they won't allow you to prosper in their homeland. I'm not a tribalist, but I think there is a way we should curtail them. It's becoming, in fact, we give them a lot of chance, just too much. And when you give people a lot of room, they will misuse it. It's high time we also think, because we cannot say because of our liberalism, then they should just do whatever they want in our homeland. It's not supposed to be like that. It's not supposed to be like that. I don't think any sane person, maybe born of a North-Eastern father and a Yoruba mother, and he can speak Yoruba very well, and he cannot speak any iota of Igbo, can be a governor or even a councillor in Igbo land. They will never accept it. Why are you selling that narrative down to us here? So it's
no, that was what that same narrative was what music came to as far back as 1951. 1951. That's what I'm telling you. It's not something that started today.
When you look at the history from that 1960 or whatever, 1966 school, you discover that majority of the army officers at that time were Easterners. So that is the reason why they were able to plan the coup and then kill a lot of people.
We should not even be talking about the coup. If you talk about the coup, let's say the coup, what they did during that coup was that they gave all the military people from the southwest, the western region, the eastern region, and the northern region assignment. Okay. Tafa Balewa was killed. Kano and all those people were killed in the north. Akintola and the rest, Adelabu and the rest, they were killed in the south, in the west. Tell me who was killed in the east? Nobody.
They left their leaders.
So, and you are telling me that people who don't trust you, that is when the trust issue started.
Can I just swiftly interject? They don't care about your issues. They don't care about how you feel that they treated you. They don't care. They don't care. All these things that you are saying that you are using to justify, they don't care. I don't understand when you get this into your I don't, they don't care how they treated you before. They don't care about history. Do you hear any of them mentioning proper history? They never talk about what they did. They always talk about what you did to them for what they did. They don't care. So if you cry, wail, say they did this one, they will just say it's a lie. You are being tribalist. You hate them. And this is because we don't teach history in Nigeria. They don't care if they do anything to you and you are crying and wailing. They don't care.
It's not about teaching history solely. It's about people not having a sound mind. It's very important.
They don't care. They don't respect your culture. They don't respect your tribe. They don't care about your
anything. You don't respect people's culture, their tribe, or whatever they do in that particular place, that means you're not of a sound mind. It's not normal. Because when a Westerner goes to the Southeast, I think that person will respect when they tell you they can sell their land to you, to be in your name. There is no place, I am saying it in Southeast, that you'll be able to go and purchase a land, and that land will be in your name. So I don't think any Southwesterner will start crying over that or start saying about that they're being marginalized in that place. Because you have to marry one of their child. If you marry one of their child, the land will be in their child's name. There is no way to write that's or what's it called in your name. There is no way. So I don't think any such Westerners that have been crying about this or have been saying that what they are doing is not good. Because we are people of exposed, we are so exposed to nature. That's why you see that we have diverse opinions.
I'm sorry.
Please let me line my point, please. Yoruba are people that are exposed. We are so exposed that we can actually, accommodate other people's culture and respect other people's culture. That is sound mind right there. So when you say they say, and Yoruba, how can you be voting for? Because we are people of diverse opinions. We can think by ourselves. Nobody can control us. But they are just going in a one-way direction. And whatever they do, it doesn't mean we don't respect their culture or whatever they do. But they don't respect ours. Imagine them coming to Lagos and we tell them that when you come to Lagos, unless you get married to a Southwesterner, there's no how you can purchase the land in Lagos in your name. How would that feel? You will hear the cry all over the world that they're being marginalized.
Yeah, so quick question. If you say, they're also well-traveled. So when you say they don't have a sound mind, are you just talking about the cultural differences or what exactly is that sound mind you're talking about?
The sound mind I'm talking about is for you to be able to be respectful of other people's culture, their ways of doing their things.
Yes. They have sound mind. I'm telling you, when somebody doesn't care, they don't care. They just don't care.
It's beyond that, please. You have to be able to understand people's behavior. People don't just come out and start behaving erratically. There's a problem. There's a root cause of that problem. And that is why I always talk about these people. You have to understand them to be able to deal with them. These are traumatized people. That is why you see them always being agitated. Because
so are you saying the Biafra war has been a big impact?
So that is why you always see in this Western world there's truth and reconciliation for all the native people of each land. In Canada, we have the First Nations. So there's a truth and reconciliation program that they help those people with their mental health. So when you have that kind of war and you're not helping people with their mental health, it is going to be a big problem. People will be traumatized. They will be agitated. So there is no way we're going to be like that forever if we are not calming them down to be able to reconcile what happened. Then you see somebody like Adichie, an intelligent woman, a well-read woman, but she still talks in that one direction. So you'll be wondering, what is wrong with this woman?
So do you think there's a sense of cultural superiority when it comes to the Igbos?
No, not really. Not the superiority at all. It's just about the trauma that's been passed down.
I think, Dupsy.
Yeah.
I think I agree with Prince. Yeah. They have this dominant character.
What do they have the dominant character? That is what you'll be asking. If people don't really understand people's behavior, why do they have that dominant character? Then you will go back to their history.
And whenever they want to dominate and you don't accept, then there will be trouble. That's what they have. Well, in fact, this reconciliation that you are talking about, whether we do reconciliation, it doesn't take that character from them.
My brother, it's going to
not because let me tell you, it was the dominant character that actually, led to the war. So it was that dominant character that led to the coup and led to the war.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? So it's not a product of after war. It was this thing predates the war.
In there. But there would have been, because you see, people, we don't understand human behavior. We just think people behave out of place just for no reason. No, people don't behave out of place just for no reason.
So I'll come people like Pa Adib, I guess is it Pa Adebanjo and the other people agitated or fighting strongly for an eastern southeastern president. Did they not see
that's
the
what
same?
I said.
They don't see the way you say it.
I talked about it now that we are, people of diverse opinions. Pa Adebanjo is a Yoruba man. Yeah, he's a Yoruba man.
Gypsy, can you please sorry. What the reference you just made now just goes to buttress the fact that Yorubas are very, very liberal. And I'll just give two quick examples and I'll rest my case. Thank you, Simba. He's probably taking a chunk of what I wanted to say, but I wanted to just take us back to 1990 when we were practicing zero party election. And the days where we have quite a number of Yoruba contestants. Harry Ayu Abia Konde. We have the Osarudis. We have hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So when we had those, you'll be surprised that the candidate the Southwest went for was actually Yaradua. I mean, when I say Yaradua, I mean the senior Yaradua, Major General Shehu Musa Yaradua, not Umaru, that eventually became the president. And I interrogated that space very well there because I was wondering, we have a few southern contestants, Yoruba contestants in that presidential. We have, I think, Lai Balogun too. Yeah, Balogun was a very strong contender in that election. And when one of our political leaders explained to me the chances and the rest, and the majority of the Southwest, the delegates went for Yaradua. And it was because of that loyalty that made Abiola to eventually clinch the ticket. Of course, that transition was truncated by none other than the evil genius himself. What's his name? IBB. So when eventually 1993 came, and Yaradua was a very, very prominent because of the PF something, and Atiku was going to contest with Abiola, it was because of the loyalty that the Southwest showed towards Yaradua earlier during the zero party election that made Yaradua to prevail. Yaradua practically prevailed on Atiku and Babagana Kingibe, actually Atiku, to step down because Atiku belonged to the PF then, but they had to merge for him to step down for Abiola and to pick Kingibe. A lot of things went on under at the backstage there. But what I want to point out is that it doesn't matter. You don't need to be a Yoruba man for Southwest to support you. If they believe in you, and I mean, their politics is so diverse that we don't normally just go one direction, because even when Zik was coming to contest with Abiola in the 1959, I mean, with Awolowo in the 1959 election, if you know the number of Yorubas that actually supported Zik, you'll be amazed. I still remember a few names of those that supported him. So basically, I think Yorubas are a little bit more liberal. And if Abiola had, Tinubu had lost this election, we will not have all this hue and cry. I mean, people will grumble a few days and people will just move on, because definitely whoever had won will still have supporters from the Southwest. I believe so strongly.
Thomas.
Hello? Yeah? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I think the network went down. Oh, you guys are so amazing. At least I heard some history that I haven't heard before on this level. Oh, Simba, thank you so much for that. Tony, can we hear from you? how will you think Yoruba will do if Tinubu has lost this election? Maybe they declare Atiku or Peter Obi. How do you think they will react?
You didn't call me, oh Thomas. Am I not the
Yeah, I'm
next
come to
person?
you. Yala
Okay.
yani Dupsi. I'll come to you. Do you have Solly? I don't think we have Solly. Yeah. Dupsi. Yeah. Let's hear from you.
Thank you, Thomas. So
No worries.
yes, I don't think the Yorubas would have done anything. We are liberal people. We are exposed and well-traveled people, you know. It's not about traveling alone. It's about, exposure, knowing a lot of stuff where you are. Some people might live in a particular country for 20 years and they don't even know nothing about that country. We are not like that. We are people that love to integrate, to know more about where we are. So we are not like me. Loads of my friends are Caucasians. They're white, pure white. So because I know a lot about them, we visit, we go out together, we go on holidays together. So it's we are like that. We are not the kind of people that will get somewhere and will have like a bit of inferiority complex that I don't want to mix with those people. So that's what I'm talking about, exposure. It's not about being well traveled, it's about being well exposed to understand people's culture and respect that culture. So when you don't respect people's culture, I don't think you're exposed enough. So that is my take. So I don't think
As well. They are well
what did you
traveled.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That well traveled does not mean you are well exposed, Thomas. It's like some people in Nigeria that they have money, they come on holidays every summer. Does that mean they know anything about where they go to? Most of them don't know what happens in this Western world. They just come on holidays and go back. So sometimes you can be like them, living in a particular country. If you don't integrate, if you don't really know, if you don't find out about what is happening in that place, their culture, and you're expecting it, you won't be exposed to the culture.
Hey, Gypsy.
Yeah,
Quickly.
yeah.
But the Igbos, they've always lived amongst the Yorubas that was all across the country.
But why are they not respecting people's culture, though? I don't know.
Do you think there's a sense of identity crisis amongst them by any chance?
Do you say? I think these are tribal people. I don't think they have any identity problem. I don't think so.
Well, why they would want to exert themselves to want to maybe have this domineering, disposition
It's
towards
about
other
not
people.
respecting people's culture, bro. It's about not understanding people's culture. That is what I'm saying about exposure. They are not exposed. That is what I'm saying. You see, why should you? It's not. I don't believe they have identity crisis. No, not them. Not them. Because these are tribal people to the core. So I can't
Well, the reason I'm asking, because sometimes there's a need to want to prove maybe they are better or superior.
You mean superiority complex now, not tribal identity. Maybe superiority complex. Probably.
Okay.
Why should they feel superior to a Yoruba person? They must be jokers. I don't know. I can't say what to do. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. But I see somebody like Adechi, like somebody that has superiority complex though. But not all of them. But somebody like her, I know she's a very proud woman. Oh, yes, and she deserves that, to be proud, because she's achieved a lot. I admire her. But I see her as somebody that has got superiority complex, yeah. But not all of them. I can't categorize them like that.
Any victim playing all the time?
Sorry, Thomas, can you say that again?
I said, did you notice any victim playing all the time?
I do. I don't even know how to. I don't know. Maybe that's what Prince is trying to say, that maybe they've got identity problem. I don't know. That victim playing, you see, like a baby crying all the time for biscuit or chocolate, that is still a trauma right there. You don't understand trauma. Trauma is like a wound that you got. So the effect from that wound is the trauma. So when somebody like Simba,
what can we do to heal them?
That is what I'm saying. Just like in Australia, too, you have some native people in Australia, Thomas. The natives of Australia, yes. You see, those kind of people, the way the government treat them, they are like special, people to the government. They don't joke with them, just like the way we have them. We call them First Nation in Canada. So they're just like the way they treat them specially here. So I think they want that kids' gloves. That is why you see them crying. You don't understand, like a baby. They don't behave maturely.
But overall, they have achieved a lot. I mean, they compete in every area or sphere in Nigeria and internationally abroad. I mean, they can stand on their own, if you ask me. So
they can. You mean their own country?
No. Like they can compete like equally with other tribes, tribes in Nigeria. So, So as a people, I mean, they're prideful. Okay, they believe they can do anything. Of course, there are a lot of smart people among them, and including Adichie, even though I don't agree with her, really consider much about her, but yeah, I mean, they are prominent people. They're well traveled. They go around the world. So I guess maybe we're talking about strictly cultural differences. I mean,
no. You see, they travel all over the world, but if we look at their behavior, I want you to see this because it's called human behavior. So if you don't understand the behavior of a particular person, you won't be able to live or solve the problem of that person. So that is why I want you to go with me. They've achieved a lot, just what you have said now. You said they've achieved a lot. They've gone around the world. They're well traveled. But can you feel that they still behave like a baby, like a crying baby? Can you feel that? I don't know if you can see it from my own point of view. They're still like a crying baby that you say you don't need to eat chocolate now because it's not good for you. But the baby will continue to cry because he doesn't really understand why you not let him eat that chocolate. Do you understand? For an adult to always cry over, something we are discussing now that assuming Tinubu lost this election, would the Southwest move forward? Of course. Who would have? Do you see us behaving this way? So there's a problem, there's a trauma somewhere. That's the way I want you guys to look at it. So what is the trauma? So this is the way the psychologists will treat it. What is the root cause? So they now start looking at the history. What happened to them? Why are they behaving like this? But Simba said one thing, that these people have been behaving like this even before the war. So why? What is the history before the war? So that is what we have to, they said they are like that. They like to always, want to be at the top. They want to, there's still a trauma when you want to feel like you have to be domineering to other people. Then you still have some problems. I don't know if people are getting me. So that's the way I think. That is where I relate with people because I have to understand you. Where are you coming from?
How do we heal?
That is what I'm saying. Just the way they heal in the Western world. There's a thing called the Truth and Reconciliation something. So that, they treat them special. Like a baby.
Gypsy, I will not deceive you. There are many things Nigerian government should do on that Biafran narrative.
I agree.
What I'm thinking is maybe a monument. What is English just escaped my mind.
Yeah, I agree with you. You're correct.
Maybe a day they should create a day Biafra to commemorate with people that lost. And if you said that, some people will say no. It's not only Bibos that was killed in the Biafra war. Yoruba was killed. Hausa was killed. So are they going to do the same thing to the other? You know what I mean? So,
Well, I think the Nigerian government should start somewhere, though.
Yes, we have to heal. Biafra is almost 50 something years back. So people are still stuck. They haven't moved on at all. If we say they have moved on, we are deceiving ourselves. This thing, we have to address it. Nigerian government has to address it. For people to heal totally, they should have a sense of belonging that Nigerians, we are together, we are one. You know what I mean? I met some people who live in this Nigeria. They don't even care what is going on in Nigeria. If Nigeria wants to burn down, it can burn down. So far, they are not getting their own Biafra. So people have to heal. People have to
I
heal.
agree with you so much. And if you follow this lady, Adichie, very well, I don't know if you guys read some of her books. You will see that even from her writing, she's pained. There's something missing. She talks from a place of pain. Even from that writing, I don't know if you people follow her very well. Even the way she talks sometimes, I don't know. So there's a problem. We can't just be like saying that these people are domineering. There's a problem. There's a generational trauma. That's what I'll call it. What they will say in Christians and Thomas, they will say generational curse. Don't mind them. It's generational trauma. Generational trauma. Yeah, that's what's called. Not curse. There's no curse anywhere. So that's it, my brother. So Thomas,
it's very. I'm not deceiving. It's very pathetic, and
it is.
And I met so many Igbos. Forget about Nigeria. Some of them, they don't even regard Nigeria as anything, and some still believe there is somewhere called Biafra land. But I told them there is no Biafra land anywhere. Because there was not a country, or do we have a country called Biafra?
No, not at all.
Correct me if I'm mistaken.
You're very right, my brother. There's no country because there's no land called Biafra.
It's just like an expression.
Yeah.
Just an expression. But some people think we have a country called Biafra. Where is the country?
And it's the people that are milking them, that are gaining financially from this thing. Those are the people that are brainwashing them further about this Biafra. So they are just collecting their money, lying to them that they're going to get the land called Biafra.
So, to your question about reading Adichie's books, I've not read any of her books, but I understand that her first book is called Americana, I believe.
Yeah.
Was that a book about the history of fictional accounts of the Biafra War?
Yeah, that's the first one she wrote.
Okay, so I think, I think she has based on what information was passed down to her from her parents or whatever, family members, she may have a lot of pain when it comes to I mean, the Biafra War, of course, was horrible. My dad, as a journalist back then, actually covered the war. Okay, was there. It had a documentation accounts of first-hand information. But, many of them still, I mean, it was a horror. I mean, I wasn't there, but a lot of bad things must have happened to them. And when their parents, relay the story to them, I mean, they can harbor a lot of resentment towards the Nigerian as a nation and as a people towards other tribes. So, it doesn't matter how educated you are. Someone like Adichie can still have this, sentiments about, not belonging to. Yeah, I think a lot of them don't feel that they belong to Nigeria. I think that's the problem. That's why they want their own country.
Exactly.
Biafra.
Exactly. So that's the problem.
The way I see it like a double standard. You know why I'm saying this? You see them ever before this presidential election, talking about Nigeria. Nigeria is a zoo. It's not a country. It's not. And I wonder the passion they now had towards the election. You look at that agitation for Biafra. It's not a real agitation. It's not based on any ideology. It's just based on what can we use to intimidate these people. What can we use to push our agenda? That's the way I see it. Because if you look at the Biafra of 1966 or 1967 is not the Biafra of today. Because when you talk about the Biafra at that time, it covers the whole of the Southeast and most of the South-South. You cannot tell me now that if they want to secede from Nigeria, places like Cross River, Akwa Ibom, River State, Bayelsa will follow them as Biafra.
Yeah, I don't think they're going anywhere.
I don't even know if the Edo people will follow them as well, because the Edo people, I don't think they are with them on that they are Biafra thing.
Guys, I even think they don't even want to identify themselves with them. Some of them, if you call them your Igbos, they will be very furious at you. That why are you calling us Igbo? Why are you calling? We are not Igbos. But you know, in the Southwest, we count anybody from that, from that up there, we call them as Omo Igbo. But if you know what I mean, some South, even some South, they still bear Igbo name. If you trace them, they have a lineage to Igbo. But since they have carved them out from the Southeast, they are not South. If you tell them you are a Southeasterner, they will be furious at you that no, we are not Southeasterners. We are from South. So, and I'm very sorry to say this. Check the map of Nigeria, guys. There is no how to carve out Biafra, because the 5 eastern states is at the middle of the country.
It will be a landlocked. It will be a landlocked country.
Like Lesotho, or is it like Lesotho?
Exactly. Yes, it will be a country. It will be a country inside Nigeria, like Lesotho, or even the Gambia has a beach. They have an access to ocean. But this one they will not have.
Lesotho is better. Lesotho is at the end, but they are inside. Lesotho can be carved out here. Lesotho can actually be carved out of South Africa easily, because they are at the end, but they are inside. That's the problem.
The whole of Southeast is surrounded by Cross River State.
Yes. So on paper, and somebody that can think, it is not possible unless some state wants to go with them at the end border of Nigeria. You understand what I mean? Like Yoruba Nation now can be carved out of Nigeria because we share border with. You know what I mean? It's at the side of the country. They can still carve that out, but it's just in the middle. I don't know if why it's possible geographically. If geographically it's not possible to me.
You know, we have more people outside Southeast more than the one in the Southeast. I don't want to mention the tribe. That's what I'm saying. We have more Igbos outside of the Southeastern region than inside the Southeastern region.
I agree with you. The Southeastern region is not working for them like that. You know, they are business people. So it's not working for them the way they want. That is why most of them are outside the region. Yeah.
I think this Biafra narration is really bringing us back. What baffles me, guys, is that he always regurgitates every time. The narration will never move on with out of. Every time he always resurface every time.
Thomas, don't mind them. It's only when things are not working out for them. Don't mind them. doesn't resurface all the time.
There was
Just
there
watch
was no
out.
Biafra. There was no
During the
Biafra
Jonathan's time,
agitation during Jonathan time.
Jonathan at all. It's when things are not they on their side. Don't mind them.
Are you sure there was no Biafra agitation during Jonathan?
There was none. No agitation during Jonathan time.
You Thomas, but you weren't young now. Did you hear any Biafra agitation during Jonathan?
Your good people start to play devil's advocate. I know now.
Devil's advocate.
You know, I have to balance. I am moderator. I have to be balanced in my words.
I agree.
I knew there was no agitation there. You know, I have to say something.
Another thing that we are all agitating for now, we are talking about the resource control. You know, it sometimes when I listen to some people, especially from that side, talking about resource control or regional government, the question I want to ask them that who actually abolished the regional government in Nigeria? Can anybody answer that question?
Aguiyi-Ironsi, right?
It was Aguiyi-Ironsi that abolished it.
Imagine that.
He was the one.
Imagine
he was the one that started the states that time and created how many states that time? Was it not 12 states or so that he created? And he now move all the power to central because of this dominance character that we're still talking about.
Simba, guys, can you please have like 15 minutes conversation? I just want to step away, just 15 minutes. Keep the conversation going.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've been wondering the dominant character that they have. That was what made Aguiyi-Ironsi to abolish the regional government and make everything to be central, so that they can have control over everybody. And when that one failed with the counter coup, then they came up with the Biafra. And anytime they feel that they are shortchanged, they always come out with this narrative of Biafra every time. So to me, that was why I said it's not based on any ideology. It's just a tool that they use for agitation every time.
So you believe that there's no trauma, no generational trauma? You just believe they're stubborn people?
How many of the people from there actually witnessed the war now? Unless you are just talking about genetic transfer.
Not genetic, that's generational. Not genetic. There's no genetic in the trauma. It's about generational. What your father suffered from because of the effects because of the way that you're a doctor. I don't need to. A lot of doctors take courses in trauma nowadays, so I don't need to explain that to you. Because nowadays in the Western world, I don't know how you guys practice in Saudi, but in the Western world here, you just have to take courses on trauma because that's the root cause of most people's problem. So you can't just ignore trauma. It's not something to be ignored at all. Again, now they take it very seriously. They even give people grants and student loan to go study about trauma and addictions. That's why a lot of people are on drugs. And if you see these people we're talking about today, they use a lot of substance. They use it a lot in that side. They use a particular substance called ukuruma, and that's crystal meth. Very dangerous. When they take it, they feel like killing their parents. I'm not even talking down on them. This is just the facts. This is just the facts. So you should know more about what I'm talking about. If you want to come practice in this side of the world, you just have to take trauma as a course. Yeah, Dr. Simba. Yeah. Hello? Is he still there? I think he's gone. Hello, anybody in the house?
I'm here.
Okay. so you can contribute. So I'm just trying to talk him, just to tell him about trauma. You know, there are a lot of doctors now that, and nurses, medical practitioners, and all these healthcare workers that just have to take a lot of courses on trauma, because a lot of people just look down on that thing as if it's no big deal. It is a big deal. It is a big deal.
Is it the same trauma that leads to a depression, or is that separate?
Yeah. No. Trauma can lead to depression, and depression can come without a trauma.
Okay.
No, lots of people get depressed, but it's when you're clinically depressed that's the problem. That's when you need medication. I can be depressed tomorrow, doesn't matter. It depends on what's happening in my life. And you can be depressed too, you know.
Well, I know that there's situational depression. I mean, and that's easily fixed, really, if your situation improves. But when you're clinically depressed, I think that's when you need medication and other therapy to get better.
Yeah, that's when you're clinically depressed. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let me see. Am I still there? I can't even find myself. I can't find okay, I think I can see myself. Okay, so when you're clinically depressed, but depression as the word that maybe you're not feeling good, you're not feeling up to, you know, up to what you're supposed to do in a day. You can feel down, depressed. That is no big deal. It happens to most people.
Is that depression or just mood swing for the short time?
It's still depression because it can last for a week. Remember, it can last for 2 weeks. Then you just snap out of it. You understand? But when it persists into months, into years, that's clinical. So you have to use medication.
So anything longer than a year is clinical depression.
It is. It is. Even longer than 6 months, it is.
Okay.
It is. So people just have to seek medical help for that. But getting depressed now and then, it happens to a lot of people. When things are not working out for you, when you think you're supposed to be in a particular stage in your life and you're not there, then you can get, depressed and all that. It happens to a lot of people. But when you're not even feeling yourself any longer, then suicidal thoughts are coming in. That is not nice. That is something that you should stand up on your feet and get help immediately. And if you live in a developed world, that's no big deal. It's just a phone call away. Just call. There are lots of numbers there to call so that you can get help. You understand? So that's not what I'm talking about. Trauma is different. Trauma is different. So depression, who is there? I think there's somebody. Do we have a new person?
No, it's me, Simba.
I was talking to you and you weren't there.
It's like your worker.
Yes, I'm at work.
Okay.
Okay. So I was talking to you about trauma. I said you're not taking trauma seriously. I said a lot of medical practitioners in the developed world take trauma courses because it's very important. They don't joke with it again here in the developed world because a lot of sickness come through trauma. So, but when people are just from Nigeria, they're not still practicing in the developed world, they don't take trauma seriously. But it's something they take seriously in the developed world. They want to know the history, what has happened to that person, where the person is coming from, how did the person grow up, the person's childhood. So those are the things that the medical practitioners here ask their patients. So they want to know the root cause of that cancer, especially breast cancer. Most of it comes from trauma.
But this one now, these people are not the one that actually witnessed the trauma now. They didn't witness it.
That is what I just talked to you through.
They were
it
not
now,
born.
but
They
you
were
didn't
not
you
born
weren't
during
here.
the war. They
That is
never
what
felt. They never felt the effect of the war. It's only that they are
I
acting
explained
on.
to you now that what Christians call generational causes is not generational cause. It's called generational trauma.
Okay.
Generational trauma. I just explained it to you, but I didn't realize you weren't inside the studio anymore.
I was off.
Yes, I was just talking. I wasn't looking at this thing. I said it's important for medical practitioners to know generational trauma. So what my dad went through will be passed down to me, because my dad will be suffering from that thing, and it will be manifesting in his character. Do you understand it? It will be manifesting in his character, and it's going to go down to me because I'm a human being with emotions. So I'll feel my dad's emotions whenever that thing is affecting him. Probably he's a drunkard, probably he smokes, probably he beats my mom, probably he loves to chase women, Those things doesn't just come like that. They come from something.
But
You understand?
I
So all
agree
those
with
characters, they come from something. Do you understand what I mean?
So what role does spirituality play in that?
What did you say there? Can you repeat that question?
So what role does spirituality play in that in what you just described and what you talked about?
I didn't talk about spirituality. What's my business about spirituality? I didn't talk about spirituality, my brother.
This doesn't believe in all those things. So
No. I don't do spirituality.
Oh, you don't? Oh, okay, all right.
No, I don't do spirituality at all. I'm a physical being.
Dupsy is a realist.
Yes, my brother, I'm a realist. I don't do spirituality. I'm a physical being. I believe in the physical things. So let's talk physical and let's live spiritual. It's because human beings are mentally lazy. That's why they just talk about spirituality all the time. When you're not mentally lazy, you'll be able to figure things out. Come into logical conclusions about things all the time.
Isn't there a limit to reason?
No, there's no limit.
There's no limit to reason?
No. Because in this physical realm,
by the time you are giving up, you can only give up is there's no limit to what you can reason.
Exactly.
And they've already, even spiritually, they've embedded something into us that we should not ask questions.
Exactly.
Because when you talk about
when
you talk about religion, people will say if you ask this question, is the sin, is this, that. So,
that's the mental slavery right there. I don't do that. I don't believe in it. I don't go there at all because I want to. It has to be. Everything has to come to a logical conclusion for me. So if it's not logical, I will keep on.
There are many things that supersedes logic. There's limitation to logic.
Like what, my brother? Give an example to that, please.
Let me see. I don't know of any concrete example right now, but even the scientists, it gets to a point that what the problem they're trying to solve, it's beyond them, and many times actually a lot of scientists they get revelation almost spiritually that prompts them to do certain things that come to them. So in a physical world, there's absolute limitation in the physical world, and that's why when you go into the spiritual realm, that's a different level where there's no limitation, and that's why we are time bound on this earth, in the physical world. In the spiritual, that's when they say it's timeless. It's not linear.
So we are time bound. So when you say we are time bound, that is when you die, right? Then you go at your time. Is that what you're talking about?
But what I mean is like things has to be more linear. It's one succession after another. But in the spiritual world, in the spirit realm, it's not that way. It's
How did you know? How did you know that? Because you have not even been to the spirit realm now. We are still in the physical. What do we all look like to talk about?
Of course, including yourself, including yourself. You've been in the spiritual realm. We all have.
Yeah, we are coming from the spiritual realm. I get that. So we are in the physical, going back to the spirit. Where are we in a hurry?
No, we're in the physical, and we also have we also have the spirit in us.
You see, now you are bothering yourself about something you don't understand. Something that you're supposed to bother yourself with, you're not bothering yourself with it. That is the problem I have with people.
No,
You're bothering yourself with spiritual things now. Meanwhile, it's none of your business. The thing is just there. It's not calling you. The things that are calling you, you're not bothering yourself with it. That's my problem with people.
No. What you describe, of course, it's something we deal with every day. Our physical body is not necessarily separate from our spirit. you have to know that's a reality. Because one is not in tune or unaware of their spirituality doesn't mean it does not exist. Okay, that's the limit.
I'm not saying it does not exist. I said, why do you concern yourself so much about that? That's the question. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but the thing that you're supposed to now concern yourself with, you left that one and you start concerning yourself with something that you don't have any business with.
Oh,
that's my problem.
I totally disagree with that. You have all the business to deal with our spiritual things. Absolutely. I mean, in fact.
So my own is that you are limited by the knowledge that you have, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So then, what should we do on this earth? We should continually increase our knowledge so that we will understand the things that we think is spiritual. Most of all these things is about increasing your knowledge for you to be able to see that this thing is not spiritual. It is actually physical. So when you're mentally lazy, you still think some things are spiritual. Meanwhile, they are not. The solution is in the physical realm. So people are lost because it's difficult to think, to use your brain, to do mental evaluation. It is difficult. Okay.
Can I interject also just for a minute? It's not that easy. It's not that easy because you learn from your environment. Most people are not exposed. Most Nigerians don't even. I don't think most Nigerians want to travel. If Nigeria was a good country, we won't even be going anywhere. So that exposure is really crucial. And how are you going to deliver that kind of exposure to the Nigerian environment?
Hello, sorry. You can be anywhere. You can be anywhere and increase your knowledge. Increasing your knowledge in this world is not about traveling. It's about you being mentally active to gain knowledge.
But if you want to do that, you need internet, you need electricity.
Yes, you do.
We don't have consistent electricity in Nigeria, and
I agree. But if you want to have it, you will have it, right?
Yes, that's true.
If you want to have it, you have it in Nigeria. It is possible.
But how do you know you don't? Most people don't even know that something is missing. For example, if I didn't leave Nigeria, I wouldn't know something was missing. That's the point. So you don't even know something is missing in the first place. So you
would know something is missing because most of us have been brainwashed through where they took us while we were young, the religious homes. So that is why you wouldn't know that there's something missing in your life. But if you actually know that you love God, God is going to help you with that. If you're really seeking God, that I want to know God. So God is about knowledge. So God will direct your paths. That increase your knowledge, then you'll be able to understand.
Quickly, I mean, you talk
just 1 minute. 1 minute. Me, in my own opinion, the only solution is for them to create a more easier visa method for other people to enter Nigeria, because all these internationals, when they want to enter Nigeria, they used to see where. So if more people that can come from different environments can be able to come into Nigeria, even if we can't go out to be exposed, they will bring the exposure back to Nigeria. That's just what I want to say.
Yeah, I agree with that. But to Dips's point, I mean, the way we were just talking earlier, a few seconds ago, it sounded like you were talking about spirituality. You said God would direct your path. How would God direct your path when God is a spirit?
Thank you. So God can only direct your path when you increase your knowledge, because God is knowledge.
Knowledge about God or knowledge about what?
Knowledge about everything. You find God in everything.
Okay,
Not
well,
vast
good.
knowledge.
Okay, good. We're making headway. So if that been the case, and as a Christian, and just like it says in the Bible, we
I'm not a
worship
Christian, please. I'm
as
not a
as
Christian.
not you, not you.
Okay.
As a Christian, well, you're sure talking like a Christian, but me, I'm talking about me
I'm
as a
not.
Christian. As a Christian, we worship God in spirit and truth. So,
That is you.
well, yeah, but so if we worship God in spirit and truth, that's a premise of the Christian argument. So how would you know that God is directing your path if you don't even? It sounds like you don't even believe in God. So I wouldn't know
I
God.
do. Oh, that is the mistake that you guys
One
make.
additional
You
question.
see
If you're
these Christians, they're too
no,
arrogant.
just one question. One question for you, Mrs. Dobsey. If you are not a Christian, then what are you?
I'm a God lover, bro. I love God with all my heart and my soul.
Me too. Me too. That's the same situation.
I'm a God lover. I'm just a God lover. So I just
No, actually,
seek
quickly, don't mean
knowledge.
to cut you
Okay.
off. You said,
Okay.
you're not you believe in God, or
Yeah,
okay, you believe in God,
I do.
but you believe in God. God will show you your path, but the only way to get to God is through the Spirit.
Knowledge, not spirit. Knowledge.
Um,
Knowledge.
but what knowledge of what of?
Knowledge of everything. Of everything. Of everything you can think of.
We can see. It says in the Bible we can appreciate the things that God has created, and we can see God in it one way or another in different forms.
Exactly.
Okay, but to be able to have connection with God again, God is not a physical being. It's not a material object. God is spirit. Again, it's clear that God is spirit. So if one is so enamored or consumed by physical reality, how would you be sensitive to the nature of God?
So have you ever thought about this before, that how come that all these numerous things, the big stuffs that happen on this earth, how come is the people that are not Christians that are doing all the things like Facebook, all this Twitter, all this Instagram? Have you ever thought about that?
Well, I thought about that. Just like you two were
Yeah.
talking about something generational. Also, it says it's in the Bible. God blesses